I worked hard to get out of poverty, but nothing worked. I thought there was no chance of turning my life around, but unexpectedly, I discovered a money-making system. Not only does the account balance soar, but you also have the opportunity to become a super rich person who can buy whatever he wants and even change the world. My name is Zhang Chun, and I am an ordinary worker on Earth. In the past few years, I have been through a lot, but I don't have much money in my pocket. I can only get 3,000 yuan a month, which is not enough to cope with the pressure of life. The company has been delaying the payment of wages, and the landlord is asking for rent payment every day, which makes me extremely anxious. Just when I was about to be overwhelmed, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to make money with one click. The income per minute is equivalent to a month's income. I was immediately excited. The income per minute was equivalent to my monthly salary, and my monthly salary was exactly 3,000 yuan. In other words, earning 3,000 yuan a minute is 180,000 yuan an hour, and 4.32 million yuan in 24 hours. Thinking of this, my heart beat faster. This is simply cheating. I stared at the time, waiting for a minute to pass. When the time is up, I quickly checked the system interface, which showed that I could withdraw 3,000 yuan. There was also a super rich points column next to it, but it currently showed 0. The system explained that for every 10,000 yuan spent, one godly rich point can be obtained, and these points can be used to participate in the godly rich lottery. I'm a little worried. Will there be any risk if I withdraw the money directly? The system seemed to have sensed my doubts and immediately responded. The host's earnings can be withdrawn at any time. After the withdrawal, we will use high-tech means to ensure that the money is not discovered by anyone. Hearing this, I felt relieved and decisively chose to withdraw the money. Ding! Withdrawal successful. I turned on my phone and the first text message came. It was from the bank. 3,000 yuan has been credited to your account, and the balance is 3,001 yuan. I took a deep breath. What does it mean to earn 3,000 yuan a minute? A blogger on the internet once said that the world's richest man, Bill Gates, only needs to close his eyes and recite silently for 10 seconds to buy a Lamborghini. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated. In fact, Bill Gates earns about 10,000 yuan per second. Although my current income per second is not as high as Bill Gates, the system can increase my income with one click. 3,000 yuan per minute is just the beginning, and it can be increased infinitely in the future. At this moment, I already earn 4 million a day. Even if you do nothing and just play games at home every day, you can easily earn over 100 million yuan a month. Thinking of this, I felt extremely excited. An hour later, I finally calmed down and saw that the system balance had reached 180,000 yuan, according to my previous salary level. This was the income one could earn without eating or drinking for 3 years. I stood up and prepared to go out. After all, money is just a string of numbers if it is not spent, not to mention that I can accumulate points by spending money, which makes me spend money without any worries. As soon as I walked out the door, my cell phone rang. It was the landlord calling, and it was already 6 in the afternoon. Do you have money or not? If you don't, pack up and leave. The landlord's voice was still harsh. My face turned cold. In the past 2 years, other landlords have not raised the rent at will, but this landlord has been raising the rent every now and then. When I first rented it, it was only 600 yuan, and now it has risen to 1,500 yuan. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but get angry. I said coldly to the phone, I don't want to rent it anymore. You can find someone else for this price. Then I hung up the phone. I had no intention of staying here any longer. There was not much valuable in the room, so I could just leave. Soon, the landlord called again, and I blocked his number without hesitation. Not long after, another text message came on my phone. Oops, I'm a bit aggressive, don't mind it. Or you can continue to rent the house. It's okay to pay the rent 2 days later. Obviously, the landlord knew that if I didn't rent it out, the house would not be rented out at a price of 1,500 yuan in this quasi-first-tier city like Nanching, where there is no subway. I replied with one word, get lost. Then I ignored him. There is no way I can live in such a place anymore. I called a taxi and arrived at Wang Fujing an hour later. This is where all the luxury brands gather and has become a commercial center. I walked straight into the luxury store with a clear goal. Hello, sir. My name is Michelle. I'm your shopping guide. Would you like to look at bags or buy clothes? Michelle, the store guide, came up to me with a smile. Let's buy some of everything. I responded casually, glancing over the clothes in the store. I directly picked up 8 pieces, took a look at the sizes, and without even trying them on, I asked Michelle to pack them. Michelle was stunned for a moment. It's not like she had never seen someone buy so many clothes before, but when
She saw my cheap clothes, she was a little skeptical. But Michelle didn't show any contempt. She just thought that I was either another customer who worked for nothing, or I was buying clothes for my boss. However, now it seems that she was a little wrong. Michelle immediately started packing enthusiastically and helped me carry it to the cashier. The store manager was also alarmed and brought a cup of tea himself. The amount of consumption this time has exceeded 200,000 yuan. In places like Shanghai and Beijing, spending 1 million yuan is nothing. But in a city where the average salary per capita is 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, spending 200,000 yuan just on clothes is definitely eye-catching. Obviously, the store manager and the others all thought I was a hidden rich second generation. 5 minutes later, everything was packed. I also changed into another set of clothes and cut off the labels. Then I took out my bank card and silently said to myself, I want to withdraw cash. 75 minutes have passed since I left the house, and my income has increased by another 225,000. Adding the previous 180,000, my balance is now 405,000. Hello, the total consumption is 215,000. Michelle's voice was respectful and enthusiastic. I swiped the card directly, and the system's voice sounded again. Spend 215,000, get 21.5 Shenhao points. Michelle asked with a smile on her face. Mr. Zhang, do you want to take these things back yourself, or do you want us to send them to you? I said calmly. Add WeChat. I'll give you the address later, and you can deliver it to me then. Okay. Michelle agreed hurriedly. After I left, the store employees immediately gathered around me and started talking about it. She bought over 200,000 yuan worth of clothes in one go, and she's pretty, said a colleague. Mi Shui, do you have his WeChat? Give it to me. I'll see if I can hook up with this rich son-in-law. Another employee said with a smile. The store manager immediately reminded them, don't mess around. These customers are all wealthy people who come here to experience life. Your proactive behavior is not only unpopular, but will make people disgusted. Michelle didn't think much about it. With her looks and conditions, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find an elite or rich second-generation man. It's just that she doesn't like that. I randomly picked a high-end restaurant, sat in a private room, and had a good meal. After eating and drinking, I leaned back in my chair and started thinking, what can I do after I have money? The easiest thing is to solve the problem of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The problem of clothing and food has been solved, and the next thing is housing. I don't plan to buy a house for the time being, so I'll book a 5-star hotel first. I looked at the price list. The cheapest room is 2,998 per night, and the most expensive luxury suite is 9,998 per night. I decided to choose a more upscale one, so I quickly arrived at this 5-star hotel. Hello, sir. Are you here to check in? The receptionist came over with a smile. Yes. I handed over my ID card and bank card. Sir, which room would you like to check in? The receptionist asked at first. I saw on the internet that you have luxury suites here, which are $99.98 a night. Is that right? I replied. The receptionist immediately replied, yes, sir. But we also have a more luxurious presidential suite. The price is 15,800 per night. Then let's go for the presidential suite, I said without hesitation. The receptionist was stunned. It's not like she had never seen guests who booked presidential suites, but they were usually middle-aged, successful people. I looked to be in my early 20s, and although I was wearing a designer outfit, young people generally wouldn't be willing to stay in a room of this price. Okay, we'll check you in now. Are you staying alone, or? The receptionist continued to ask. One person. I answered immediately. How many days do you plan to stay? The receptionist asked another question. I thought about it for a moment, and then answered, not too long, maybe 7 days. 7 days is not long enough? The receptionist thought to herself. 7 days in the presidential suite cost more than 110,000 yuan. It seemed that the other party was really capable. She smiled and said, sir, please follow me. The receptionist took me to the elevator enthusiastically. After entering the elevator, a man and a woman soon wanted to come in. The receptionist took a look at the room cards in their hands and stopped them with a smile on her face. Hello, sir, ma'am. This is the elevator for the presidential suite. It cannot reach your floor. We're sorry. The receptionist said with a smile. What a crappy hotel with a direct elevator. The man muttered in dissatisfaction. Shut up. He's staying in the presidential suite, which costs more than 10,000 a night. This kind of person is obviously a rich second generation. Don't talk nonsense and cause me trouble. The woman quickly scolded the man in a low voice. After the two were stopped, the receptionist turned to look at me and asked with a smile, sir, what do you do for a living? Doing some small business. I answered simply. The receptionist's eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. Anyone who can live in a place like this must be a big boss. You look so young. You are really young and promising. The receptionist kept praising me, and I smiled and nodded, feeling very good. When I was poor, beauties of this level would not even look at me, but now that I have money, they actively approach me one after another. Sure enough, the most powerful ability in this world is still superpower. The ability to have money. During the chat, I learned that her name was Martin. Martin took me to the door of the presidential suite and introduced. There are 4 presidential suites here, and the sound insulation is very good, so you don't need to worry about anything, sir. Mr. Jiang, if you don't need anything else, I'll leave first. I work until 10 p.m., but you are a special VIP. You can call my work number 2002 through the internal phone, and you can contact me if you need anything. Okay, I understand. I entered the presidential suite, exhaled slowly, and looked at the luxurious decoration and spacious space. I couldn't help but smile with joy. It feels so good to be rich. Chapter 6. Zhang Chun woke up at 3 in the afternoon of the next day and opened his hazy eyes. He was too excited last night and finally fell asleep at 5 in the morning. The first thing Zhang Chun did when he woke up was to check his earnings. A data chart popped up in front of him. One-click earning, 3,000 yuan in earnings. 3.4 million yuan can be withdrawn every minute. Godly rich points 41.5. Zhang Chun thought about it and realized that he had solved most of the problems in the 4 aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, except for transportation. So he decided to buy a car. After all, he couldn't take a taxi every day. Zhang Chun was washing up while looking at his phone, and several new messages kept popping up. The first was a voice message from the manager with a stern tone. It's already 9:30. Why haven't you come to work yet? It's already 11 o'clock. Are you planning to skip work today? I hope you can call me before 6 o'clock, or come to the company to explain clearly. Otherwise, you can forget about these 2 months' salary. The second message came from a newly created group chat. 7 years no see. How are you all doing? Zhang Chun clicked on it and saw that it was a group chat of high school classmates. Seeing this, he immediately became interested. With Zhang Chun's current status, this class reunion is simply an occasion that countless wealthy people dream of. Although it may not be as dramatic as in the novel, Zhang Chun knows that after experiencing the baptism of society, everyone is no longer the same as they were back then. In the past, it was about who was better at fighting, but now it is about who is richer. The group was discussing enthusiastically. It's been a long time since we last met. Yeah, almost 7 years. Where are we going for this gathering? I'm in Shanghai and need to book a flight in advance. IMB the boss is in Shanghai. Don't criticize me. I'm just an employee. Zhang Ku immediately joked. You are being modest, right? Everyone knows that you work for a Fortune 500 company in Shanghai with an annual income of 500,000. Everyone started praising squad leader Su Chen again. We have to say squad leader is awesome. He opened a small factory at a young age, earns tens of millions a year. He's a celebrity in Nanjing City. Su Chen said modestly, don't exaggerate. I only make 7 or 8 million a year. Facing these figures, Zhang Chun sneered in his heart. Annual income of 8 million? Sorry, he made 8 million in less than 2 days. However, he certainly would not say this directly in the group. Zhang Chun observed that there were only 7 or 8 active people in the group, but there were 30 or 40 people who joined the group. This was normal, as those who were not doing well might be too embarrassed to speak up. Zhang Chun decided not to respond further and just wait until the time and place were confirmed. At this moment, Zhang Chun saw a familiar name appear in the group. Su Chen invites Zhang Wenwen from Honor 4S store to join the group. Who is Zhang Wenwen? Zhang Chun knew her. She was one of the most beautiful girls in the class, and many people had pursued her. Now, she was selling cars, which was a coincidence. The group immediately became lively. Isn't this the beautiful Zhang Wenwen? Welcome, welcome. Someone even joked. Why weren't you so enthusiastic when I came? Now that Wenwen is here, everyone is showing up. After Zhang Chun finished washing up, he directly at Zhang Wenwen. What price range of cars does your 4S store sell? I plan to buy a car. Zhang Chen's remarks stunned many people, especially the boys in the group, who felt that Zhang Chen's way of chatting up girls was too direct. Before Zhang Wenwen could reply, squad leader Su Chen typed first. Rongyao 4S store is the #1 4S store in Nanjing City. They sell imported cars, starting from BBA. The cheapest one costs 3 or 400,000, and the most expensive one is a Lamborghini Hurricane. Zhang Wenwen then responded, well, the most expensive one at the moment is the Hurricane, but the company will introduce a few more luxury cars next month. Zhang Chun replied without hesitation. Okay, give me your phone number. I'll be there before 5 o'clock. As soon as the news came out, the group fell into silence again. Isn't this too pretentious? And this straightforward style is really confusing. Zhang Chun smiled slightly, finding this feeling really interesting. Chapter 7. Zhang fans suddenly sent a message in the group. Are you accompanying your leader to buy a car, or are you going to buy it yourself? There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Zhang Chun replied directly. Buy it yourself. Zhang Wenwen quickly replied. Okay, then you can arrive before 5 o'clock and I will help you arrange it. Squad leader Su Chen popped up next, seemingly unwilling to miss any opportunity to show off. If you're not buying an imported car, you don't need to look for Wenwen. Rongyao 4S stores basically only have imported cars. They don't have domestic cars or cars with slightly lower prices. I have a friend at another 4S store that sells BYD, Toyota, and Honda. Do you want me to recommend one to you? If the teasing from the other people before still had a hint of lightness, then Su Chen's words were full of sarcasm. Zhang Chun didn't care. He had already changed his clothes and typed calmly. I haven't decided what car to buy yet. Let's go and have a look. If you don't buy it, Just take it as a lifelong experience. If you find a suitable one, buy it. After he said this, the group was silent for a few seconds. Obviously, everyone thought he was just being pretentious. So, no one said anything more. Zhang Chun ignored them and continued to scroll down. The last message was from Michelle. He forgot to give her the address in the hustle and bustle yesterday, so he quickly sent her a replacement. After replying to the message, Zhang Chun called Ma Tian. On the other end of the phone, Martin politely responded, "Hello, I'm Martin. How can I help you?" "There are two things," Zhang Chun said simply. "First, someone will deliver some clothes to me later. Please help me receive them." "Okay, I'll register right away," Martin responded. "The second thing is I need to go to the Honor 4S store. Can you help me arrange a car?" Zhang Chun continued. Martin immediately replied, "Sure, wait a moment." 5 minutes later, Zhang Chun came downstairs. Martin came forward and said respectfully, "We have arranged a Mercedes-Benz E-Class to pick you up." Zhang Chun nodded. "Okay, thank you. But no need to pick me up, just take me there." After saying that, Zhang Chun walked towards the Mercedes-Benz E-Class parked at the door. The driver was wearing a neat suit and white gloves. When he saw Zhang Chun coming, he immediately got out of the car and opened the door with a very respectful gesture. Zhang Chun got in, and the driver stretched out his hand to cover the roof of the car, fearing that Zhang Chun would hit his head. When the people around saw this, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. Zhang Chun felt very comfortable sitting in the car. The decoration and seats in the car looked high-end and comfortable. He closed his eyes slightly and enjoyed this short leisure time. At this moment, Zhang Chun couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The ridicule of squad leader Su Chun and Zhang Fan's ridicule were not worth mentioning. Zhang Chun knew that he was no longer on the same level as these people without realizing it. When he arrived at the Honor 4S store, he was ready to let these people see what real strength was. Chapter 8. Half an hour later, Zhang Chun got out of the Mercedes-Benz E-Class, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to Zhang Wenwen, telling her that he had arrived. At this time, Zhang Wenwen was enthusiastically introducing cars to a customer. The middle-aged man had taken a fancy to a BMW worth 1.2 million yuan. If the deal could be concluded, Zhang Wenwen could get a commission of nearly 10,000 yuan, so she was fully focused on it. The vibration of her phone informed her that she had received a message. Zhang Wenwen took a quick glance and realized that Zhang Chun had arrived at the store. She wanted to greet Zhang Chun, but she couldn't spare the time. So Zhang Wenwen quickly turned around and said to the intern next to her, "Xiao Yuan, a classmate of mine is coming to buy a car. You will go and receive him later. If he buys the car, the commission will be counted in your name, but the price will be the lowest price within my authority." Xiao Yuan quickly nodded and replied, "Okay, Sister Wen." After that, she walked into the 4S store, looking for Zhang Chun. Seeing Zhang Chun, Xiao Yuan stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you Sister Wen's classmate?" Zhang Chun nodded. Yes. "Hello, my name is Li Yuan. You can call me Xiao Yuan. I am Sister Wen's assistant. Sister Wen is busy serving other customers now, so it's hard for her to come here. Please forgive me." Zhang Chun smiled and expressed his understanding. "Yes, I understand. It's okay." Xiao Yuan then asked, "What type of car do you want to see? Do you have a budget range?" Zhang Chun thought for a moment and said, "There is no specific budget for now. However, I heard that you have a Lamborghini in your store, right?" Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up and she quickly replied, "Yes. The Lamborghini just arrived at the end of last month. It's beautiful." Xiao Yuan was a newcomer with a simple and kind heart. When she heard Zhang Chun say this, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If it were some experienced salesperson, they would probably suspect that Zhang Chun was just here to take a look and kill time. However, Xiao Yuan said without hesitation, "I'll take you to see it." "Okay, lead the way." Zhang Chun nodded. Xiao Yuan's guidance, Zhang Chun followed her into the depths of the exhibition hall. Along the way, Xiao Yuan introduced several popular models in the store to Zhang Chun from time to time. Her voice was clear, sweet, and full of enthusiasm. Chapter 9. Soon, they came to a Lamborghini Hurricane. The car had smooth lines, and the metallic luster of the car body shone brightly under the lights of the exhibition hall, making it look extremely cool. Zhang Chun saw this Lamborghini Hurricane for the first time. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought it was very good. "This is Lamborghini's new Hurricane," Xiao Yuan introduced. "It has been equipped with all the options, so the total price is 4.5 million. If you are satisfied, I can help you apply for the lowest price, for 0.2 million. Zhang Chun said without hesitation, "Okay, this is it." Xiao Yuan was stunned, with surprise written all over his face. "What? This one? Are you kidding?" Zhang Chun smiled calmly. "I'm quite satisfied this is it. Where do I go to write the contract?" At this time, the customers who were looking at the car all cast surprised eyes. Someone whispered, "It's amazing. He just bought a luxury car worth nearly 5 million yuan like this." Xiao Yuan reacted and hurriedly took Zhang Chun to go through the car purchasing process. At the same time, many people in the class group began to look for Zhang Chun. "Have you bought the car? How much did it cost? 100,000 or 200,000? Send me a picture." Zhang Chun found these messages a little funny. He ignored them and focused on the payment process. Soon, the payment was successful and the Lamborghini Huracan was successfully purchased. At this time, Zhang Wenwen had finally finished her work with her clients. She noticed that many people in the class group were asking her, Wenwen, did Zhang Chun buy a car? What car did he buy? Zhang Wenwen simply replied, you will know in a moment. Some people speculated that Zhang Chun would find an excuse to say he was busy and couldn't come to the party. Others continued to joke. Wenwen, tell us the truth quickly and expose him for his boasting. Zhang Wenwen was also very curious, but she estimated that Zhang Chun would only buy a car worth 3 or 400,000 at most. Just then, there was a buzzing sound of a sports car outside. Zhang Wenwen glanced at the booth and found that the Lamborghini Huracan was gone. Zhang Wenwen was a little surprised and immediately asked her colleague next to her, has the Lamborghini Huracan been sold? My colleague nodded. Yes, we are testing it. Zhang Wenwen was stunned. She knew that sports cars were hard to sell in this place and wondered which rich person had bought it. At this time, Zhang Chun called her and said, the car has been bought. Come out and we'll go together. Zhang Wenwen didn't ask what car she bought but just smiled and said, okay, I'll know when I get out. The super rich system in his mind reminded him that he had enough points to participate in the lottery. Zhang Chun chose to draw. A voice came from his mind. When he learned about the item he won in the lottery, he was stunned. Oh my God, it's a life card. After using it, it can increase your life by 10 years. Zhang Chun was ecstatic. He didn't expect that he could win such a great reward in the lucky draw of the godly rich system. After gaining wealth, he did pay more attention to his health. Chapter 10. Zhang Chun calmed down, and Zhang Wenwen also arrived. She saw Zhang Chun standing next to the Lamborghini Huracan and was stunned for a moment. Oh my God, the person who bought the Lamborghini Huracan. It can't be you? Zhang Chun smiled and said, it's me, don't you know? Xia Yuan quickly explained, Sister Wen, he bought it. I feel a little embarrassed to thank you. After all, he is your old classmate and the commission was originally yours. After Zhang Wenwen confirmed it, she was in a state of shock. Everyone in the group thought Zhang Chun was pretending, but she didn't think so at all. She just thought he might buy a car worth 3 or 400,000. Unexpectedly, he actually bought the store's treasure, a Lamborghini Huracan worth more than 4 million. Surprised, Zhang Wenwen smiled and walked forward to give Zhang Chun a hug. Old classmate, no, I should call you Big Boss. Long time no see. Zhang Chun smiled and shook his head. What big boss? Just call me by my name. He felt that this was a great feeling. Being able to meet his high school classmate, the most beautiful girl in the class, Zhang Wenwen, like this made him feel naturally very happy. Compared to Ma Tian's cool and businesslike appearance, Zhang Wenwen seems more approachable. However, it is undeniable that both of them are beautiful women. Zhang Chun suddenly realized that all the women he had come into contact with recently were very good-looking. Could this be what they called having money means having luck and love? Boss, what you said is right. How dare I call you by your name when you can afford Hurricane? Zhang Wenwen joked. Zhang Wenwen said as she made a cup of tea for Zhang Chun, boss, try it. Zhang Chun smiled and said, don't be like this. We are all classmates. Business is business, and classmates are classmates. You see, I came here to buy a car which is considered to be giving you face, and you can't not give me face. Now we are on your territory, and you can't get away with calling me Big Boss. Zhang Wenwen also laughed. Where did you make your fortune recently? Zhang Chun had already thought of a countermeasure and said calmly, I did some small business in another place. As for what kind of business it was, he naturally would not say more. Smart people would not ask about such things. Zhang Wenwen listened and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, people in the class group kept at Zhang Wenwen. Wenwen, what car did she buy? Zhang Wenwen calmly replied, Lamborghini Huracan. The group immediately exploded. Wenwen, stop joking. Are you afraid that he will be embarrassed? I think Wenwen is teasing Zhang Chun. She is quite good at joking. Stop laughing. Maybe he really bought it. Yang Xiaomei knew that Zhang Chun and Zhang Wenwen had a good relationship, but she couldn't help but say, that car will cost at least 4 million when it lands, don't make a fuss. At this time, Zhang Wenwen suddenly typed a reply. Boss, I bought a car. Can you take me for a ride tonight? I've never ridden in a sports car in my life. The group was immediately filled with teasing laughter. Zhang Chun looked at the message in the group and typed a reply calmly. Okay, see you tonight. Chapter 11. At this time, Wu Guohua, the manager of Honor 4S store, came over with a smile. In order to get closer to Zhang Chun, he specially gave him some high-end car interior accessories. Zhang Chun smiled and asked, Manager Wu, when can the car be driven out? Wu Guohua replied enthusiastically. The car is currently undergoing maintenance and cleaning, and we are also helping you apply for a license plate. You can drive it before 7 o'clock tonight at the earliest. Zhang Chun nodded to show his satisfaction. While waiting, Zhang Chun and Zhang Wenwen chatted. Zhang Wenwen explained some car precautions to him and talked to him about some interesting things in their school days. The two chatted happily, and time passed by unknowingly. At 6:40, the car was finally ready. Zhang Chun arrived at the place where he picked up the car and found that it was already decorated very grandly, with flower baskets and balloons gathered together. After all, this was a luxury car worth nearly 5 million yuan, so the 4S store naturally had to make it more grand to show its grade and face. All employees of the Honor 4S store were present, and Wu Guohua even opened a bottle of champagne. Various salutes sounded one after another, appearing to be in a joyous atmosphere. Zhang Chun stood in front of the Lamborghini Hurricane and took a few photos. As the salute sounded, the 4S store employees shouted in unison, "Congratulations, boss, for getting a Lamborghini." The car handling ceremony ended with cheers and laughter. Zhang Chun finally got into his beloved Lamborghini, and Zhang Wenwen also sat in the passenger seat, ready to attend the class reunion with him. Xiao Yuan waved and said, "Drive slowly, Bai." Her face was full of joy. The commission of this car was counted on her, so she was naturally happy. Although Zhang Wenwen did not receive any commission, she was very satisfied because the sales of this car helped her secure this year's best-selling sports car award. The roar of the Lamborghini's engine rang out, and many people present took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Some posted to their moments, and some recorded videos. As Zhang Chun stepped on the accelerator, the white Lamborghini Hurricane disappeared from everyone's sight like a flash of lightning. People still stopped and looked at the direction where the car disappeared, their eyes full of envy. Zhang Chun was in a very happy mood at this time. Although the seats of the sports car were not as comfortable as those of the commercial vehicle, the high-speed driving and the beast-like roar of the engine brought an indescribable pleasure. What made Zhang Chun feel even happier was that when the car slowed down a little, people on the roadside and in the passenger seats of the vehicles next to him couldn't help but pick up their phones to take pictures. It was already 7 p.m., the evening rush hour. Although the speed had slowed down, the unique shape of the Lamborghini convertible still attracted the attention of countless passersby. Zhang Chun could feel those envious eyes falling on him. He felt a little embarrassed, but more of a sense of secret satisfaction. At 7:20, Zhang Chun had already seen the sign of Luan Hotel. Chapter 12. Soon, Zhang Chun drove the Lamborghini Huracan to the entrance of Luan Hotel. There were already 7 or 8 people gathered outside the hotel, both men and women, all with a smile on their faces. They were none other than his high school classmates. A few people were gathered together discussing what kind of car Zhang Chun would drive. "What kind of car do you think he will drive here later?" A male classmate asked with a smile. "At most he drives a BMW, which he probably borrowed from his boss," another person teased. "Isn't he just a salesman? I have a friend who knows him and says he's just a boaster all the time, but doesn't have any real skills." It's normal actually. In this society, if a class reunion doesn't have some pomp and circumstance, people will always feel looked down upon, someone interrupted. "What you said is wrong," another person said. "Class reunions are for everyone to have fun. Why do we have to pretend? Right? Squad leader Sue?" Hearing this, Su Chen smiled confidently. "Actually, there's no need to make it too fancy when we get together. It's boring to just have fun together and compete with each other." As he spoke, Su Chen deliberately stretched his muscles. The Rolex watch on his hand sparkled under the light, attracting a lot of people's attention. Suddenly, the low hum of a sports car was heard in the distance, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A white shadow flashed by, a white Lamborghini Hurricane parked steadily at the entrance of the hotel. The low roar of the engine, combined with the white paint, showed a sense of nobility and elegance. The angular body and the perfect cutting surface like piano keys were shining under the lights. "Oh my God, a Lamborghini!" someone exclaimed. "Finally, I saw a Lamborghini in Nansha. Mom, this car is so handsome and cool." A child pulled his mother's hand and pointed at the car excitedly. "Wow, this car looks really good. Which model is it?" People nearby also started discussing it. This Lamborghini Huracan attracted everyone's attention. From children aged 4 or 5 to middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, they all stared at the car with envy and desire in their eyes. Su Chen's expression changed. He recognized the model of the car. This is the Lamborghini Huracan. The cheapest one costs more than 4 million. He is very familiar with this kind of top luxury car. At first, Su Chen also thought about buying one, but his family would definitely not agree. Although Su Chen's annual income is more than 8 million, the majority of his income is spent on relationship fees, family expenses, and business turnover, so he can't even dream of having such a luxury car. Compared with this Lamborghini, Su Chen's Porsche Panamera pales in comparison. Just as everyone's eyes were focused on the Lamborghini, the car stopped steadily in front of them. Several doormen from the hotel immediately came up, and the lobby manager also walked out quickly with a warm smile on his face. The next scene will be unforgettable for Su Chen and others for the rest of their lives. Chapter 13. As the door of the Lamborghini was opened, Zhang Chun, who was sitting in the driver's seat, walked out of the car. The classmates gathered at the hotel entrance were stunned for a moment. They were originally skeptical and thought that the owner of the car was definitely not their old classmate Zhang Chun. However, as Zhang Wenwen also got out of the passenger seat, everyone immediately confirmed that this was indeed Zhang Chun. "Isn't this Zhang Wenwen? Oh my God, did Zhang Chun really buy a luxury car?" Someone exclaimed in a low voice. "Could it be that he went to ask Zhang Wenwen for help and then rented the house?" Another person asked suspiciously. Even squad leader Su can't afford such a luxury car, let alone Zhang Chun, who has always been mediocre. Someone added with a sneer. Su Chen also nodded, thinking that this situation was very likely. It's very simple to tell whether it's true or not. "This car looks new. I have a buddy at a 4S store. Just ask him and you'll know." One of the students immediately took out his phone and contacted his friend. Soon, his friend replied, "My friend said that the Hurricane was sold, and he took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments." He clicked on the photo, and everyone came over to look at it, their eyes widened. "Oh my God, this is real." Suddenly, some people showed embarrassed expressions on their faces, while others quickly surrounded him and said with smiles on their faces, "Zhang Chun, long time no see. Now you can drive such a bull cart. So amazing. You are getting more and more handsome. And now you are so rich. I really regret not pursuing you when I was in school. If I had pursued you, maybe I would be a rich lady now." "How much is your car?" someone couldn't help but ask. Zhang Chun smiled faintly. "It's not expensive, about 4 million. Some people who were originally around Su Chun immediately shifted their attention to Zhang Chun, which made Su Chun, who organized this class reunion, look ugly instantly. He originally wanted to show off his status and success through this party, but in the end, Zhang Chun stole all the limelight. More than 30 people entered the restaurant, and exquisite dishes were served one after another, but everyone's topic still revolved around Zhang Chun, and envious eyes were cast on him from time to time. "It seems that you were the best student in our class." A male classmate sighed. "Of course. We can only see people who can afford Lamborghini in novels in this lifetime." Another classmate agreed. "Brother, can I ride in this car for a while?" someone asked excitedly. "What business are you doing recently? You make so much money," another person asked curiously. Zhang Chun smiled and answered casually, "Some small business." "What kind of small business is this?" "Take us with you," someone asked. "IT industry," Zhang Chun said casually. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately felt that he was very impressive and raised their glasses. Come on, let me toast you. We used to like eating instant noodles at school, and now you are doing so well. It's really enviable." Some people praised him, and some female classmates even expressed regretting that they had not caught Zhang Chun properly. Looking at this scene, Zhang Chun secretly found it funny. Halfway through the meal, Su Chun and the others made an excuse to go back, apparently feeling embarrassed to be overshadowed by Zhang Chun. The focus of the entire party revolved around Zhang Chun, which made Su Chun, who considered himself an elite with an income of 8 million a year, feel very uncomfortable. After all, topics like annual income of 8 million or returned overseas with a master's degree seem pale in comparison to Zhang Chun's current situation. After the party, everyone agreed to meet again next time when they were free. Zhang Chun drove a white Lamborghini Hurricane to send Zhang Wenwen home. 20 minutes later, Zhang Chun sent Zhang Wenwen to the gate of the community. "Thank you, Zhang Chun," Zhang Wenwen said with a smile. "You're welcome. Go back and rest early. See you next time." "Okay, bye." Zhang Wenwen waved goodbye. Afterwards, Zhang Chun drove back to the 5-star hotel and parked the Lamborghini at the gate. The beautiful ladies welcoming guests at the hotel in trance all looked at the car. They were not ordinary people. They had sharp eyes and recognized it as a Lamborghini Huracan at a glance. "This car is so cool. And the owner is so handsome too," said a beautiful welcoming lady. "I wish I could have a boyfriend like this. I would be willing to be a love-brained person," added another receptionist beauty. At this time, Martin from the hotel came over from the lobby, her face full of surprise. In the morning, Zhang Chun still took the hotel car, and in the evening he came back in a Lamborghini. She couldn't help but guess in her heart, this guest is really a hidden rich second generation. "Your clothes have arrived. Do you want me to arrange for them to be delivered to your room now?" Martin asked. "Okay." Zhang Chun threw the car keys to the doorman and gave him a 500 yuan tip. "Thank you, sir." The doorman took the tip with a smile on his face. Zhang Chun and Ma Tian walked towards the elevator together. The reception beauties continued to whisper, "Sister Ma is still amazing. Don't you see how pretty Sister Ma is? She's the most beautiful lady in our Binhu hotel." Ma Tian smiled and said, "Did you go out to get the car today?" "Yeah, I just bought a car today." Zhang Chun answered casually. "You are really young and promising." Martin praised sincerely. "Okay, your clothes have been delivered to your room. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time." Zhang Chun nodded and thanked him with a smile. After returning to the room, he lay on the sofa and opened the system interface. He spent 4 million to buy a car today, which consumed 100 points of Xinhao points, and now he has 300 points left. "System, I want to draw a lottery," Zhang Chun said. The system prompt sounded. It is detected that the host has 302 points, which means that he can participate in 3 bronze draws. Do you want to choose the draw? The bronze draw requires 100 points, the silver reward requires 1,000 points, the gold reward requires 10,000 points, and so on. A large roulette wheel appeared in my mind, and all kinds of objects came into view. The wheel stopped spinning, and the system prompted. "Congratulations to the host for winning the bronze reward, body-shaping pills. After taking it, you only need to do some simple fitness exercises, and you will have a perfect golden body in a week." Zhang Chun was very satisfied with the reward and continued to draw the lottery. "Congratulations to the host for drawing the bronze reward, whitening cream. Apply it on your body to make your body and facial skin delicate and white, permanently improving your appearance." On the last draw, the pointer landed on a shiny card. "Congratulations to the host for winning the bronze reward." Chapter 14. Zhang Chun won a 10 million yuan live broadcast consumption card on a certain audio platform through a system lottery. There is still a balance of 10 million yuan on the card. If Zhang Chun uses it up within one day, he can get another 10 million yuan in cash reward. Seeing this reward, Zhang Chun thought it was great. Spending 10 million and getting another 10 million, this is too cool. After using the whitening cream, Zhang Chun felt that his skin had improved and he looked much more handsome. Now that he was rich and handsome, he was a winner in life. Zhang Chun then ate the body-shaping pills and started exercising, simply running back and forth, plus some basic push-ups and frog jumps. An hour later, Zhang Chun compared his physical condition and found that the changes were very obvious. Zhang Chun thought to himself, it would be great if I could grow a little taller, but you think you will definitely win a similar reward in the future. Then, Zhang Chun opened a certain audio live broadcast. In the past, Zhang Chun would occasionally watch it, but he never gave gifts. Even though I am rich now, I am reluctant to give away rewards worth hundreds of thousands or millions. But now it's different. With the 10 million yuan consumption card given by the system, it's no problem to get another 10 million yuan back after spending all the money. It's a waste if you don't spend it. Zhang Chun registered a new account and named it with Xiaoshui. After using the card, 100 million dubi coins, or 10 million yuan, will immediately appear in your account. The system reminded Zhang Chun to spend the amount within 24 hours to get 10 million yuan in cash. Zhang Chun quickly locked onto a target, the female anchor Xiaozhu. Her looks could get a 90-point score, and her popularity was not low either. Zhang Chun directly sent out a carnival, and the live broadcast room was immediately filled with comments. Boss is so generous. 666, why don't you dance for Big Brother? A carnival is worth 3,000 yuan, which is a month's salary for many people. Xiaozhu immediately stood up and bowed to Zhang Chun. Thank you for the carnival, my brother Xiaoshui. Thank you very much. Zhang Chun typed, call me husband. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chun began to send gifts continuously, and 100 carnivals were sent out instantly. The live broadcast room immediately went wild. 100 carnivals? What does that mean? That's 300,000. The piglet was a little dazed and whispered, thanks to my handsome for the 100 carnivals. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately became anxious. Why are you still calling me my handsome? Call me husband. Oh my God, Xiaozhu, are you stupid? Husband, I will be your wife, as long as you don't mind that I am a man. Zhang Chun smiled at the barrage, then directly exited Xiaozhu's live broadcast room and began looking for his next target. As Zhang Chun left, the comments started to explode again. The rich man left. Xiaozhu, you pissed off the big brother. I spent 300,000 and didn't even hear a word of husband. Xiaozhu, you are such a failure. Xiaozhu felt a little regretful after she realized what was happening, but Zhang Chun had already disappeared. It wasn't that she didn't want to call out, but she was a little confused just now, and she was a little reserved in her heart. Now it seemed that she had really missed a rich friend. At this time, Zhang Chun locked onto another live broadcast room, Amit. Zhang Chun was somewhat dissatisfied with Xiaozhu's performance just now. Zhang Chun entered Badama's live broadcast room and saw some comments. Was Xiaoshui, isn't this the big guy who gave 100 carnival rewards just now? Why is he here? Zhang Chun opened the gift panel and started clicking. Soon, 500 carnivals were given out, and the barrage exploded again. 1.5 million is amazing. The super rich man is coming. Badan, hurry up and hug the boss. Badama was completely overwhelmed and thanked directly. Thank you, my Xiaoshui brother. I love you, moi. Zhang Chun typed, call me husband. Simple, direct, and domineering. Ahmed immediately responded in a sweet voice. Husband, my handsome husband, I am your wife. Husband, I love you. She shouted without any hesitation, and the live broadcast room suddenly became boiling. Zhang Chun was in a good mood and continued to click, sending out another 500 carnivals, which added up to 1,000 in total. It's amazing. A new generation of super rich man is born. In the live broadcast room, various comments such as the boss is generous and the local tycoon is super rich filled the screen. At the same time, the audience in Xiaozhu's live broadcast room noticed Zhang Chun's performance in Badan's live broadcast room, and they all exclaimed, just now, was Xiaoshui gave 1,000 carnivals in Badan's live broadcast room. When Xiaozhu saw all this, she was completely stunned. She received a confirmation message from the union administrator and learned that Xiaoshui was indeed a real rich fan, not a union agent. At this moment, Xiaozhu was completely heartbroken. The piglet wished she could go back a few minutes ago, even if it meant calling him husband 100 times, but it was too late. Ahmed was smiling from ear to ear, constantly calling Zhang Chun husband, inviting him to play games, and saying sweet words all the time. Zhang Chun was in a good mood, but after getting tired of listening, he chose to quit. After leaving, Zhang Chun found that the private messages had reached 99+, and many big anchors were following him. Zhang Chun picked out a few female anchors whose looks matched her taste, and gave them all the remaining money. Suddenly, many female anchors shouted in the live broadcast room, husband, husband, I love you. An hour later, Zhang Chun finally completed the task. The system prompts, Congratulations to the host for completing the task within 24 hours and receiving a reward of 10 million yuan. The next second, a text message rang, and Zhang Chun's account had another 10 million yuan. Zhang Chun was extremely excited. After all, the reward was not his own money. The 10 million yuan was a real reward. It was already 3 o'clock in the evening, and the audience in the live broadcast room sighed. Is Brother Shinhao asleep? Good night, Brother Shinhao. Zhang Chun glanced at the private messages. Many anchors sent messages. Is your husband asleep? I took a few photos. Can you help me see if they look good? Husband, I was wrong. Where are you? Do you want me to call you husband in person? Zhang Chun ignored the news, and to them, he seemed aloof. But Zhang Chun knew that as a rich man, you don't need to please anyone. On the contrary, they have to please you. From the time he bought the car at 7 p.m. to now, 9 hours later, Zhang Chun's earnings have reached 1.7 million yuan, and the total is currently 11.7 million yuan. Zhang Chun became a multimillionaire overnight. Then, Zhang Chun went to sleep peacefully, thinking about how to give the money to his parents reasonably. Although it seemed simple, his family would definitely not be happy if he suddenly gave them a large sum of money, so he had to think of a foolproof plan to make his parents feel at ease to accept the money. 8 hours later, at 12 noon, Zhang Chun woke up again and a new day began. Chapter 14. Go buy a house. Mom, just believe me, this is really a bonus. I'm just confused. I'm just making some money out there. Why do you think I've done something bad? Okay, I'll go home this year, don't worry. In the hotel, Zhang Chun hung up the phone and then showed an extremely helpless and depressed expression. Since he had just woken up, Zhang Chun thought for a while and decided to send some money home. It's not much, just 50,000 yuan so that my parents can buy some good food. But what I didn't expect was that after I transferred 50,000 yuan, my parents suddenly became anxious. I wonder if I have done something bad outside. After all, for a person who normally earns 3,000 yuan a month, although Zhang Chun often calls to say that he is living a good life, he has never said that his salary has increased. So suddenly, he gave his family 50,000 yuan. To be honest, Zhang Chun himself felt that his behavior was stupid. In the eyes of parents, if their son, who earns 3,000 yuan a month, suddenly gives them a sum of money, anyone would be extremely nervous. Fortunately, Zhang Chun had never done anything bad since he was a child. In addition, he had just found a good reason and then gave a forced explanation, so his parents finally felt a little relieved. However, Zhang Chun's mother also said that he must go home for the new year this year no matter what. Otherwise, I don't want any money no matter what. Call. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Zhang Chun understood everything clearly. I am an unemployed vagrant now, and if I suddenly become so rich, something bad must be happening. We need to do something serious. Even if we spend money, we need to do some real business. Whether we make money or not, we need to cover it up. The anxiety of his parents served as a reminder to Zhang Chun. If you rely on the system to pay you, you must not tell anyone about it no matter what. And if you have no industry and nothing at all, you will definitely be suspected. Ordinary friends are okay, but I'm afraid of meeting acquaintances in the future. The easiest one is my own parents, and I may not be able to get through this hurdle. But there is no rush for this matter. You can take your time. Zhang Chun has no plans to start a company right now. To be honest, he hasn't even experienced the life of a rich man for a few days, but he's already running off to start a company. Isn't this just like having nothing to do after having a full stomach? Get up. Zhang Chun started simple fitness exercises. 200 push-ups, 200 frog jumps, 200 squats. An hour later, Zhang Chun was sweating profusely, but thanks to the body-shaping pills, Zhang Chun could shape a perfect body with just a few workouts. Including yesterday, in about 6 days, Zhang Chun will have a perfect body. After taking a shower, Zhang Chun picked out a set of clothes with a big logo, and then walked out of the room. Withdraw the amount. It just so happens that the total assets have now reached 13.14 million. This number is pretty good. It looks like I'll have good luck with flowers today. However, Zhang Chun has already decided where to go today. Buy a house. That's right, buying a house. All Chinese people have the idea of returning to their roots. No matter who you are, you must have your own house. Only in this way can your life be complete. Zhang Chun's idea of buying a house is very simple. First, he wants to be safe. What if the system suddenly disappears? The system is gone, but the house is still there. This idea may be a bit wise, but everyone needs a sense of crisis. When he arrived downstairs at the hotel, Zhang Chun saw Ma Tian by chance. At this moment, Ma Tian was wearing a light blue dress. She looked noble and beautiful, with extraordinary temperament, and it seemed that she was instructing her subordinates on their work. Many people in the lobby looked at Ma Tian furtively. After all, she was so beautiful that it was natural for people to look at her more. Good morning, Miss Ma. Zhang Chun saw Ma Tian and greeted her with a smile. Ma Tian was stunned. There was an obvious curiosity in her eyes when she looked at Zhang Chun, but she quickly looked Zhang Chun up and down and couldn't help but be surprised. You are Mr. Zhang? Ma Tian was a little surprised, and her beautiful eyes showed surprise. Because Zhang Chun had some special changes. First of all, Zhang Chun's skin became extremely delicate and white, even better than some women's skin. Moreover, Zhang Chun's facial features had also changed significantly. If the outline had not been there, Ma Tian would never have recognized that this was Zhang Chun. But that's what it comes down to. Zhang Chun is countless times more handsome than before. The previous Zhang Chun gave people the feeling of an ordinary rich second generation. But now Zhang Chun gives people the feeling of a rich second generation aristocrat, and his every move has the feeling of an idol drama. In fact, the root cause is, became a lot more handsome. No, not a lot, it's a huge improvement. Don't you recognize me? Zhang Chun smiled. In fact, he also understood that he looked like a super handsome guy now. If he could train himself into a perfect body in a few days, that would be a real explosion. What skincare products did you use? Or did you always wear makeup before, Mr. Zhang? Ma Tian was completely shocked. Secret, Zhang Chun smiled, then said, I'm planning to buy a house today. Are you free? Come with me to take a look. After saying this, Ma Tian smiled without hesitation and said, okay. Oh, don't want to take leave? Zhang Chun took a few steps forward, and Ma Tian directly hooked Zhang Chun's arm and said elegantly, I'm the manager, I can ask for leave directly. Okay. Zhang Chun smiled. He really enjoyed this feeling and asked the doorman to drive the car over. Chapter 15. On the trending search. Have you eaten yet? Inside the Lamborghini Hurricane, Ma Tian asked Zhang Chun. The interior space of the sports car is relatively small, and the air conditioner has just been turned on, so the air has not yet circulated. A fragrance fills the entire car. I haven't eaten yet. Zhang Chun was used to getting up without eating. This would definitely cause him some stomach problems, but this was how he worked in the past. He often didn't have enough time to eat the next meal, so he developed this very bad habit. If you don't eat after getting up, it's bad for your stomach. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Ma Tian asked with concern. Oh, you buy everything you want to eat? Zhang Chun smiled. Be normal, don't tell me if I can't buy it. Ma Tian answered subconsciously. Oh, what if I want to eat you? Zhang Chun chuckled. After hearing this, Ma Tian was stunned for a moment. Then she couldn't help but smile. She looked at Zhang Chun and said, then where do you want to start eating? Pack fish. Zhang Chun smiled. Ma Tian was a little confused this time and didn't understand it at first, but after a while, she almost understood it. You are so bad. Ma Tian is a little bit delicate, but she is not a little girl after all, so it is impossible for her to appear too special. By the way, Mr. Zhang, which property do you want to buy a house in? Ma Tian asked. But this question suddenly touched upon Zhang Chun's blind spot in knowledge. Zhang Chun was driving the Hurricane and didn't know what to say. Mr. Zhang wouldn't even choose that property and say he wants to buy a house, right? Ma Tian asked. Yeah. Although I don't want to admit it, it's the fact. This time Ma Tian was also a little confused. I've seen some awesome people, but I've never seen anyone as awesome as Zhang Chun. He doesn't even know where to buy a house. A spur-of-the-moment decision? It's really hard to guess what rich people are thinking. Do you have any friends who work in sales? Or do you have any good real estate recommendations? Zhang Chun asked. There should be. Can I contact them and see? Mr. Zhang, are you going to have something to eat? Ma Tian said this. Okay, but don't call me Mr. Zhang. What should I call you? Calling him Mr. Zhang all the time to seem a bit too unfamiliar. What's his name? Brother Zhang? Ma Tian asked. It doesn't sound good. Zhang Chun looked at Ma Tian with a smile. Now Ma Tian knew what it meant and smiled slightly. That's called dear. This is good. Zhang Chun was very satisfied. He then stepped on the accelerator and went to Wang Fujing to eat something. There were many places to eat there. Boom! The white Hurricane has become a beautiful landscape. Zhang Chun's speed was not very fast, but it was definitely not slow either. Half an hour later, we arrived at the parking lot on the first floor of Wang Fujing, which is an open-air parking lot. A white Lamborghini parked in an open-air parking lot instantly attracted many eyes. In particular, when Ma Tian walked out of the Lamborghini, more eyes were cast on her. Fuck, a luxury car with a beautiful woman. This woman is so beautiful. If I had a girlfriend like her, I would shorten my life by 10 years. 10 years? I'm willing to lose 20 years of my life. I'm young, maybe 25 years. Lamborghini, the new Hurricane, looks damn cool. A man's dream, a supercar, a famous watch, and a beautiful woman as a mount. I guess the owner of the car is a fat guy. Maybe not for a fat man wouldn't buy a car like this, but it would be for an ugly man. People around were talking about it. After Zhang Chun turned off the engine, he opened the car door and got out. Because of the body-shaping pills, Zhang Chun's height has increased a lot. He was 1.75 meters before, but now he is at least 1.78 meters. If he continues like this, he will probably have no problem reaching 1.85 meters. As soon as he got off the car, his handsome facial features and skin as smooth as snow gave him a real oriental handsomeness. As soon as Zhang Chun got out of the car, many onlookers were completely jealous. Fuck, he's so handsome. So handsome. Hi Lou, even if he doesn't have a Lamborghini, I'm willing to marry him. Marry him? Are you dreaming? Even if he plays with me, I'll be happy. Wow, do you have to be so exaggerated? It's obvious that he's a rich second generation who relies on his parents. A boy said indignantly, relying on your parents is awesome. Can you rely on your parents? That's right, he's so handsome, It doesn't matter whether he relies on his parents or not. Soon a group of girls fought back, which was really embarrassing. After getting off the car, Zhang Chun glanced at the onlookers and then walked towards Wang Fujing with great confidence. At the same time, Ma Tian also took the initiative to hook Zhang Chun's arm. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful, making others envious. Walking into Wang Fujing, Zhang Chun wanted to eat something spicy, so he went to a Sichuan restaurant, while Ma Tian contacted the friend who was selling the house. In the Sichuan restaurant, Zhang Chun ordered 4 dishes at random and then waited quietly. My friend asked you, what type of house do you want to buy? Ma Tian asked Zhang Chun. Big. Zhang Chun said this word subconsciously. Then Zhang Chun continued to add, it has to be high-end and luxurious. Zhang Chun currently has more than 10 million yuan on hand, and his goal is to buy a big house. It is impossible for him to have 10 million yuan and buy a cheap house, right? Okay. Ma Tian covered her mouth with her hands and smiled. At the same time, Zhang Chun had good hearing. There was not much business in the restaurant, and several waiters were chatting about something. Yesterday, a wealthy man in Dosha gave tens of millions of dollars in rewards. Now all the major headlines are reporting this incident. Is this true? Tens of millions in rewards? There are people like this? Is this hype? What a hype! This rich man rewards everyone he sees. He randomly clicks on a streamer and gives him 200,000 yuan. If he finds someone he likes, he'll give 1,000,000 yuan at the very least. It's said that he spent 300 to 500 million yuan yesterday. It's not 50 million, I heard it's 30 million. 30 million is also terrifying, yes. Zhang Chun felt secretly happy about what the waiters were talking about. But at this moment, Ma Tian also noticed the waiters and couldn't help but say, I really want to see who those people who gave tens of millions of tips are. Ma Tian said with a smile. Zhang Chun couldn't help but ask, you also know about this? I know. This matter has become a hot topic. Don't you know? Huh? It's trending on the search. Zhang Chun really didn't know. Star. Chapter 16. Buy a watch before buying a house. Zhang Chun really didn't know that he had become a trending topic. I opened Weibo and found myself on the hot search list, with the title Shark Fighting reveals super rich man, rewards tens of millions in 3 hours. It was ranked 2nd in popularity and is now ranked 7th, with tens of millions of participants. Click in to see, you will see a group of people arguing. Some think it is an official hype, while others believe it is true and post a lot of evidence. Even at the end, the authorities came out to announce that the incident was not hype, but many people still did not believe it. Zhang Chun just took a look and smiled softly. I guess this person is an extremely handsome guy. Zhang Chun smiled and praised himself without sparing any words. That's not necessarily true. He's so handsome. Do he really need to give gifts to the anchor? Ma Tian said with a smile. But after hearing this, Zhang Chun disagreed. That's different. Think about it. How did the rich play in ancient times? Those princes and nobles would go to the theater, watch the famous actresses, and if they liked someone, they would directly reward her with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of taels of silver. Isn't that the same as our modern live broadcasts? Zhang Chun explained. That makes sense. Ma Tian nodded, thinking that it made some sense. Zhang Chun then continued. It actually depends on your mentality. There are different levels of live streaming. Ordinary people just join in the fun. After the show, they pay a fee and then go to the overpass to watch the fun. People with a little money want to spend money to find different results. But what do the truly wealthy people spend money for? It's for face. What do you want in life? It's for face. We are ordinary people. We don't have any great ideals. Everything is just face, luxury cars, luxury houses, and perfect mounts. As Zhang Chun was talking, he accidentally started to get excited. Mount? What mount? This time, Ma Tian really didn't know what a mount meant. This kind of vocabulary usually does not appear in her life. Zhang Chun laughed awkwardly and did not answer. How to explain this kind of thing? Ma Tian is also considered a social elite and is definitely not a prostitute. In other words, she is a senior business person. If Zhang Chun says something too vulgar, wouldn't he be lowering his own status? You're wrong. It's a famous watch. Zhang Chun randomly changed the subject. Ma Tian nodded slightly, but was still thinking about what was going on with the mount. But soon, she couldn't help but look at Zhang Chun's wrist with a look of surprise. Mr. Zhang, you don't seem to have the habit of wearing a watch. Wear a watch? After saying this, Zhang Chun actually began to realize what he was lacking. Luxury brand clothes are available. There are also super luxury sports cars. I'm going to buy a house soon. Now I'm really short of a watch. Is there a counter in Wang Fujing? Zhang Chun asked. Yes, there are 3 counters, one for Omega, one for IWC, and one for Mingbiatang, the most upscale place with many brands of watches. Ma Tian said this. Omega and IWC, Zhang Chun had heard of these 2 brands, but they were not very famous. Do you have a Rolex? Zhang Chun asked. It can be said that all Chinese people know Rolex when it comes to watches. They learned it from Hong Kong movies. Although Zhang Chun doesn't know how expensive Rolex is, he knows that Rolex is definitely not cheap. Boss Zhang Chun has a Rolex gold yacht worth 188,000. Some. Ma Tian nodded. Zhang Chun nodded and said, okay, let's go buy a watch after dinner. Okay, then I'll talk to my friend. Ma Tian is very careful in her work. This kind of person is born to be a secretary. She is pretty, does things properly, and more importantly, she has a social bearing and is very mature in her thinking. She is not like those little girls who always throw tantrums and are unhappy about this or that. Making trouble. What Zhang Chun hates the most is that kind of woman who is acting like a demon. It's disgusting to look at her. She is self-centered all day long. She is obviously enjoying the best love, but she still cries on the internet about how bad she is. Zhang Chun will never touch this kind of woman. In other words, Zhang Chun will definitely slap anyone who dares to mess with him. For no other reason. Men are the sky. Soon the food was served. Sichuan cuisine smelled delicious. Zhang Chun was also a little hungry, so he didn't hesitate to start eating. Ma Tian took the boiled water and poured a glass for Zhang Chun. She didn't say anything like eat slowly or anything like that. She was simple and took care of everything in detail. This kind of woman is very smart, and at the same time, she is what countless successful men want. Zhang Chun saw it and was naturally very happy in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. The meal took more than half an hour. After eating and drinking, Zhang Chun wiped his mouth, touched his pocket, and found that he didn't bring any cigarettes. This made him feel a little embarrassed. However, Ma Tian directly took out a pack of Huaxiahan cigarettes from her LV bag and handed one to Zhang Chun. You smoke too? Zhang Chun was a little curious. However, Ma Tian took out a pure white ZIPP lighter and lit it for Zhang Chun first, then smiled and said, I don't smoke, but I always keep a pack in my bag. This is understandable. Zhang Chun took a deep breath of Huaxiahan. He knew this cigarette. It was not cheap, more than 100 yuan a pack. It was classy and there was no black mark. After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Chun stood up to pay the bill. For dishes cost more than 300 yuan. After Zhang Chun paid the bill, he asked Ma Tian to lead the way to Mingbiatang. After Zhang Chun left, the group of waiters started talking again. What a perfect match. This guy is so handsome. What a handsome man. Handsome? Do you know what kind of car that boss drives? What car? You can tell from the car keys that it's a Lamborghini with a bull icon on it. If nothing unexpected happens, I just heard someone say that there's a white Lamborghini Hurricane parked outside. It's probably his. Chow, rich second generation. No, he's a super rich second generation. Tall and handsome. And he's rich. I'm so jealous. The group of waiters were talking about it. At the same time, Zhang Chun also came to the famous watch hall. Star. Chapter 17. The treasure of the store? Mingbiatang is not a specialty store, but it has a lot of luxury watches. However, the prices are higher than those in specialty stores. In other words, Mingbiatang is actually a middleman with a background. They will charge a little more, but the products are all genuine. Before entering the famous watch hall, Ma Tian gave Zhang Chun some basic knowledge. Zhang Chun nodded, indicating that he understood. As soon as he walked into the famous watch hall, a big girl came over and immediately greeted Zhang Chun. There were people at every counter in the store, and there were 4 or 5 girls greeting customers standing at the door. All of these girls were good-looking, but the best-looking one was the big-bodied girl, who had a great figure and made people like her at first sight. His appearance could score 80 points, but his figure deserves an extra 5 points. For a watch seller, this appearance is good enough. Sir, my name is Mary. May I ask what kind of watch you are here to see? The other party's tone was very soft, which sounded very comfortable, while the other reception girls could only watch the customers being snatched away. Famous watches from around the world. Ma Tian smiled and answered for Zhang Chun. Okay, sir, ma'am, follow me. Mary immediately took Zhang Chun and Ma Tian inside. In the glass cabinet, there were many famous watches, including mechanical watches, sports watches, and electronic watches. However, the cheapest ones were electronic watches, an LV electronic watch which cost more than 30,000 yuan. Zhang Chun just glanced at it. It is impossible for a successful man to wear a digital watch. Hello, sir, this is our number 3 watch display cabinet, which contains the world's top 10 famous watches, including Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, Blancpain, Audemars Piguet, Piaget Cartier, etc. Mary introduced to Zhang Chun. Soon, a number of famous watches appeared in front of Zhang Chun. He looked at them carefully, first looking at the styles. Soon, Zhang Chun's target was locked on 3 watches. One is Vacheron Constantin, one is Rolex, and the other is Patek Philippe. The prices of these 3 models are 220,000 renminbi, 190,000 renminbi, and 210,000 renminbi respectively. It can be said that the average price of display cabinet number 3 is around 200,000. Zhang Chun is attracted by the style, but not the price. It's only 200,000 or 300,000, which is a bit unworthy of one's status. Do you have one you like? Zhang Chun glanced at Ma Tian, whose eyes were fixed on a purple watch. Zhang Chun couldn't help but ask with a smile. No. Ma Tian shook her head. However, Zhang Chun did not say anything, but clicked on the one that Ma Tian had just chosen. Sir, you have a good eye. This is a watch from Cartier's popular Blue Balloon series. It is not only collectible, but also very beautiful in appearance. It is a watch sought after by countless celebrities, and Cartier symbolizes nobility. Mary took out the watch and told Zhang Chun what brand it was, and at the same time kindly helped Ma Tian try it on. Seeing this scene, Ma Tian did not refuse, but gave it a try directly. It's very good and suits Ma Tian's wrist very well. And Ma Tian looks much better wearing this watch. It's covered. Zhang Chun spoke in an extremely calm manner, uttering 2 words. This time Mary was stunned. Not only Mary, but Ma Tian was also stunned. Because the official website price of this watch is 2,000, but the price here is as high as 280,000. A watch worth 280,000 yuan. Can you just give it to me? Ma Tian's job is a senior business manager. To put it bluntly, her job is to accompany high-level clients for meals and the like. But what is guaranteed is that Ma Tian is definitely not the type of person who sells herself. On the contrary, she cherishes herself very much. The reason why she was so eager towards Zhang Chun was because Zhang Chun was young, rich. His appearance could be rated 80 points before, but now it could be rated 99 points, so Ma Tian would be a little more proactive towards Zhang Chun. As a senior business person, Ma Tian's monthly income is about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Although some people have given her brand name bags or luxury clothes, no one has ever given her such expensive things. It's almost 300,000. No, it's too expensive. Ma Tian refused directly. She was not playing hard to get, but she really felt that she could not accept such a good thing. I can't take back what I said. Zhang Chun was very calm and just said this. Now Mary, who was selling watches, also spoke up quickly. That's right, ma'am. Your husband loves you so much. How can you let him down? Wait a moment. I'll pack it for you. Mary quickly asked someone to package the package. She knew very well that buying luxury goods meant either one was extremely wealthy or one was just impulsive. But no matter what it was, it had to be done quickly. Once the card was swiped, there was no way to regret it. Many times, someone clearly wanted to buy something, but because he thought about it for a short while, the deal was not done. Mary was not so stupid as to pack the things quickly, then took out her PlayStation machine and swiped her card directly. At the same time, Zhang Chun glanced at a sign on the table that said no smoking and couldn't help but ask, smoking is not allowed here, right? As soon as she said this, Mary immediately took back the sign and said, for a distinguished guest like you, you can smoke. Well, this is a feeling of money power. Zhang Chun was very satisfied with this answer. He was very casual and just threw out his card. At the same time, he moved his index finger and middle finger. Ma Tian immediately realized what to do and took out a cigarette from her bag. Ma Tian was very considerate. She handed the cigarette directly to Zhang Chun's mouth and then lit it. This is very impressive. Zhang Chun is handsome, and he tries to show off his coolness with every move. When some girls at the counter saw him, they were infatuated with him. This is handsome. If this is ugly, then it would be a monster. After the card was swiped and the money was paid, Mary's attitude became even more sincere, and her face was full of smiles that were definitely from the heart. You said earlier that this is display case number 3. What are the prices for number 1 and 2? I don't want to waste time. Zhang Chun opened his mouth and asked directly. Mary smiled even more brightly when she heard this. The second display case contains almost all famous watches worth 4 or 500,000, and the first display case has 5 watches in total, all priced around 1 million. We actually have a treasure that is our most valuable asset. I wonder if you are interested, sir? The store's treasure? Zhang Chun became interested and nodded. Mary said, please wait a moment, sir. I will contact the manager immediately. After saying this, Mary left. Chapter 18. A watch worth 1.6 million. The treasure of the store, this kind of thing is no longer something Mary has the right to take out for viewing. You must ask the manager, that is the store manager. Soon a middle-aged man came over. He was wearing a suit and looked meticulous. He was also wearing white gloves. He was very stylish and professional at first glance. Hello, sir. Madam. When they came in front of Zhang Chun, the latter said respectfully with a smile on his face. Hello. Zhang Chun was also very polite, and the latter said, do you two want to see the treasure of my store? Yeah. Zhang Chun nodded, and the store manager motioned for Zhang Chun to follow him. Soon they walked into a room inside, and the manager took out a very exquisite box from the safe, which had the Rolex Crown logo on it. Then he asked Mary to put some sponge on the cabinet, because he was worried that the watch might be hit when he took it or put it down accidentally. You know, this kind of watch, even the slightest scratch would be a big deal. He placed the box on the glass cabinet with a full sense of ceremony, and then the other party smiled and said, Sir, the treasure of our Mingbietang is this Rolex Rainbow Daytona, Ref 116595. The store manager opened the box, and suddenly, a rainbow mechanical watch appeared in Zhang Chun's eyes. First of all, the watch strap is made of gold, and the most precious part is the dial, which is inlaid with 1-carat colored diamonds all around, in squares that form a rainbow-like color. And there are 8 2-carat diamonds inside the dial, which looks extremely beautiful. Zhang Chun fell in love with this watch at first sight. How much is this watch? Zhang Chun's eyes were full of passion. Very good, really very good. Mr. Zhang, this watch is the Rainbow Daytona that is currently popular all over the world. British superstar Bieber and Jay Cho all own one of these watches. It can be said that this watch is loved by countless upper-class people. The price is 1.65 million. I can give you a discount of 50,000, sir, so it will be 1.6 million. The store manager told the origin of the watch in detail. Not only Zhang Chun, in fact Ma Tian was also staring at the watch because it was so beautiful. Okay, swipe the card. Zhang Chun didn't waste any words and directly threw the card over, then stared at the watch and looked at it carefully. Ah! This time the store manager was also confused. Swipe card? Do you have to be so awesome? It's not like no one had seen this watch before, but they all gave up because of the horrible price. In fact, the official selling price of this watch is 1 million, but it's hard to get one because it's a limited edition, so it was sold for around 145. Ming Bietang has had this watch for nearly half a year. When it was acquired, it cost 1.35 million. It was sold for 1.6 million, making a profit of 250,000. Because don't expect to make too much money from this kind of watch. It is mainly used as a treasure of the store to show off. Of course, if someone is willing to buy it, it will definitely be sold first. After all, in business, cash is king. To put it bluntly, you have a Lamborghini worth 7 million, but you are a businessman. Suddenly, your capital chain is broken and you urgently need 3 million. What should you do? Selling cars. The $7 million bull can be sold for around 400 bucks if it is sold, but it will take time. They asked for money on the same day, at most 3 million, and there was no guarantee that it could be sold. This is the biggest difference between cash flow and asset flow. Asset flow, when you have money, these assets are fixed assets. When you have no money, these assets will shrink greatly. In other words, if you have 100 million in cash on hand, those so-called bosses who are worth tens of billions or hundreds of billions will come to make friends with you in person. They may not try to please you, but they will definitely be nice to you. Why is that? It's all about cash. This watch is worth 1.6 million, and it will only be worth 1.6 million if someone buys it. If the boss suddenly goes bankrupt and urgently needs money, it will be considered a good thing if it can be sold for 1.2 million on the same day. So it is best to sell it as soon as possible, unless the boss really has no shortage of money. Okay, sir, I'll pack it for you now. He was very excited. The profit of this watch was 250,000 yuan. As the store manager, he could get a commission of nearly 20,000 yuan. Although 20,000 yuan was not an exaggeration, who wouldn't be proud to sell a watch like this? Mary was so excited that she wanted to cry. According to the commission, she will earn at least 50,000 a day, and there will be a year-end bonus, which means a total profit of 60,000 to 70,000. How can she not smile? This is because there is a woman beside Zhang Chun. If there was no woman, Mary would have wanted to pull Zhang Chun to the lounge and show off her special skills while waiting. Swipe the card and pay the bill. Ding, spend 1.6 million and get 160 points. 160 points of the rich, very good. Including the 28 points he had just obtained, Zhang Chun currently had 200 points on hand, which was very good and quite nice. The watch did not need to be packaged. Zhang Chun put on the watch directly, and the store manager solemnly handed Zhang Chun various appraisal certificates and invoices. Ma Tian helped Zhang Chun carry these things. Thank you, boss, for supporting our store. At this moment, everyone in the store bowed to Zhang Chun. This was quite a nice gesture. Zhang Chun put on the famous watch and felt it. It was a bit heavy, but very good. He raised his hand and looked at the watch. Kindness. The posture of a successful man is very good and refreshing. Let's go. Zhang Chun walked out of the Mingdiao Hall, and everyone in the Mingdiao Hall said in unison, Farewell, Mr. Zhang. I wish Mr. Zhang a happy life. Everyone shouted in unison. This is the highest scale. Just then, a group of couples walked into the watch hall. The boy was holding a Porsche key in his hand. He looked good and young, but the girl was wearing too much makeup, which was a bit disgusting. Fuck. Rainbow Donato. The two passed each other, and the latter saw the rainbow Donato in Zhang Chun's hand at a glance, and immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. What is Dynatone? The girl next to him, who was covered in thick powder, couldn't help but ask curiously. This world-famous watch, which is worth more than 1 million yuan, is the treasure of this store. The man said this. Is it real? A watch worth over $1 million? Could it be a fake? She was a little unconvinced. The man also had some doubts, so he walked into the famous watch hall, looked at the store manager, and asked directly, Old Yang, is the watch on the man's wrist a rainbow Donato? He knew the store manager and asked directly, Yes, Mr. Wu, do you know that man? He is such a rich man. The treasure of the store was just sold by him. The store manager said this, and at the same time edited the content of the WeChat moments and clicked send directly. Chapter 19. A house worth 10 million yuan. The treasure of our store, the Rainbow Donato, has been officially sold for 1.6 million. It was bought by a super handsome guy. From now on, if you see a very handsome boy wearing this watch on the street, there is no doubt that he is a super rich second generation. This is the content edited by the store manager. After it was published, more than a dozen comments came in instantly, including from friends and colleagues. Congratulations. Fuck, you sold this watch. Super rich, really super rich. A watch worth 1.6 million yuan, a high-end Porsche Panamera. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and the poor play with computers. I really have so much money, but nowhere to spend it. 1,600,000 is enough to buy a house. Rich people. Which rich second generation? Who bought it? Oh, I've always wanted this, but my family doesn't agree. Who bought this? Do I know him? The store manager of Mingbietang felt very happy when he saw many rich second-generation customers responded to him. Although the watches were not bought by him, it did not stop him from showing off. At the same time, when we walked out of Wang Fujing, it was almost 4:30. Fortunately, it was summer and it got dark later. It would not be completely dark until at least 7 o'clock. The sun was not very strong now, so Zhang Chun got into the car and opened the convertible top. The opening of the hardtop convertible looked like that of a transformer, very mechanical. There were quite a lot of people here, and a few children saw this and screamed, "Transformers! Transformers, Dad, come and see, it's Transformers!" Not only a few children, many people's eyes were cast here. Ma Tian was sitting very elegantly in the passenger seat with a smile on her face, but she seemed very calm. Boom! 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 The sound of a supercar engine rang out, like the roar of a wild beast, and it sped away. Dear, Jinyang Baitse has already navigated. Ma Tian smiled, and Zhang Chun followed the navigation and sped all the way. My friend said that Jinyang Bakui is one of the top buildings in our Nanjing city. The apartment types are about 300 to 400 square meters. This is the real estate area. The actual area is about 700 square meters. Each floor has its own swimming pool. It is a luxurious large flat. Luxurious large flat? Zhang Chun said directly. I don't consider flats. If I want to buy a house, I will buy a villa. This was Zhang Chun's simplest idea, and Ma Tian nodded and said, my friend is a gold medal salesperson. She mainly promotes this product. We will be there at 5 o'clock. You can take a look first. Yeah, Zhang Chun nodded. Buying a house is something that must be taken seriously and not done casually. Buying a car or a watch can be done casually, but buying a house cannot be done casually, at least not now. After all, you need a place to live, so there's no problem in looking at a few more. 4:55. Zhang Chun came to Jinyang Baitsue Center, which is along the Riverside Avenue. In other words, all the houses here have river views. There was a security guard on each side at the entrance of the sales center. When they saw Zhang Chun's Lamborghini, they stood up straight and saluted Zhang Chun meticulously and in a very impressive manner. The parking lot is an open-air parking lot. After Zhang Chun parked his car, several men in security uniforms came over immediately, holding large black umbrellas in their hands. They also took the initiative to help Zhang Chun open and close the door. The service was very good. After getting out of the car, the other party bent down and pointed to the front and said, Sir, are you here to see the house? Yes. Zhang Chun nodded, and the latter immediately took the microphone hanging on his collar and said, front desk, a distinguished guest has arrived. Front desk, a distinguished guest has arrived. Obviously, Zhang Chun's car was so impressive that the security guard at the door had to pay attention. If other guests came to see the house, they would be treated the same way, but not as grandly as Zhang Chun's. Following the security guard forward, several female salespeople soon came over. They were wearing blue and black business suits and had bright smiles on their faces. They walked towards Zhang Chun. Good afternoon, sir, ma'am. Please come in. The other person took the umbrella and continued to shade Zhang Chun from the sun. At the same time, another girl also took an umbrella to shade Ma Tian from the sun. We quickly walked into the sales center. The huge sales center looked very clean, and the floor was all marble. It didn't look secretive, but on the contrary, because it was spacious, the view was particularly good and the seats were scattered, making it particularly unique. Very high-end. Just then, a woman in a black business suit came over. She was wearing glasses and looked very elegant. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Ma Tian and has a very professional demeanor. This is my friend, Li Wanqing. Isn't she pretty? Ma Tian raised her eyebrows, looked at Zhang Chun, and said proudly, she's quite pretty, about the same size as you. Zhang Chun chuckled. Indeed, Li Wanqing was quite pretty, and she looked very intellectual. Ma Tian stood up and hugged her friend, pointing at Zhang Chun and saying, this is Mr. Zhang. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Li Wanqing stretched out her hand and shook hands with Zhang Chun. Then he took out a brochure and said, Mr. Zhang, Jinyang Baitse is one of the most expensive properties in our city. It is a super luxurious large flat and is also an extremely famous Jinyang property. It is a top-notch property in terms of security and other aspects. Li Wanqing said this, and at the same time took out her name tag and handed it to the property consultant here. I'm from Huayu Company, and this is our client. As soon as these words were spoken, the latter nodded immediately and asked someone to bring drinks. Huayu Company is an agency, but it is just a very famous one. It helps other real estate projects sell houses and does all kinds of business related to houses. How much does a house cost? Zhang Chun asked. Currently, Jinyang Baitsue has 3 apartment types, one with an area of 195, one with 242, and one with an area of 298. These are the real estate areas. The actual areas are 550, 680, and 790, respectively. The average price of Jinyang Baitsue is around 35,000 yuan, so the prices are 7 million, 8.5 million, and 10.5 million respectively. After Li Qingwan told Zhang Chun the price, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Nanjing City is just a second-tier city. Although it is a provincial capital, the housing price is 35,000, which is a bit exaggerated. Because the average price in southern cities is just over 10,000, 37,000. How terrifying is that? You have to know that this is the house price, and the decoration money is not included. Jinyang Baizue is almost the largest real estate project in Nanjing City, and some celebrities from Nanjing City have also bought houses here. Currently, there are only 9 houses left for sale. Li Wanqing said this. This made Zhang Chun even more surprised. There are only 9 such expensive houses left? Mr. Zhang, how about we go to the model house first? Li Wanqing said this. Okay, let's go check it out, but I'm going to the bathroom first. Zhang Chun stood up and went straight to the toilet. As soon as Zhang Chun left, Li Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Ma Tian and said, "Oh my god, a rainbow Donato, a watch worth over $1 million. Who is this person? How can he be so rich? Wow, the watch on your hand is not the Cartier blue balloon that I want the most. This watch must be worth at least over $200,000. Li Wanqing's voice was not too soft, and the receptionists who were serving nearby were all surprised when they heard this. I wasn't surprised by Ma Tian's watch, but I was shocked by Zhang Chun's watch, which cost more than $1 million. So young, so handsome, and so rich. He is really a super rich son-in-law. Star. Chapter 20. Super luxurious large flat. He gave it to me? Luxury goods are not afraid of people who know the value of their goods, but they are afraid of people who don't. Ma Tian deliberately showed off her wrist, and the Cartier blue balloon looked particularly beautiful. Did he give it to you? Wow. Tian, you're not going to do that, are you? Li Wanqing had an inexplicable smile in her eyes. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Ma Tian said with a chuckle. I can tell you're not that kind of person for others, but I can't guarantee that for this handsome guy. Li Wanqing answered directly because she knew Ma Tian's character. She might look charming, but in fact, she was very conservative and would never do that kind of thing for a little money. Of course, Li Wanqing also knew that Ma Tian had been waiting for a real rich son-in-law, and if she met the right one, she would definitely take action. Okay, stop talking nonsense and serve Mr. Zhang well. Ma Tian smiled. Oh, how do you serve me? I don't know how. Do you want me to serve you now or in the evening? Li Wanqing was not serious, but at this moment, Zhang Chun's voice slowly sounded behind her. There are too many people here now, let's go in the evening. When Zhang Chun's voice sounded, Li Wanqing was stunned for a moment. She was just joking with Ma Tian, but she never expected that Zhang Chun was behind her. This was a bit embarrassing. Ahem, Mr. Zhang, I was joking with Ma Tian. Li Wanqing immediately started to explain, her face full of embarrassment. Haha, I was just kidding. Let's go and look at the house. Zhang Chun smiled, and then went to see the model house. The so-called model house is a house that has been renovated by the sales office so that everyone can have a more intuitive understanding of how good the house is. Without a model house, even if you're given a large area and a good scale, you still won't be able to understand it. It's all made of cement. How can you see a single feather? The model house was in another place, and Zhang Chun followed it. 5 minutes later, we arrived at the model house. It is indeed very grand, with European-style decoration, floor-to-ceiling windows, and a huge space. There are 6 rooms, each of which is very large, and the balcony is also huge. There is a swimming pool, and it looks particularly luxurious and grand. Zhang Chun looked at it carefully, and to be honest, this house was indeed nice. Boss Zhang, let me ask you first, how many people will live in the house you bought? Li Wanqing asked very formally. Me and my parents. Zhang Chun thought about it. In fact, he felt that even if he bought a house, his parents would not come over for the time being. After all, they were all neighbors in the countryside, and there was no big problem. They definitely did not want to live in the city. The older generation is all like this. There's nothing we can do about it. Oh, then sir, this house is especially suitable for you. First of all, it is a super luxurious large flat. The reason why I didn't recommend a villa to you is that due to government policy issues, villas are now very scarce. Even if there are villas, they are all in the suburbs. It is almost impossible to find a villa in the city center. More importantly, a villa needs popularity to attract people. At the very least, it should be a couple, parents, and 1 or 2 children. It is very inconvenient for 1 or 2 people to live in a villa. Many of my clients have bought villas, and now they all regret it. That's why Jinyang Company launched this super luxurious large flat. What Li Wanqing said was very true. Zhang Chun also nodded. He agreed with what he said. The reason is correct. Living alone in a villa, with nothing to do after eating, it's okay during the day because the sun is shining brightly. But at night in the suburbs, it's dark and gloomy around. If you're watching TV downstairs and suddenly there's a noise from upstairs, would you be panicked? It would be fine if there were people. A family of 5 or 6 could live here, or even the whole family could live together. It would be very lively. There is no problem with the large flat. First of all, it is in the city center, and secondly, it is a large flat. It could be regarded as a super luxurious presidential suite in a 7-star hotel. Zhang Chun nodded, and then observed carefully. It is indeed very spacious. As soon as you walk in, you will see that the living room is huge, with a bar counter similar to that of a bar, a dining table, and a sofa. The area of the living room alone is at least around 100 square meters. What is the concept of 100 square meters? A normal house is only 100 square meters, and even many residential buildings are only 50 to 60 square meters. This living room is almost 100 square meters. Then Zhang Chun looked at the rooms one by one. They were indeed decorated in a grand style. There were too many rooms, such as a cloakroom, a swimming pool, a master bedroom, a second bedroom, a nanny's room, and a study. The more Zhang Chun looked, the more satisfied he became. After reading it once, Zhang Chun said generously, "I'll buy this one." "Mr. Zhang, don't worry. If you have time later, you can go and look at 2 more houses. After all, buying a house requires comparison shopping." However, Li Wanqing said this. She believed in Zhang Chun's strength, but the meaning of her words was very simple. Be responsible to the end. I don't want Zhang Chun to regret buying a house. Yeah, Zhang Chun originally wanted to say it was okay, but after thinking about it, he realized that he couldn't be too casual with a house worth more than 10 million yuan. So he nodded and followed Li Wanqing first. "Wanqing is right, dear. Buying a house is not like buying a watch. You can buy it if you like it. After all, you will live in it for a while, so you must be cautious." Ma Tian followed up with a speech. Zhang Chun understood even more. After looking at the model house, the 3 continued to discuss outside. A sales manager came over and handed Zhang Chun a business card, and at the same time calculated the price of a house for Zhang Chun. After all the calculations, the total price is 10.75 million, but if you can pay it off in one lump sum, you can get a discount of 750,000, only for these few days. Li Wanqing then asked Zhang Chun to go look at 2 other properties. Zhang Chun also agreed. It was not even 6 o'clock yet, and it was not dark yet. There was no rush to go and check out the house. There was nothing to do at night anyway. Chapter 21. Hello, we are off work? The second house we looked at was a villa, Nanxing Yard. It was indeed in the suburbs. Zhang Chun took the highway and drove for an hour to get there. Just this distance alone made Zhang Chun no longer want to buy it. But the villa is very good, with each floor of 224 square meters, and the front and backyards are more than 400 square meters. It is very grand and impressive as you walk in. It has a separate yard, swimming pool, etc., and the environment is very good, with green plants and other things which are particularly well maintained. But, just as Li Wanqing said, this kind of place is not popular. Although the decoration is very beautiful, and there are 555 villas in total, with mountains and water, the problem is that it is not popular. 2/3 of the house has been sold, but no one has renovated it yet, so it looks empty. Boss Jiang, the most expensive unit in this place is priced at 8 million, and the cheapest is 5.5 million. The expected delivery date is 2022, which is 3 years from now. Li Wanqing said this. Zhang Chun nodded, and after thinking for a while, he said directly, "Don't consider it here for now, and consider it when you need to buy a villa in the future. The house will be delivered in 2022. Do I have to live in a hotel for 3 years? Isn't this too wise?" Okay. Li Wanqing just wanted Zhang Chun to come over and take a look, so as to compare prices from 3 stores. So they didn't stay here and went straight to the last one. Ma Tian left first as she had other things to do at work. It just so happened that Li Wanqing had just taken a taxi here, so now they could go directly to see the house. That is the more luxurious real estate project in Nanxing City, Xinzhou Times. The average price is 35,000, and there are villas, houses, and large flats. It's already 7 o'clock. Zhang Chun had lunch at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, so he's not very hungry. After watching this series, he basically doesn't plan to watch anymore. Boss Zhang, relatively speaking, you shouldn't consider the second South City courtyard, right? Well, the location isn't very good, but everything else is okay. The reason why Zhang Chun did not choose the second house was very simple. The location was too bad, so he directly rejected it. Yes, relatively speaking, Jinyang Baicai has the best location in the city center, and it is also a large flat, so it can accommodate a small number of people or a large number of people. Of course, if it is a third house, the location is also good, and most importantly, there is room for appreciation, so I brought Mr. Jiang here to see it. Li Wanqing said this. She is very competent and definitely not the type who would say anything nonsense just to sell a house. She is very good. However, when we arrived at the gate of Xinzhou Times, a blue board with a notice on it blocked the way forward. The general meaning is that the water pipe inside is broken and there is some water on the ground. It is recommended to park the car outside and then go in. Zhang Chun didn't think much about it. After parking the car outside, he took Li Wanqing inside. It's already 7 o'clock and it's getting dark. Xinzhou Times Sales Center is a 10-minute walk away. When Zhang Chun and Li Qingwan walked in, the security guard at the door looked them up and down, then stopped them and said, "Excuse me, are you here to look at the house or to visit the house?" The other party asked a professional term. "I'm here to look at a house." Li Wanqing answered politely with a smile. "Yes, welcome." After saying this, he saluted and then returned to his original position. Li Wanqing smiled and said, "The clothes I was wearing were more like work clothes, so they thought we were agents who came to check out the house." House watching means that agents come to look at the properties. Generally, places like this don't like agents because the commission for selling a property is very high. If our agents intervene, their commission will be much less. Li Wanqing said with a smile. Zhang Chun suddenly realized. The sales gate of Xinzhou Times is very luxurious, no worse than that of Jinyang Baizue. As soon as they walked in, the receptionist who was registering glanced at Zhang Chun and Li Wanqing, and then said, "Sorry, we are closed here." The voice sounded slightly indifferent. It was obvious that he was mistaken for someone who was trespassing on the house again. "We are here to look at the house. It won't take us too long." Li Wanqing was very polite and said with a smile. However, the receptionist looked Li Wanqing up and down, and then said in a slightly cold manner, "Sorry, we are off work, and the model room will be closed soon." She said this, then lowered her head and ignored Zhang Chun and Li Wanqing. At this moment, Li Wanqing looked at her watch, and then continued with a smile. "It's 7:10 now. As far as I know, you should get off work at 7:30. And as a real estate salesperson, as long as the sales center is not officially closed, you have to receive guests. So, please help us sign in. Our boss won't take too long, and we'll leave before 7:30. Li Wanqing is a little humble, but that's part of her professionalism. I don't know how many times I've encountered this situation. Zhang Chun, who was standing aside, frowned slightly, but remained silent. "You know so much? And you're still saying you're not here to check out the house? I'll say it one last time. I'm off work now. I hope you respect my job." The receptionist glanced at Li Wanqing with contempt. "We're just here to look at the house. I hope you don't misunderstand me. I am indeed an agent, but this is our boss. We are not here to check out the house." Li Wanqing was also a little unhappy, but still remained polite. However, at this moment a slightly cold voice sounded. "What? Why are you arguing?" A woman came over. She looked to be in her early 30s. She had her hair tied up, looked average, had a cold face, and looked a bit fierce. "Hello, this is what I mean. I'm here to bring my boss to see the house. It's 7:10 now, and Xinzhou Times gets off work at 7:30, so I want to take my boss to the model house before we get off work so that it will be easier to introduce it to him." Li Wanqing's attitude became particularly good. Although she was a little emotional just now, she still controlled her emotions. This kind of professional quality is very good. However, the front desk staff of Xinzhou Times looked unhappy. "Manager, don't listen to her nonsense. She is an agent and brought her colleagues to check out the house. I told her that we were off work, but she wouldn't give in. She was especially mean to me, thinking that I, a receptionist, was easy to bully." The front desk clerk said this, which was really funny. At the same time, Zhang Chun sneered, because he saw that Li Wanqing took out something similar to a recorder a few minutes ago and was recording. So Li Wanqing recorded every word this guy said clearly. Now it all depends on the other party's attitude. Star. Chapter 22. Sports car blocking the door. Stepping on the house? The latter glanced at Zhang Chun and Li Wanqing. Li Wanqing indeed looked like an agent, although she was very beautiful, so what? "Excuse me, ma'am. We are indeed off duty. I hope you can understand." When she spoke, she was still quite polite and actually said that it was time to get off work. "Okay then, let's go." Zhang Chun didn't want to waste any more time. Since he was not allowed to watch it, he would just go home after get off work. Li Wanqing also nodded. Since the other party was so unreceptive, there was no need to continue the argument. Zhang Chun didn't need the house. But when the two of them were walking back, the middle-aged manager said directly, "In the future, those who come to visit our house should be asked to leave immediately. They're delaying our time off work. You two are lowering your status by nagging at such people." The voice was not very loud, but there were not many people in the sales center, so Zhang Chun and Li Qingwan heard these words carefully. Click. Zhang Chun, who was almost walking towards the center of the sales building, stopped instantly. He looked calm as he turned around and looked at the two people at the front desk. I know, Sister Fong. Don't worry, I won't do this next time." The receptionist also answered with a smile. Trample, trample, trample. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the quiet sales center. Zhang Chun walked towards the front desk with a cold expression on his face. Soon the receptionist and Sister Fong heard footsteps. After turning around and seeing Zhang Chun, the receptionist looked a little panicked, while Sister Fong seemed very calm. "What did you mean by that?" Zhang Chen's tone was calm, and he looked at the manager and the receptionist expressionlessly. "What do you mean? Did you misunderstand something, sir?" Sister Fong still had a smile on her face, but this smile looked disgusting and hypocritical. "Don't talk to me about this now. Call your superior over." Zhang Chun took a deep breath. He was too lazy to waste time talking to this kind of person. "Sir, please don't be unreasonable. This is Xinzhou Times, not a vegetable market. Also, it's time for the store to get off work. We're about to close. Please leave." Sister Fong spoke directly, without pretending, and even ordered the guests to leave. This is outrageous. Which sales center would drive away customers? Even if the boss of Xinzhou Times was here, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Li Wanqing walked forward. She was even more aggressive and extremely angry. To be honest, she was very angry from the beginning. She didn't expect the other party to provoke her again and again. The most important thing is that Zhang Chun is angry now, so she can't just do nothing. "Ma'am, please watch your decibels. We are civilized people. We hope you won't make too much noise, And we also hope you won't make unreasonable noises here. Sister Fong spoke coldly, and her words made people so angry that they exploded. Although Li Wanqing's voice was a little loud, it was because these words required enough momentum, rather than the kind of noise and quarrel. But in her mouth, it became a noise and quarrel, which was interesting. Okay, if you want me to be civilized, I can. Li Wanqing took a deep breath and said indifferently, I am the senior property consultant of Huayu Real Estate Company. This is my client, Mr. Jiang. Our Huayu Real Estate Company has connections with all high-end real estate companies in Nanjing City, and we can directly take customers to see houses. When we came, it was 7:11, and according to the off-work time of Xinzhou Times, it was 7:30, so we did not rush here after you got off work. There are still 19 minutes until the end of the get-off-work day. When I came here, I already said that we would only look at the model house, and it would not waste time. There was absolutely no problem with my tone and attitude, but your attitude and professionalism made me feel like I was chatting with two people who didn't even graduate from high school. They have no culture, no quality, and no background. It's simply an insult to the brand of Xinzhou Times. Every word Li Wanqing spoke was full of wisdom. Her words made the two men's faces change drastically. Zhang Chun watched from the side and felt an indescribable sense of comfort. So I'm not wrong. You came here to check out the house. Now it's time to get off work, so you really can't go in. Huayu Real Estate? It's a big company, I know, but is this the capital you have to bully our front desk? Is this the capital you have to clamor here? This Sister Fong is also very sharp. She takes the lead and directly avoids the important issues and then confuses right and wrong. It's really awesome. You don't talk nonsense, Li Wanqing really didn't know what to say this time. Where can there be such a person? She was being serious and reasonable, but the other party was just being a rogue. So she wanted to take out the recorder, but Zhang Chun stopped Li Wanqing and said directly, since you like to play rogue, then I will play with you to the end. After saying this, Zhang Chun took Li Wanqing away. But Sister Fong snorted coldly. She was not afraid of Zhang Chun at all. Walk out of the sales center. Li Wanqing wanted to ask Zhang Chun why he didn't fight, but she didn't ask. Zhang Chun took out his cell phone and didn't know what he was doing. After a while, Zhang Chun came to the parking lot outside and got into the car directly. Then, instead of driving straight, he turned around and drove into the sales center. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Li Wanqing immediately felt that something was wrong, and she couldn't help but look at Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun didn't say anything. He drove the Lamborghini Hurricane straight in. There was indeed water on the road, but Zhang Chun didn't care because of the huge horsepower. Boom, boom, boom. With a roar like a wild beast, Zhang Chun drove the Lamborghini directly to the sales center. Click. The glass door at the front door opened automatically, and Zhang Chun stepped on the accelerator, just getting stuck in the doorway. Because the interior was relatively spacious, the sound of the sports car filled the entire sales center. Everyone was frightened at that moment, and some customers even walked out of the VIP room. Zhang Chun blocked the gate of Xinzhou Times with a Lamborghini. Star. Chapter 23. If you don't apologize, the car will stay here. A white Lamborghini Huracan stopped at the Xinzhou Times sales center, attracting a lot of onlookers. Hey, what happened? It scared me. I thought there was an explosion. Is this person sick? Parking the car here. Don't talk nonsense. This is a supercar, a luxury car worth millions. People who can drive this kind of car are not ordinary people. Be careful about what you say. Oh, I said the wrong thing. What's going on? People were talking about it, and some customers who were signing contracts couldn't help but ask curiously. The expressions of Sister Fong and the receptionist changed drastically, because the two of them never thought that Zhang Chun actually drove a Lamborghini. After thinking about it, the two of them instantly realized that Zhang Chun was indeed the boss and came to see the house. The front desk clerk's face turned the most unsightly, and Sister Fong immediately swallowed her saliva, then lowered her voice and said, "You stay here, don't talk nonsense, I'll go find someone upstairs." After saying this, she left immediately, no matter what happened, and went directly to find the top management. However, the top management also came out. After all, such a big commotion had occurred. Wu Fong, what's going on? The senior executive was a middle-aged man with a big belly and looked particularly fat. He asked with a frown, "Mr. Zhou, this is what happened. These two people came here to check out the house, but one was checking out the house and the other wanted to buy it. The front desk didn't understand and thought they were both here to check out the house, so they tried to persuade them. Unexpectedly, the other one was actually a customer, and now he has parked his car at the gate and wants to cause trouble for us," Wu Fong said evasively. However, this senior manager was no fool. He glanced at Wu Fong and said in a cold tone, "If you still don't tell the truth, I will never protect you if something goes wrong." He said so. "Manager, the front desk clerk is a little short-sighted, but it's indeed time to get off work now. And the other party drove over here, obviously wanted to cause trouble. There's no right or wrong in this matter, but it definitely can't be blamed on us." Wu Fong said this. "I'll call first, you shut up." The other party took out his cell phone and made a call. If something like this happens, you must call and ask the people above you for their opinion. However, when the call was connected, this guy was also very cunning. He didn't say anything important. He just said that Zhang Chun drove a Lamborghini Huracan into the car and asked about the attitude of the higher-ups. Hello, Mr. Sun, this is what happened. Oh, Mr. Lee called you? Yes, I see. I just want to know what you think. Oh, okay. Manager Zhou hung up the phone, and Wu Fangfang couldn't help but ask, what does it mean? The meaning of the above is very simple. After all, we sell houses, and customers are the top priority. However, if this person dares to act arrogantly, the meaning of the above is not to be afraid. Our Xinzhou Times is not a small company. We are a well-known company in Nanjing City. Why should we be afraid of a rich second generation? He said this and then walked outside. The sound of the sports car had disappeared, and Zhang Chun seemed very quiet sitting inside the sports car. We are. This time Li Wanqing didn't know what to say. She was just curious about what Zhang Chun was going to do next. Wait for Didi. Zhang Chun chuckled. Now Li Wanqing knew what Zhang Chun was doing with his phone just now. Mr. Zhang, we don't have to do this. After all, your car, and for this kind of person I can contact my boss. Don't worry, I can definitely solve this matter. Li Wanqing felt that Zhang Chun was a little impulsive, so she couldn't help but say this. Don't worry, I just want an apology and an attitude. Zhang Chun shook his head. This was the kind of person he was. As long as the bottom line wasn't touched, everything was fine. But if the bottom line was touched, Zhang Chun didn't mind playing it out to the end. Bang! Just then, there was a knock on the car window. Zhang Chun rolled down the window and looked at the middle-aged man. Hello, my name is Zhou Hua. No matter what happened, I hope you will support and cooperate with our work. We are civilized people, so can you drive your car outside and not affect our work? Zhou Hua's attitude was very calm. Although he said hello, there was no sincerity in his words. Support the work one bite at a time. Don't let your mouthfuls of food affect my work. This is a really good attitude. Manager Zhou, I don't think your employees told you about the whole thing. Zhang Chun spoke, and he was quite polite. It has been roughly told to me that there are problems on both sides of this matter. Of course, the customer is God. No matter what, it is definitely our problem. Zhou Hua said this with a smile, but there was something else behind his words. Okay, good. Both parties are at fault. In that case, I won't say any more. Let her come over and apologize to me, and this matter will be over. Zhang Chun took a deep breath. He didn't want to waste time here. It was boring. However, Zhou Hua still smiled and said, Sir, I think you misunderstood. My meaning is very simple. Both parties are at fault. You are the customer, and we will definitely follow your lead. But I hope you won't go too far. As for the apology, I apologize to you on her behalf. Sorry. Although he apologized, Zhou Hua's words were disgusting. This means that the customer is God, so even if you make a mistake, we will not blame you. You mean to say that this matter is mainly about me? Zhang Chun was so angry that he laughed. No, I just mean they are all wrong. Zhou Hua said this. Just then the cell phone rang. It was a Didi taxi. At that moment, Zhang Chun nodded. It's okay if you don't admit your mistakes. I'm just afraid that you will admit your mistakes. After saying this, Zhang Chun opened the car door and looked at Li Wanqing and said, Let's go. Leave. Li Wanqing's face changed. She didn't want things to get too serious. Let's go. However, Zhang Chun's face was cold as he spoke. Now, Li Wanqing didn't know what to say and just followed Zhang Chun away. Sir, your car. Zhou Hua's face changed and he said with a frown. This car is not expensive. It's about 5 million and it's parked here. If you don't apologize, my car will be parked here. I want to see if Xinzhou Times is really that capable. Zhang Chun left a few words and took Li Wanqing away. However, Zhou Hua sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Chapter 24. Starting to cause trouble. Obviously, Zhou Hua directly regarded Zhang Chun as the arrogant and domineering rich second generation. Manager, will this be okay? The receptionist was a little scared and couldn't help asking this. In fact, they were really wrong in this matter. They just did this to save the company's face, but it was a bit too much. What are you afraid of? Who is the person behind us? The boss of Xinzhou Times. Who is he? Is a 5 million luxury car so impressive? In the eyes of our boss, he is worse than garbage. Wu Fangfang couldn't help but sneer. A playboy who thinks he can be so arrogant just because he has some money? How ridiculous. Wu Fangfang, contact the reporters now, make a headline and hire some netizens. The general idea is that a playboy and a rich second generation bully the sales staff. This kind of news is something that the public likes to hear, and maybe you can help us promote it. Zhou Hua, the senior manager of Xinzhou Times, said so. He had long expected Zhang Chun to do this, but he had to do it because doing so would bring bad luck to Zhang Chun and also promote Xinzhou Times. The best of both worlds. At this moment, Zhang Chun and Li Wanqing had already boarded a Didi. Inside the car, Li Wanqing couldn't help but say, Mr. Zhang, you are really too impulsive. You parked your car there, which is actually a violation of the rules. We are in the right, but if the other party makes some news, we will suffer. Don't worry, I can talk to our top management, and I will definitely give you an explanation. If you can't save your dignity, give me the keys, and I will have someone drive the car back. Li Wanqing analyzed it seriously, and was also afraid that the other party would play tricks. After all, it was not that she had never encountered such things before. On the contrary, she had encountered them before. So I know that this kind of person's methods are disgusting. Don't worry, I have everything under control. Wang Fujing, do me a favor. First, send me a copy of the recording. Secondly, use your connections. No matter how much it costs, I want all the surveillance footage from the time I came in to the time I left. Zhang Chun Pingjin spoke. He couldn't swallow this, but Zhang Chun was not a fool. He knew that he just relied on the system to make some money, which was definitely nothing compared to the boss of Xinzhou Times. But from childhood to adulthood, Zhang Chun would never suffer such a loss. It was okay when he had no money before, but now that he has money, it is even more impossible for Zhang Chun to suffer such a loss. He already has a comprehensive plan that will definitely make Zhou Hua, Wu Fangfang, and the receptionist suffer misfortune. Li Wanqing was silent for a moment. She wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Zhang Chun's cold expression and what happened today, she was very upset. So after thinking about it, Li Wanqing nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll take care of this matter." "Okay, thank you for your help." Zhang Chun chuckled. No, it's not a bother. It's mainly because I failed to fulfill my responsibility today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have encountered such a thing. I apologize to you. Li Wanqing said this, and then immediately made a phone call, using her connections to find out the internal relationships of Xinzhou Times. Although things are very tense now, it is mainly with people like Zhou Hua and Wu Fangfang, and has nothing to do with other people. Help me get today's gate surveillance. Can you get it for 30,000 yuan? Li Wanqing spoke. 100,000. Zhang Chun spoke directly, and he raised the stakes to the highest level. Li Wanqing immediately changed her words and said, "The boss said, 100,000 yuan. Can you get it? 100,000? Okay, no problem. I'll give it to you in half an hour." The other party agreed immediately. He would have thought about it if it was 30,000 yuan, but when he heard about 100,000 yuan, he agreed without hesitation. After all, it was just a video document and many people could handle it, and it would not be traced back to him. This is an insider of Xinzhou Times who is in charge of data contracts, but he has a way to copy surveillance videos which are not very important. Just like that, Zhang Chun sent Li Wanqing home first, and Li Wanqing got the video and then gave it to Zhang Chun together with the recording. After giving the things to Zhang Chun directly transferred 100,000 yuan and then asked a taxi to drive to the hotel. This went on until 9:30 in the evening when Zhang Chun returned to his hotel. As soon as I arrived at the hotel, Li Wanqing sent me a web link. Click on the link. It is a well-known news software, today's headlines. And the content title is, "Just because the front desk was not humble enough, the dandy rich second generation blocked the door with a car and acted arrogantly." And the content made Zhang Chun want to laugh even more after reading it. The content is just talking about him again. The general meaning is that he went to see the house by himself and insisted on seeing it after get off work. The receptionist just said, "You can come and see it tomorrow." But the arrogant rich second generation started to scold the receptionist. The manager showed up immediately and apologized 3 times, but the receptionist still refused to give in and insisted that the receptionist kneel down and apologize. Finally, the senior manager showed up. He was also humble, but in the end, because this arrogant rich second generation, that is himself, insisted on making the receptionist kneel down and apologize, the manager got furious and said that even if he didn't want the job, he would never compromise. The content was several thousand words long and was accompanied by pictures with text emoticons on them, which made Zhang Chun sneer. Chapter 25. Zhou Hua's Wishful Thinking. Nima, such an arrogant rich second generation? Is there still such an arrogant rich second generation these days? Investigate him. Fuck him. Rich second generation is awesome? Funny. Without your parents, who are you? It's ridiculous. You're usually spoiled by your parents, but in real life, you wish everyone would spoil you. It's just a 5 million Lamborghini. Is that so cool? Smash it. Support smashing the car. This kind of post has over 100,000 views in a short time and over 5,000 replies. This is no joke. The people hate the rich. This is a very common mentality, especially news like the second generation of rich people who are spoiled. No matter whether it is right or wrong, as long as it is this kind of news, it will attract people's attention. As for those reporters and the like, they have no conscience at all. Anyway, as long as it attracts attention, just do whatever you want. Zhang Chun knew that the other party would do this, but he didn't expect that the other party would do it so quickly. Fortunately, I had the surveillance video and Li Wanqing's audio recording beforehand. Otherwise, if this really happened, something serious would have happened. The other party was relying on nothing more than media connections, and Zhang Chun also had his own connections. "Mr. Zhang, don't worry. I have already negotiated with the higher-ups. I will never let them do anything wrong in this matter." Li Wanqing sent a message, but Zhang Chun didn't care. He didn't rely on others, only on himself. Turning around, Zhang Chun went up to the hotel and came to his presidential suite. And at the same time, in Xinzhou Times, 7 or 8 people were sitting in an office, and Zhou Hua was holding the phone with a flattering look on his face. Okay, don't worry, leader. I will definitely handle it. Okay. After saying this, Zhou Hua hung up the phone and then said excitedly, Ha, God is really helping me. He smiled like this, and everyone couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Mr. Zhou? What did the boss say?" "Boss Zhou, tell me about it." "Boss Zhou, what's the good news? Why are you smiling so happily?" Everyone was curious and didn't know why Zhou Hua was laughing so happily. Let me tell you, the higher-ups are very satisfied with what we've done. We've posted this in 3 places. Do you know how the response has been? The highest number of views has reached 3 million, and the worst is over 1 million. Now the higher-ups have signaled us to post it in a few more places. This kind of news will be a big event if it gets out there. Our Xinzhou Times will also gain more attention because of this, as long as the content makes us the victims. Zhou Hua said excitedly. Okay. Very nice. Haha, be proud, be proud. Let's see who dares not to treat us salesmen as human beings in the future. Well, what if this person has a background? Someone couldn't help but worry. Background? We've already investigated. He comes from an ordinary family. He probably runs a small business, so his mentality suddenly became high. Zhou Hua said this. It was precisely because of this that he was happy. If Zhang Chun really had some powerful background, he wouldn't dare to do anything, but Zhang Chun had no background, so he was so happy. To put it bluntly, it's bullying Zhang Chun. Using online discussions to crush Zhang Chun. If it becomes super news, then Zhou Hua will definitely be commended. After all, this kind of thing can indirectly promote their new content era, and since they are victims, they're more likely to receive sympathy. Next, let's start leading the topic. Everyone, get ready. We'll work overtime today. If this thing is done well, everyone will get credit. And the boss has already said that when the heat is enough, let's just smash the car. There are so many people online who hate the rich. If we smash the car, the matter will become a big deal. Zhou Hua said with a fierce look on his face. Smash the car. That's right. Just smash Zhang Chen's car. As for losing money, Zhou Hua doesn't have it, and there is still no money? Just 5 million? In other words, if it can make big news and attract nationwide attention, the advertising cost will be more than 5 million, right? Even 500 million can't stop it. So, those above are not fools either. But the prerequisite is that public opinion must support them. So when he thought of this, Zhou Hua immediately said, all right, have someone go to the monitoring room, get this afternoon surveillance video, edit it, and then post it. You don't have to post it all. Just capture the parts where we were polite, and also capture the parts where they were impolite to create a contrast, and then hire a group of trolls to guide the discussion. Zhou Hua arranged everything perfectly. But what he absolutely didn't know was that Zhang Chun had already anticipated it and made arrangements in advance. More importantly, Zhou Hua would never believe it. Just because of such a small thing, he would be ruined, and even the entire Xinzhou era would suffer a huge loss. Star. Chapter 26. Anchor helps with promotion. 11 o'clock at night. Inside the presidential suite, Zhang Chun was holding the Apple laptop provided by the hotel and reading posts on the internet. Zhou Hua stepped up his efforts. The entire incident appeared on all major posts, and the popularity was getting higher and higher. Even Douyin had such a video, and the number of likes had reached more than 400,000, and the number of replies exceeded 30,000. This kind of data is amazing. Zhang Chun knew with just a glance that this matter would definitely become a hot topic tomorrow. However, Zhang Chun took screenshots of all the posts and the accounts of the posters. Zhang Chun even took screenshots of some extremely stupid comments, including the other party's account. Now that the popularity is gradually increasing, Zhang Chun has also started to implement his own plan. Open the webpage and enter Dosha. That's right, Zhang Chun's trump card is the fighting shark. In fact, Zhang Chun could guess that Zhou Hua would use the internet to attack him. In other words, to use the power of the media. However, the power of the media is now more than just newspapers. Dosha is a huge media gathering place. Although Dosha's data is often falsified, one fact is that Dosha has many lurkers who watch the live broadcast without speaking. These people are extremely numerous, and there are indeed millions of people online in the live broadcast rooms of top-tier anchors. Don't say one person tells 10 people tell 100, just say one person tells 2 people, and 5 million people spread it, then tens of millions of people will know about it. So the first thing Zhang Chun did when he logged into Dosha was to open the backstage private message and directly send private messages to top anchors such as Shushu Baby, PDD, and Daime. At this moment, Su Baby, who was broadcasting live, had just failed to enhance a weapon to level 17. When the popularity of the live broadcast room was at its highest, suddenly, Su Baby screamed. Fuck, my husband private messaged me. Su Baby yelled, causing many netizens to go crazy. Your husband? You must be wrong. It's your wife, right? Second child warning. Is Brother Shenhao here? Fuck, is it Brother Shenhao? Is Brother Shenhao here again? Never mind. The boss is generous. Is Brother Shenhao out to give rewards again? Great. I didn't see any donation from the super rich yesterday, but I saw some today. I'm so happy. The barrage of comments exploded. When people who were familiar with her heard Su Baby say that her husband was here, they immediately knew what it meant. Su Baby didn't even look at the game and replied directly to Zhang Chun. Honey, I'm shot at JPN. What's your cue? Zhang Chun asked immediately, and then chatted with other anchors in the same way. In an instant, Su Baby directly gave his cue to Zhang Chun. Although he didn't know what to do, Su Baby was very excited. This was a super rich man. He had verified that he was definitely a super rich man, otherwise he would not give so much money. After adding Q, before Zhang Chun could say anything, Su baby sent him a message. Honey, what's up so late? Do you want me to accompany you? Shy JPN. This guy is simply the king of dirty talk. Zhang Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is Su baby's live broadcast style. However, his chat interface is not exposed in the live broadcast room, so the chat history is not shown. I have something serious to ask for your help. Zhang Chun typed quickly. Su baby. Husband, don't talk about serious things. It's okay to talk about non-serious things. Zhang Chun smiled bitterly, and then immediately typed quickly. It went something like this. I want to look at a house today. The front desk clerk was very arrogant. I was polite, saying I just wanted to look at the house, and I hadn't gotten off work yet. But they thought I was an agent, so they made things difficult for me. In the end, I was so angry that I blocked their door with my car. As a result, they took my words out of context, posted the incident online, and hired a lot of internet trolls to mess with me. Here is the complete recording and surveillance video. You can take a look. After reading this, if you think you can help me, please help me publicize it. I don't have any media means, but since you are a big anchor, I want to ask you for help to clear my name. Zhang Chun typed quickly and then sent a copy of the video and recording to Su baby. At that moment, Su baby got angry immediately. Fuck, how dare you be so arrogant? You dare to bully my husband? Don't worry, I'll take a look first. If you really bully my husband, I will help you to the end. Su baby said this and then immediately watched the surveillance video and recording. He was not stupid. If it was Zhang Chun's fault, then it would be difficult for him to help. After all, these days, no matter how big an anchor is, he still has to be reasonable, right? If Zhang Chun was really bullied, he would definitely help. The same conversation, the same thing, Zhang Chun contacted all the hosts he could. Whether the reward of 10 million has any effect will soon be known. 15 minutes later, the first to reply was Su baby. Fuck that monkey so arrogant. Brother Zhang, this is something you can tolerate. If it were me, I would have started scolding you a long time ago. Su baby exploded immediately because Zhang Chun provided complete surveillance and complete recording, which was extremely objective. This was the victim. Take another look at this. Zhang Chun gave Su baby the link to the post in which the other party slandered him. The latter read the post carefully and then went crazy. Fuck, is there anyone who bullies people like this? Brother Zhang, leave this matter to me. I have 8 million DNF warriors, and I will definitely help you get it done. After saying that, Su baby spoke directly in the live broadcast room without saying anything else. Brothers, an emergency is coming. The sound rang out, and the barrage exploded. Chapter 27. Events begin to ferment. What's the emergency? Are you going offline to accompany the rich man? Su Bao, the anchor with millions of dollars, the top shark fighter, has now fallen to the level of looking for rich people for money. I never thought you would be this kind of person. Lao Jiao, don't kneel down, it hurts me. Old man, remember to lick my share too. The barrage of comments exploded. Ever since Zhang Chun reappeared, his popularity has skyrocketed. Many people are waiting for Zhang Chun to continue his journey to become the richest man. Many people missed it yesterday, so they don't want to miss it today. Therefore, the real number of people in Su baby's live broadcast room skyrocketed to a serious 8 million. Let's get down to business. Just now, our super rich man, Zhang Xiaoshuai, came to me and asked me to help with something. The content of the matter is very complicated. Let's take a look at the chat record first. Su baby directly posted the chat records. A few minutes later, the barrage appeared. What the hell? How dare you bully our Su baby? Brother Bao, you licked me so humbly. I think I saw this on the headlines just now. I almost made a comment, but after watching the video, it was indeed a bit truncated, so I didn't comment. Who would have thought it was me, Zhang Shenhao? Awesome. It turns out to be God Zhang. Brother Bao, please click on the video and watch it. If you don't click on the video, no one will know the whole story. That's right, Brother Bao. Click on the video. Fuck, I saw this news, it's very popular now, what the hell? Is there going to be a reversal? The current self-media is really disgusting. Tens of thousands of comments covered the entire live broadcast room, turning it into a vast ocean, and Su baby's face could not be seen at all. Su baby immediately clicked on the recorded video and began to analyze it rationally. Everyone listen carefully. Listen carefully. Su baby clicked on the recorded video, and after playing a short clip, he immediately said, "Did everyone hear it clearly?" Zhang Chun's friend was very polite. The first voice that came out was the female receptionist voice. Just listening to her voice gave off a feeling of indifference. You can judge for yourself. I won't understand too much. Su baby explains it section by section. And the truth is, in this recording, Li Wanqing was unusually polite, except when she could no longer tolerate it, when her voice was a little loud, but she quickly suppressed it. On the contrary, the voice of the receptionist sounded extremely harsh. What the hell is this, DJ? And there's such an awesome receptionist. Sorry, we're off work? I'm freaking you out. I just checked, and the Xinzhou Times does indeed get off work at 7:30. In the recording, Zhang Shen's sister also said it honestly. It's 7:10 now, and there are still 20 minutes. I'm off work, right? Is this receptionist sick? Did she take the wrong medicine today? Why is she so choking? I'm also in real estate sales. Damn, the customer is God. To be honest, let alone getting off work at 7:30. Even if it's 6:30, as long as there are customers, I will accompany them until 10 o'clock. Xinzhou Times is a well-known large real estate project. What the hell, you invited some idiot to be the receptionist. Let's eat. I was almost cheated by the self-media today. Those beastly self-media people will do anything to make money. Just a recording can prove this? Yeah, it's just a recording. What was the situation at the time? Brother Bao, you must not get involved in this kind of thing. It's better to find out more clearly. Many viewers in the live broadcast room exploded, turned into messengers of justice, and began to make various comments. However, some people expressed the opposite opinion, believing that a recording could not prove anything. At this time, Su Baby immediately clicked on the video and began to explain it section by section. The surveillance video started playing from the moment Zhang Chun came in, coupled with the recording and Su Baby's just the right guidance. Gradually, when the video was completely played, the number of people online in the live broadcast room reached 9 million, and it was completely crazy. I'm trapping you? Is there any way to bully someone like that? Is this a sales center? Farmers' apartments here aren't sold like this. The funniest thing is that the front desk made a mistake and called the manager, but the manager became even more arrogant. In my opinion, he just thought Zhang Chun was a pauper, so he had a misunderstanding. His professional ethics is so low. Eat shit. It's not dark anymore. The truth is out. I feel like I'm going to eat melon. The crowd of spectators. Actually, this isn't the most infuriating thing. The most infuriating thing is that the other party actually said that Zhang Chun is an arrogant rich second generation. They are simply treating us as fools. The barrage of comments exploded because anyone would be angry if this kind of thing happened to them. Brothers, this is not the most infuriating thing. Our Zhang Chun said that as long as the other party apologizes, it will be over, right? This fat manager said that everyone is wrong right from the start. If there were no video or recording, we would have been fooled by this fat man. Let's not talk about anything else. Are the 8 million DNF warriors here? Let's do something for Zhang Chun. Are you willing to do it? Su Baby said loudly in the live broadcast room, accompanied by a very intense battle song. The effect was simply outstanding. At the same time, it's not just Su Baby's live broadcast room. PDD live broadcast room. Chapter 28. Just asking for justice. PDD live room. Fuck you, you big banana. Are you still such a bully? I have never seen such an arrogant receptionist in my life. I bought a house in Shanghai, Thompson Epine, and there was no such arrogant manager. You are confusing right and wrong. Who are you kidding? Brothers, we have to do something. PDD himself likes to stand up for the weak, not to mention that Zhang Chun is a super rich man. He was naturally more willing to help. Do it, do it. Support making trouble. Support making trouble. How can there be such a person? He is such a mean person. It's fine if the receptionist is ignorant, but the sales consultant is also ignorant. The funniest thing is that the manager who came last was even more outrageous. He said both parties were wrong and lied with open eyes. Is it possible to bully people like this? To put it bluntly, they initially thought our Zhang Chun was poor and an agent, so they looked down on him. Later, they found out that he was indeed a wealthy man, but they didn't expect our Zhang Chun to block the door with his car. This manager is also an idiot. It should have been over with an apology, but he refused to admit his mistake, and that's how it turned out. This kind of leader with a big belly sitting in the office is simply a pig-brained person. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would not go against Zhang Chun. It's normal for a manager to be flexible. Anyone with a little social experience would not do such a stupid thing. You are wrong. This manager is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. He directly used social media to stir up this matter. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chun has a complete recording and video. Now we can eat melons. This incident just happened to be on the trending search list. Brothers, hurry up and eat some melons. The vast majority of viewers in the live broadcast room were angry, and it was not really a problem with the front desk. Rather, it was Wu Fangfang and Zhou Hua's attitudes that made the netizens explode. In Su Baby's live broadcast room, at this moment, Su Baby was even imitating Zhou Hua's way of speaking in a sarcastic tone. What are you still paying for? Both parties are wrong in this matter. I'm wrong about you, you monkey. You are such a fool. Let's watch it again. Our Zhang Chun parked the car at the gate. In fact, I can understand this. If it were you, everyone would understand. It's 7 o'clock in the evening, and you haven't eaten yet. You just want to take a look at the room, right? But the front desk told you that it's off duty. The problem is that it's obviously not off duty, but they insisted to say it was off duty. Are you angry? You are angry, but our Zhang Chun is not. He maintained his good character and then politely explained his purpose, but was still rejected. It's so hard to get a sales consultant here, but this is the result. He insisted on leaving, get off work. Fine, then leave work. Our Zhang Chun is also reasonable. If you insist on leaving, get off work, we will leave, right? But is this sales consultant a bad mouth? I must say that people who want to buy houses like this should get out of here. Complaining to such people only lowers our standards. Hey, you're lowering our standards. Are you really that high? I'm going to trick you. Su Baby's imitation was very accurate. making the viewers in the live broadcast room laugh and get excited. You old fool. You made your dad laugh to death. Dad is going to die of laughter because of you. You are a monkey. Fuck. The fans at PPD have already started to criticize him. What are you guys still doing here? Let's not embarrass Brother Bao. Brothers go. This matter is not for others, but I can't help but talk about the truth. Speaking of reason, I burst out laughing first. The live broadcast room was filled with bullet screens, and Susu Baby immediately said, "Brothers, I have asked someone to make a post and posted it on Weibo. Please forward it. Then I will personally give out 1 million yuan for a lottery. For every 10,000 forwards, there will be a 10,000 yuan grand prize. I will pay for it personally, not for anything else, but just to show our boss some respect." Susu Baby's move was very clever. He took out 1 million yuan for a lottery and at the same time asked his subordinates to edit the content and post it on Weibo, uploading all the videos and recordings. This not only won the hearts of the fans, but also Zhang Chun felt some inexplicable emotions. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun took a deep breath and sent private messages directly to some big anchors such as Susu Baby and PDD. "After this matter is over, I will take out 5 million and donate it to 10 Hope primary schools. I just want justice." Zhang Chun placed a heavy bet. 5 million, 10 Hope primary schools. As soon as this donation was made, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Awesome, the boss is generous. I stopped diving. I went up there to work for Hope Primary School. The boss is really generous. I'm not fighting for the bread, I'm fighting for my reputation. Damn it, my blood is boiling. Brothers, let's go to Weibo and fight. Weibo? Go spread the news, forward it to your friend's circle, forward it to Penguin Space, let more people know about this. I went to Station B to promote it. I went too. Brothers, the number of people who have forwarded Brother Bao's Weibo has exceeded 50,000, and Xiaoju's Weibo has exceeded 100,000. Everyone, please forward it quickly and don't lose the battle. For Hope Primary School, let's go. Countless lurking fans were shocked. When I heard that Zhang Chun wanted to donate to the Hope Primary School, I naturally agreed to do so, as long as he could help forward the message. Anyway, it doesn't harm your own interests and you can do some charity. Who wouldn't be happy about it? In this way, things are spreading in a terrifying way. Star. Chapter 29. Xinzhou Times O is furious. On the neck. The information Zhou Hua asked the internet trolls to release about the incident of a rich second-generation man blocking a door with a sports car was extremely popular. Many news media outlets were paying attention to this incident. It is now the 5th most searched topic, with over 8 million views. However, a new hot search appeared. A rich second-generation sports car blocked the door and reversed. This trending search is only ranked 50th, but its popularity is constantly increasing, with more and more people participating and browsing. What's more terrifying is that after browsing this trending search, many people started cursing. Fuck, there is such a disgusting property. Should we do this? Isn't this a drastic reversal? Comparing the video, I can see that Xinzhou Times took the quote out of context and confused right and wrong. It's simply disgusting. Fuck, I just said something about this idiotic rich second generation. Delete it now. What a shame, what a shame. God knew there would be such a reversal. Both parties are at fault? Is there something wrong with Zhou Hua's brain? Did he grow up eating shit? Regardless of the right or wrong reason, he scolds the customer first? That's amazing. Today I finally saw what it means to be killed by a fishing boat. If his brother didn't have the recording and surveillance video, he would have been hacked to death. Pieces of information appeared one after another, and after seeing the reversal, many people began to spread the information in various ways. The viewers in the live broadcast room also forwarded the posts like crazy to their WeChat moments, Penguin Spaces, and various groups. The power of one person is very weak. The power of 10 people is also very weak. The power of 100 people is also very weak, but 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people, or 1,000,000 people, that would be very terrifying. 11 o'clock at night. This reversal hot search soared into the top 10, and the hot search about the rich second generation blocking the door also rose to second place. The first place was that a certain star starred in a certain science fiction film. In the beginning, many people abused Zhang Chun, but after the video and recording appeared, countless people began to criticize Xinzhou Times. Especially those netizens who were almost misled before, their faces turned red, and in a fit of anger, they began to criticize Xinzhou Times. Anyway, no one knows each other on the internet. Right now, in a 3-star Michelin restaurant in Shanghai, a middle-aged man is discussing a business project with a client in front of him very enthusiastically. The discussion has been going on since 8:30 and the deal is almost done. This middle-aged man is none other than Wang Yi, CEO of Xinzhou Times. Sitting opposite was a tech tycoon worth tens of billions. However, just when the contract was about to be signed, the other party suddenly received a phone call. About a minute later, he put down the pen he had picked up. Wang Yi was no small figure. He could sense at a glance that something had happened. "Boss Su, what are you doing?" Wang Yi asked cautiously. "Your company is in big trouble." Mr. Su spoke directly in a calm tone. "Big trouble?" Wang Yi frowned. He was not stupid enough to ask what happened directly, but called his subordinates immediately. However, Mr. Su stopped him and said directly, "Go to Weibo and have a look." Wang Yi nodded, then took out his cell phone and opened Weibo to check. To be honest, he was very curious. First of all, Xinzhou Times was engaged in real estate and had sufficient cash flow. Cash was very important for a group. As long as there was money, there would be no big trouble. For someone of Mr. Su's level, if he dares to say that it is a big trouble, then it is definitely not a small problem. So Wang Yi patiently watched the trending searches on Weibo carefully. Soon he saw the incident of the rich second generation blocking the door and clicked on it to take a look. About 2 minutes later, Wang Ye's brows furrowed even more. A bunch of idiots. Wang Yi cursed in his heart. He subconsciously thought that his subordinates wanted to hype up something, so they did this kind of thing. Although there were indeed many people supporting him, as a group, it was best not to have any news appear unless it was very positive news. Never touch this kind of thing, no matter what the truth is. But what made Wang Yi curious was, how could such a thing be considered a big trouble? At most, it could be considered a little social news, right? However, when Wang Yi was about to quit Weibo, he saw the news about the third hot search. Rich second generation blocking the door and reversing. When he clicked on it, he soon saw anger gradually appear on Wang Ye's calm face. Especially after listening to the recording and watching the surveillance video, Wang Yi took a deep breath, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. "Boss Wang, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Let's talk about the cooperation after this matter is resolved." He said this, then stood up and left. Okay. Thank you for troubling me, Mr. Su. I'm really sorry, Mr. Su." After the other party leaves, with a clang, the veins on Wang Ye's forehead were popping out. Idiot! What a bunch of idiots. After the people left, Wang Yi exploded and slammed the table hard. What Wang Yi really didn't expect was that his men were so stupid. It is the most stupid thing to do to refuse to admit it even though you clearly did something wrong, and even try to frame others. Others may not know, but Wang Yi knows it very well. Although the contemporary netizens may seem a bit foolish and believe everything they hear, at least this generation of netizens are all young people. The quality is very good, and they do things in one word. Reason. Support whoever is right, no matter whether the other person is a rich second generation or not. If Zhang Chun didn't have the audio and video recordings, this matter might have been covered up by his own men. But the problem is that their recordings and videos are simply unstoppable. Soon, Wang Yi took a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't deal with this matter quickly, when things get fully underway, his Xinzhou era will definitely be in trouble and very bad luck. What is the most important thing for a business? Word of mouth. If the reputation is ruined, everything will be ruined. Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately called his subordinates. Chapter 30. Beating Zhou Hua. The number Wang Yi dialed was the number of the general manager of Jiangnan province. He was the general manager of Xinzhou Times. It was impossible for him to call Zhou Hua because he didn't even know this Zhou Hua. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the call was connected, a humble voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Wang, what's going on?" When the voice sounded, Wang Ye's emotions burst out immediately. "What are you asking me? What are your men doing? Don't you look at your collar?" Wang Yi yelled and roared directly. It can be said that if this guy was in front of him, Wang Yi might take action. "Ah, Mr. Wang, I." He didn't know what to say and stammered. "Now, immediately, call your subordinate, a man named Zhou Hua, and tell that idiot to die." Wang Yi slapped his phone and smashed it into pieces. His finger bones were broken and bleeding, but he didn't care. After thinking for a while, Wang Yi stood up and walked out of the box, and his secretary came over immediately. "Book a flight and go to Nanjing City. Immediately now." Wang Yi gave the order without saying anything, and then his face became gloomy. At the same time, the era of Nanjing Xinzhou, Zhou Hua had fallen asleep. He had fallen asleep at 10 o'clock. In his dream, he was still fantasizing that this matter of his had been appreciated by his superiors and that he would be promoted step by step. Just at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Mr. Mr. Chun is here." As the sound rang out, Zhou Hua woke up and rubbed his eyes. Mr. Chun, his immediate superior, came to visit suddenly, which gave Zhou Hua a little surprise. "Looks like something good is going to happen." Zhou Hua was overjoyed and even washed his face before going outside. However, as soon as he walked out, he saw Mr. Chun with an extremely gloomy face. "Mr. Chun, what are you doing?" For some reason, Zhou Hua felt some inexplicable fear in his heart, but he did not doubt too much and looked at Mr. Chun. Pop! Seeing Zhou Hua coming, Mr. Chun stood up and slapped Zhou Hua in the face. His face was full of anger, and he shouted, "Zhou Hua, you pighead! Is there shit in your brain? Are you a fool?" Mr. Chun was furious, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Some colleagues who were still working overtime saw this scene and turned pale with fright. As if one slap was not enough, Mr. Chun pounced over and hit Zhou Hua like crazy. Every punch and kick was real, and he was definitely not joking. Ouch, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, please talk nicely if you have something to say. Why are you hitting me?" "Mr. Chun, what did I do wrong? You have to tell me." "Mr. Chun," Zhou Hua screamed in agony. When the others saw this, they reacted and immediately started to separate them. You idiot, you super idiot. I teased you and cursed the neighbors. You have shit in your brain. What am I doing? Do you have a pig brain? Chunda roared angrily. He was almost crying. Just now Wang Yi called him and scolded him so harshly that he thought for a moment that he had done something wrong. However, after careful investigation, he found out that it was his subordinate who was smart enough to collude with another vice president. Want to hype it up and create some things. It's just hype, and Chunda doesn't care who is right or wrong. After all, businessmen have no conscience. But the damn thing is, they have the complete recording and got the surveillance video one step ahead. To put it bluntly, they have been prepared to deal with you. As a result, you were foolishly fooled, posted messages, hired internet trolls, and asked the media you knew to mess with others. Now, they have been outmaneuvered, and the situation has become even bigger. The first and second most searched topics on Weibo were about the rich second generation blocking the door and the inside story of the reversal. Some super famous anchors stood up, took out videos and recordings, and angrily criticized the officials of Xinzhou Times Online. Now the official Weibo of Xinzhou Times has been exploded. Normally there aren't many replies, but the latest Weibo post got over 70,000 or 80,000 replies. All of them were people saying they were just watching the show and asking for an explanation. Any explanation? What the hell is the point of explaining? Anyone who is not an idiot can see that what Xinzhou Times did in this matter was extremely dishonest. Not only was it dishonest, but it also filed the complaint first, which really disgusted the netizens. It's a good thing that Xinzhou Times has not yet been listed. If this is listed, if the price doesn't fall to the limit tomorrow, Chunda will stand upside down and eat shit. The most infuriating thing is not this. The most infuriating thing is, this idiot was actually unaware of the situation and was still smiling when he saw me. Still want to get your own praise? What the hell is a big sprite? Are there such stupid people in this world? What made Chunda extremely depressed was, that's how wise he is. He actually became the person in charge of the Xinzhou Times in Nanjing City. Thinking of this, coupled with the previous violent beating, Chunda was almost fainted from anger. He sat on the sofa, looked at Zhou Hua coldly and said, "Go online by yourself now. Go online and show me. Show me, you idiot." As Chunda was talking, he yelled again. Zhou Hua was so scared that he almost peed himself. Zhou Hua immediately took out his cell phone, feeling depressed. Chapter 31. Blood Mom Regrets Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua tremblingly took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo. Soon he saw the rich second-generation blocking door incident, which became the #1 trending search. Isn't this a good thing? When Zhou Hua was about to speak, he suddenly realized something. He swallowed and clicked on the second trending search. The first Weibo post was a statement issued by Su Su Baby, accompanied by pictures, videos, and recordings. Zhou Hua looked at them one by one. Read it word by word. Every word made him feel extremely chilled and terrified, especially the recording, which made Zhou Hua even more terrified. I looked at the video again. Damn, isn't this my company's video surveillance? Why is it here? Hiss. Zhou Hua was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Mr. Chun, there is a traitor in the company. Zhou Hua was still speaking foolishly, but Chunda directly cursed. Fuck the neighbor. Why do you care if he has a traitor or not? How are you going to solve this matter now? Chunda was really pissed off. Is there a traitor that Zhou Hua wants to expose? Is he blind? Are we talking about the traitor now? Now let's talk about how to solve this matter. Zhou Hua was confused. How to solve it? I don't know how to solve it either. He lowered his head and remained silent. After a long while, he couldn't help but say, "How about I delete the comments now?" Hearing this answer, Chunda smiled. He actually laughed. He had seen idiots, but he had never seen one as idiot as this one. Zhou Hua, you are really the most stupid person I have ever met. Do you know what mistake you made? You have aroused public anger. You have caused a huge trouble for our Xinzhou Times. Let me tell you this, the boss is catching a plane and will be back soon. You will be skinned alive if you don't die. Also, you can forget about keeping your job. Not only that, according to national law, you are breaking the law by making up rumors out of nothing. Do you know that? Chunda opened his mouth and spoke word by word. However, Zhou Hua was completely confused. The boss is here, his job is in jeopardy, and it's against the law? Is it really necessary to be so serious? Isn't it just a small matter? I'll go and apologize, Mr. Chun. I'll go and apologize to this person, okay? Zhou Hua was completely panicked. If he lost his job, he would be really finished. Apart from other things, this job made him 400,000 or 500,000 yuan a year, and there were various benefits. His annual salary was over 1,000,000 yuan, and he was very happy. Now that he knew he might lose his job, he was completely panicked. Damn it, you're a stinking idiot. Look at the people talking about you. Is it any use for you to apologize? Not only you, but also your team members are all fired. This is an order personally issued by the CEO. And don't think that you'll be all right after you're fired. You've been enriching yourself over the years. The company has long known about your actions. This time, we're killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Chunda said this very seriously, his face extremely cold. Zhou Hua burst into tears. If this matter were to be exposed, he would really go to jail. Mr. Chun, save me, help me, Mr. Chun, please, help me, Mr. Chun. Zhou Hua was really about to cry. God knew something like this would happen. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't do it. Save you? If you don't want to die in a humiliating way, go find this customer right away. If he is willing to write it off, there is still a way around it. Otherwise, Chun stopped talking, and the meaning was very clear. Okay, I'll contact him now. I'll contact him now. Zhou Hua stood up and tried every way to contact Zhang Chun, but found that he had no idea where to start. In the end, it was his subordinates who reminded him that the people who followed Zhang Chun were from Huayu Company. Zhou Hua then contacted the manager of Huayu Company. Then he hurriedly got Li Wanqing's contact information. 20 minutes later, Zhang Chun received a call from Li Wanqing. Hello? Miss Li, why are you calling me so late at night? Are you feeling lonely? Zhang Chun was in a good mood. Right now, the discussion on the internet was overwhelming, so he was naturally extremely happy. It seems that President Zhang is still very powerful. Li Wanqing was not joking with Zhang Chun, but praised Zhang Chun sincerely. After what happened today, Li Wanqing felt that Zhang Chun was in big trouble, so she specially asked many leaders for help to solve the problem. But unfortunately, the leaders would not offend Xinzhou Times just because of a customer. So Li Wanqing was so anxious that she was almost depressed, but then Zhou Hua called her. She kept saying sorry and calling Zhang Chun sisterly just to get Zhang Chun's forgiveness. It was at this time that Li Wanqing realized that Zhang Chun had solved all the problems. Not only did he turn the tables, but he also almost ruined the reputation of the Xinzhou era. People are talking about Xinzhou Times everywhere now, and all the comments are negative. Boss Zhang, Zhou Hua from the Xinzhou era called me and wanted me to plead for him. What do you think? Li Wanqing spoke up. What do you think we should do? Zhang Chun asked Li Wanqing. Of course, we don't need to pay attention to this kind of person, but he is from the Xinzhou era after all. Now that things have gotten out of hand, if it affects you, Li Wanqing stopped talking here. Didn't I know before that he was from the Xinzhou era? Zhang Chun chuckled. The meaning was very clear. I understand. Li Wanqing seemed to have expected Zhang Chun to do this. But it was also true that who could stand this? Especially since Zhang Chun is not short of money. Okay, you should go to bed early. Tell Zhou Hua that I will never forgive him for this matter. I will never accept it unless he pays a heavy price. Zhang Chun said fiercely. He will avenge himself. Yeah, Li Wanqing had no right to ask Zhang Chun to be magnanimous. She just made a phone call to inform Zhang Chun. And at the same time, Nanjing Airport, Wang Yi got off the plane. Chapter 32. Wang Yi comes to visit. Beep beep, beep beep. The phone rang. Zhang Chun took it out. It was an unknown number. Normally Zhang Chun would hang up, but the phone number was a bit awesome. 1x7, 777, 777, 77. This kind of consecutive numbers is extremely rare, and the number 7 is even rarer. Because there is a saying that goes 7 up and 8 down. Many rich people pursue the number 7 instead of 8. Apparently this is a big shot. After answering the phone, Zhang Chun felt very calm. Hello. Zhang Chun opened his mouth and soon heard the other party's voice. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Chun? The other party's voice was gentle. Yes. Zhang Chun replied. I am the general manager of Xinzhou Times. My name is Wang Yi. First of all, I want to apologize to you. Secondly, Mr. Zhang, can you do me a favor and have a meal together? Wang Yi, the CEO of Xinzhou Times, Zhang Chun has checked his information. To be honest, Zhang Chun really didn't expect that Wang Yi would call him personally, but when he thought about it carefully, now that the matter had become so serious, it was not impossible for the other party to come to him. I'm at Binu Hotel. Zhang Chun spoke. He was not timid. Since the other party had called, he would definitely be able to find out his information, so there was no point in deliberately avoiding him. There's nothing wrong with meeting him. Zhang Chun just didn't believe that Wang Yi would be so stupid as to want to harm him at this critical moment. If Wang Yi really dares to mess with him, then Zhang Chun guaranteed that the Xinzhou era would be completely destroyed. Okay, I'll be there in about half an hour. I hope Mr. Zhang can wait patiently. Wang Yi spoke very politely, without any of the authority of a billionaire CEO. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chun directly called Li Wanqing and told her that Wang Yi called him and wanted to have dinner together. Li Wanqing was also shocked. A person of Wang Ye's level was a prominent figure in Nanjing City. She didn't expect that he would come in person. Li Wanqing didn't say much at the moment and went straight to find Zhang Chun. Just one person will do, don't bring too many people. Zhang Chun thought about it and said this, and at the same time reminded, tell your immediate boss, but don't bring anyone else. I don't want outsiders to get involved in this kind of thing. The reason why Zhang Chun notified Li Wanqing was because Huayu Company, where Li Wanqing worked, was not a small company. If Wang Yi really plays any tricks, Huayu Company will definitely not sit idly by. Because no matter what, Zhang Chun is a client of Huayu Company. And the most important thing is this. In the Xinzhou era, it was very popular in the southern city and was even a very well-known company in such second-tier cities. So, will this kind of existence have enemies? The answer is yes, and a lot. In other words, if Zhang Chun really wants to create the new continent era, I don't know how many people will be willing to come out and help him. So Zhang Chun really doesn't need to worry. The bigger the matter, the less likely anyone is to cause trouble. Li Wanqing came very quickly, arriving in just 20 minutes. Presidential suite? How rich? Li Wanqing walked into the presidential suite and looked around in shock. Would you like to try out the bed in the presidential suite? Zhang Chun brought a bottle of red wine. It's not that I like to drink it, I just think it's more classy. That depends on what Mr. Zhang wants. Li Wanqing smiled. Zhang Chun couldn't help but touch his nose and smiled. It seems that you have figured out my personality. Zhang Chun smiled bitterly, and Li Wanqing also smiled mischievously, but soon, Li Wanqing also spoke seriously. Boss Zhang, what do you plan to say about this matter? How to say it? Zhang Chun took a sip of red wine, then said, it depends on the situation. In this matter, it is indeed the fault of those salesmen of Xinzhou Times, but the boss Wang Yi came in person. I think it is enough to punish them, and don't act on impulse. Xinzhou Times is a real big company, a large group with nearly 10 billion. It is said that this time they went to Shanghai to find a big man and wanted to go public. If the listing is successful, it will be a super large group with at least 30 to 40 billion. It's better to tie the knot if possible. Li Wanqing said very seriously that she was not joking. It is definitely not a wise thing to offend Wang Yi. Clear. Zhang Chun took another sip of wine. He was not a fool, but it mainly depended on Wang Yi's attitude. If Wang Yi's attitude was still arrogant, then he would definitely not give in. Although he has no money or background, he is not afraid of wearing shoes when he is barefoot. And just then, suddenly the phone rang. When he answered the phone, it was the front desk calling, saying that a Mr. Wang Yi wanted to see him and asked if he had such a friend. Yes, he is my friend. Zhang Chun opened his mouth to answer. When Li Wanqing heard the voice, she quickly took out a small mirror to check her makeup. Why? Miss Li still wants to curry favor with Wang Yi? Zhang Chun smiled. No way. Wang Yi is a legend in our real estate industry and my idol. I'm not that kind of person. Li Wanqing explained. She didn't really want to do anything. She was just a little excited to see her idol. Bang bang. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Li Wanqing stood up immediately. Zhang Chun sat on the sofa, but his posture was very serious and he didn't seem particularly frivolous. The door opened and a cheerful voice sounded. Mr. Zhang, sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you, sorry. Star. Chapter 33. Wang Yi's apology. Wang Yi's voice was full of laughter. He walked straight in with a bottle of red wine in his hand, and no one followed him. Moreover, he was dressed very casually, in a normal suit, and didn't look like he was worth billions at all. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Don't hit a smiling person. Moreover, this matter was not done by Wang Yi, but by his subordinates' subordinates. Zhang Chun is not a fool, so he stood up and smiled naturally. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. I don't deserve to be called Mr. Zhang or not. Zhang Chun chuckled. Wang Yi was casual, sitting directly in front of Zhang Chun, taking out the red wine in his hand and said, Mr. Zhang, I don't know if you like to drink or not. This is the Romani Conti treasured in my wine cellar. I was going to drink it when it went public, but this happened today, so I came to apologize with the wine. I'm really sorry, really sorry. Wang Yi put the wine on the table, then clasped his hands together and apologized to Zhang Chun with a sincere face. There is so much sincerity on his face that it is almost impossible to find fault with it. If it were really fake, Wang Yi could have won the Oscar for Best Actor. I know about this matter. It has nothing to do with Mr. Wang, but I just want a fair solution. Zhang Chun said calmly. It was impossible for him to forgive Wang Yi just because he came in person. However, Wang Yi waved his hand. No, this matter has something to do with me, Mr. Zhang. I started out as a salesperson. In my line of work, we need to have a good attitude and provide good service. Regardless of whether the customer has done anything wrong, even if the customer's attitude is terrible, we have no choice but to comply. Xinzhou Times is my largest business. It is of high-end quality and sells at sky-high prices. So I have repeatedly stressed the importance of service attitude. But what happened today, I cannot forgive them, and I definitely cannot forgive myself. I have thoroughly investigated the whole matter. You were a customer of my Xinzhou Times and were treated extremely unfairly. So I apologize deeply. Drink 3 cups as a punishment. Wang Yi stood up and skillfully picked up the Maotai liquor that the hotel brought. Then he took a few drinking glasses and poured the wine without saying a word. Mr. Wang, now that the matter has been explained clearly, there is no need to do this. You may have something else to do tomorrow. Li Wanqing spoke up immediately. This is white wine, not beer. If I drink 3 glasses as punishment, I will pass out here, right? No, Mr. Zhang. Let me be frank with you. Although I am worth billions, I was born in a poor family. I have worked hard all the way to this position. I can act elegant and be like ordinary people. I am sorry for what happened today, Mr. Zhang. I will punish myself with these 3 glasses of wine. After saying this, Wang Yi directly poured 3 glasses of wine and drank them in one gulp. Full of sincerity. This time, Zhang Chun really didn't know what to say. To be honest, he was actually already prepared. As soon as Wang Yi came in, he said a few words casually and then promised him all kinds of benefits. But what I didn't expect was that Wang Yi was so direct and his attitude was so sincere. You have to know that Wang Yi must have investigated my background. I wouldn't say he looks down on me, but at least he wouldn't do that, right? At this moment, Zhang Chun finally understood why Wang Yi was able to rise from a small salesperson to the CEO of Xinzhou Times. This kind of courage and worldly wisdom is worth learning. Boss Wang, if it's not for anything else, just for these 3 glasses of wine, I will let bygones be bygones, and I will make a statement right now. Zhang Chun also poured himself a glass of wine. But Wang Yi shook his head and stopped Zhang Chun. Mr. Jiang, drink this Romani Kani, this wine is good. Also, this matter cannot end like this. You have been offended. It would be too insincere to end it so easily. Wang Yi spoke, very seriously. This, Zhang Chun smiled bitterly. Actually, it was already acceptable at this point. The boss came in person to apologize. What else could he ask for? This is in ancient times? Are we going to kill people again? Call. Wang Yi took a deep breath, loosened his collar, and then spoke. Boss Zhang, I know the whole story. If there was even one thing that you didn't do well, I would never do this. But after watching the video and listening to the recording, I know that you are truly the victim in this matter. Wang Yi used to work hard and did everything. I was more vicious, cruel, and treacherous than anyone else. But my mother taught me a truth since I was a child. You can go anywhere with reason, but you can't go anywhere without reason. Wang Yi, have done all kinds of immoral things, but I have never done anything that would make me feel guilty. Maybe some people will laugh if I say this, but I still want to say it. Wang Yi, am a reasonable person. There is no business without fraud. That is a small business. People who have reached my position have principles, and my principle is to be reasonable. This matter, no matter what, is my fault. Wang Yi, so Mr. Jiang, please accept my apology. Wang Yi stood up and bowed to Zhang Chun. This kind of courage made Zhang Chun really not know what to say. Mr. Wang, you're welcome. You're welcome. Zhang Chun stood up and spoke quickly. To be honest, he himself was a little embarrassed. Chapter 34, Mr. Wang. Do you hate me? Wang Yi's attitude of apology, whether it was a show or not, made Zhang Chun feel embarrassed. Boss Wang, I have received your kindness. This matter ends here. I will clarify it. Zhang Chun spoke. Wang Yi exhaled, and then said, Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your understanding, but I will discuss the aftermath with Mr. Jiang. What do you think? First of all, I will fire all the employees involved, including the female receptionist, the sales consultant, and the person in charge, Zhou Hua, for serious mistakes. I will also send letters to all of their colleagues, asking them not to recruit any more and to blacklist them for life. At the same time, we also have some information about their bribery. If necessary, we will let them in. Wang Yi said this with a serious tone. Come in? Zhang Chun looked very calm, and at the same time, Wang Yi continued, I have brought the people here. Do you want to let them in? Good. Zhang Chun nodded, and Wang Yi made a phone call and said casually, Come up. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and Li Wanqing opened it. At that moment, Zhou Hua, Wu Fangfang, and the female receptionist walked in with their heads lowered. The 3 of them had some injuries on their bodies, especially Wu Fangfang, whose face was red from being beaten. Kneel down. Wang Yi spoke coldly, with a strong aura, completely different from what he had just said. In an instant, the 3 of them knelt in front of Zhang Chun, trembling. At the same time, his men brought a box of cigars. Wang Yi immediately smiled and said to Zhang Chun, Boss Zhang, this is a top-grade Cuban cigar. Come and try one. After saying that, he personally cut it off and insisted on helping Zhang Chun light it. To be honest, there is no problem for Wang Yi to sit in this position. Zhang Chun took a puff of his cigar, which didn't go through his lungs, and looked at Zhou Hua and the other 2 with cold eyes. Boss Zhang, I deserve to die. I was blinded by greed. Boss Zhang, please let me go. Zhou Hua was the first to shout, kneeling on the ground and crying to the sky. Mr. Zhang, it's none of my fault. It's mainly her fault. She's the one who caused it. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Fangfang also cried. Boss Zhang, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I look down on you, Boss Zhang, please let me go. The 3 of them cried and screamed. Zhang Chen's eyes were cold. Forgive? Sorry, he would never forgive. We are all adults now, and we should be responsible for our own actions. If I was wrong in this matter, I believe you will not let me go even if you die, right? Zhang Chen sneered. I dare not. I dare not. You are a magnanimous person. Please let us go. I really didn't mean it, Mr. Zhang. Please let me go. I have parents and children to take care of. They cried and shouted. Who doesn't have an elder above? Who doesn't have a child below? I forgive Xinzhou times for this matter, but that's because of Mr. Wang. As for you 3, I'm sorry, I won't forgive you. When Zhang Chun said this, Wang Yi immediately understood what he meant and clapped his hands. Immediately, several bodyguards in black took the 3 of them away. After everyone left, the room became much quieter. Boss Zhang, if nothing unexpected happens, the 3 of them will be investigated tomorrow. Based on the amount of money they embezzled, it won't be a problem to sentence them to 3 to 5 years. As for the receptionist, we have investigated and found that she used to be a prostitute. I have had people find evidence of this and have shown it to her parents and her boyfriend. I wonder if Boss Zhang is satisfied. Open a case for investigation. Check background. This is really cruel. Zhang Chun took a puff of his Cuban cigar and nodded. Then Wang Yi continued. Then, I personally prepared a house on the best floor of Xinzhou Times and gave it to Mr. Jiang as compensation. In addition, this is a check for 10 million yuan. I hope Mr. Jiang will accept it. Wang Yi was generous and magnanimous. A New Zealand-era house and a check for 10 million. To be honest, there is absolutely no problem with this apology. However, Zhang Chun shook his head. Mr. Wang, you are being so polite. I'm just like you. I recognize the truth. As long as the problem is solved, I don't want this house and this check. Zhang Chun doesn't want any money. If you want it, what will it be like? Wang Yi was surprised this time, but he still spoke, thinking that Zhang Chun was just embarrassed. But Zhang Chun refused again and again, and his attitude was very firm, which made Wang Yi even more curious. More than 20 million. He had investigated Zhang Chun and found that he had an average background, and no one knew where his money came from. However, it was not difficult to make some money these days, so he did not doubt it too much and just thought that Zhang Chun must have his own way of making money. It was just 18 million, and Wang Yi didn't take it seriously at all. But what I didn't expect was that Zhang Chun would actually refuse. Boss Zhang, you have to give up this money. Wang Yi said this, and he insisted on giving it. Mr. Wang, I really can't accept this money. If you insist on giving it, then let's donate it to the Hope Primary School in our name. This just happened to happen. I'll ask my friend to publicize it later. Isn't it wonderful? Zhang Chun spoke. He thought of a good idea. This is a good idea. Wang Yi nodded directly. To be honest, Xinzhou is facing this kind of problem now. Even if Zhang Chun comes forward to inform that the problem has been solved, it will still have a certain impact. But if you donate directly to Hope Primary School, charity is the easiest thing to win people's hearts, and it can be whitewashed. Thinking of this, Wang Yi nodded and said, okay, that's it. I'll add another 10 million and donate to Hope Primary School in the name of Xinzhou Times and Mr. Jiang. How about that? Wang Yi said this. Can. If you donate it, you won't have to worry about other people gossiping about you. But soon, Zhang Chun looked at Wang Yi and asked Li Wanqing to leave temporarily until there were only 2 people left in the room. Zhang Chun asked, Boss Wang, I want to ask if I do this, does Boss Wang hate me? Zhang Chun spoke, looking straight at Wang Yi and asked directly. As soon as he said this, Wang Yi's expression gradually froze. Star. Chapter 35. The matter is completely resolved. Zhang Chun's question made Wang Yi stunned. He looked at Zhang Chun and then took a puff of his Cuban cigar. It's impossible to say I don't hate you. I just had a big deal that concerns the future of Xinzhou Times. Because of you, it's probably ruined. Wang Yi said this very seriously, and Zhang Chun also listened carefully. But after I think about it carefully, I don't hate you anymore. I don't have anything to hate you for. In any case, it was my subordinates who made the mistake. On the contrary, I am glad that it was you who came to trouble me. If it was another powerful person who came to trouble me, the New Continent era might have faced a great disaster. So I don't hate you. On the contrary, I am grateful to you. Wang Yi said this very seriously. This is what he really thinks. This is the kind of person who can accomplish great things. Zhang Chun admired him very much. Without saying much, he opened the bottle of Romanicani and drank it with Wang Yi. You can open the wine, but you have to decant it professionally. Otherwise, it will ruin the taste. Wang Yi was very happy when he heard that the wine was about to be opened, because this was the only bottle of this wine left in his wine cellar. Is it so particular? Zhang Chun was a little surprised, but Li Wanqing immediately said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, this bottle of wine is worth millions, so it's natural to be a little more sophisticated. Mr. Wang, I've learned a little about red wine culture and know how to easily decant wine. I'll help you do that now. Wang Yi nodded when he heard this, then looked at Zhang Chun and said, I bought this bottle of wine at an auction in France for 1.45 million. It is the most expensive wine in my wine cellar. I brought it here specially because of this matter. 1,450,000? Zhang Chun was really a little surprised. Although 1.45 million was nothing to him, spending 1.45 million on a bottle of wine was a bit exaggerated. At the same time, Zhang Chun also understood that Wang Yi was full of integrity. Boss Wang, I was a little impulsive about this matter. Zhang Chun felt a little emotional. The fact that Wang Yi could take out a bottle of such wine proved that Wang Yi was really anxious. Otherwise, it would not be so grand. However, Wang Yi waved his hand and said directly, Boss Zhang, let me tell you directly, I admire you very much. In any case, it was my subordinates who did something wrong. However, in this case, Boss Zhang was able to think of so many points in advance and use new media to spread the news. It can be said that he taught me a great lesson. To be honest, I think this lesson is worth it. At the same time, I also admire you, Mr. Zhang. Wang Yi is speaking from the heart. Zhang Chun didn't know what to say. Mr. Wang, please stop calling me Mr. Zhang. I'm a generation younger than you. Just call me Xiao Zhang. Zhang Chun chuckled, and Wang Yi nodded. It was true that he was 47 years old this year, and Zhang Chun looked to be in his early 20s. It was indeed a bit unpleasant to call him Mr. Zhang all the time. That's fine. I'll call you Brother Zhang, and you can just call me Brother Wang. I like making friends who are smart, Wang Yi said with a smile. Zhang Chun also smiled. However, Zhang Chun didn't really take it seriously. It was just a polite remark. It was impossible for him to call each other brother and younger brother affectionately after just meeting each other. Who believes it? But one thing Zhang Chun could be sure of was that Wang Yi had no resentment towards him. He sobered up quickly. Li Wanqing poured a glass for Zhang Chun and Wang Yi. Zhang Chun also asked Li Wanqing to pour a glass for himself. The three of them clinked their glasses and then began to taste the wine. Zhang Chun took a sip of Romanicani worth $1 million. To be honest, it's bitter. The first bite was extremely bitter. Zhang Chun really couldn't feel any sweetness. It was really bitter. It is bitter and astringent, just like a red wine with a rotten cork in it. It tastes bad, extremely bad. But soon, a sweet aroma of red wine emerged from the throat and nasal cavity, like the feeling of air coming up. Zhang Chun took another sip, and it still tasted bad. But soon, the aroma of wine waited for a while and then appeared again. This is very interesting. Zhang Chun drank several sips in a row, frowning as he drank, but soon he couldn't help but relax. The more Zhang Chun drank, the better it tasted. Wang Yi saw Zhang Chun pouring wine all the time. Although it was a gift for Zhang Chun, since Zhang Chun had opened it, he didn't want to be polite. So he didn't care about anything and quickly filled up half of his own cup. Li Wanqing took a small sip and stopped drinking because she couldn't drink much. And the red wine has a strong aftertaste. Just like that, a bottle of Romanicani worth more than $1 million was finished by Zhang Chun and Wang Yi. Good wine. Zhang Chun couldn't help but sigh. This red wine is indeed delicious. Wang Yi also nodded and then said, it's a pity that this kind of wine is too hard to buy. There will be an auction in the UK in a while, and maybe Romanée will be available. I'll buy a bottle then and treat Brother Jiang to a drink. Wang Yi said this. Okay, thank you, Brother Wang. Zhang Chun nodded, then sent Wang Yi away. Afterwards, Zhang Chun turned on the computer, contacted Su Su Baby and others, and informed them of what would happen next. The misunderstanding was explained, and Zhang Chun came forward in person, saying that Wang Yi had come to apologize and donated $30 million to build a Hope primary school. This time, netizens were also blown away. Things happened quickly, and Wang Yi came out to clarify the situation quickly. At the same time, in order to take responsibility for his mistake, he was willing to donate $30 million to build a Hope primary school. There is absolutely nothing wrong with his public relations tactic. Zhang Chun would not need to deal with the following matters, as the people of the Xinzhou era would handle them. But the matter is not over yet. Zhang Chun posted the screenshots of the media company and some people who had previously slandered him online. The general meaning was simple. If they didn't come to apologize in person, he would hire a lawyer to defend his rights even if he had to sell everything he had. That's right. Zhang Chun is indiscriminate and won't let anyone go. Soon, as the news came out, those media companies that had previously discredited Zhang Chun, as well as the netizens on the list, could not bear the pressure and started messaging Zhang Chun privately. Some wrote letters of apology, some slapped themselves in the face, and some even panicked and were really afraid of being messed with by Zhang Chun, so they knelt down and filmed videos for Zhang Chun to watch. Therefore, Zhang Chun did not pursue the matter further. After all, they are netizens. A little punishment will be enough. There is no need to be too harsh. To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch of bad-mouthed people. There is no need to argue about anything. Just like that, after solving a series of problems and having drunk so much red wine, just now, Zhang Chun almost fell asleep. As for Li Wanqing, she fell asleep on the sofa while Zhang Chun was surfing the internet. Chapter 36, Buying a House Lottery. 12 o'clock noon. Zhang Chun opened his eyes. My head suddenly started to hurt. The reason was simple. The alcohol I drank yesterday had a strong after effect. Red wine is like this. The aftertaste is so strong that it's scary. Feeling a splitting headache, Zhang Chun lay in bed for a full hour before he came to his senses. Mad. It turns out that you are not suitable for drinking. Zhang Chun got up, took a shower, and then heard Li Qingwan's voice. You have a great figure. Following Li Qingwan's voice, Zhang Chun looked at the other party, who was staring at him as if he was looking at a work of art. Are you awake? Zhang Chun was very casual. He took out a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and drank it in one breath. It can be said that Zhang Chun's figure is already very good. Although he has not exercised much, the body-shaping pills are very effective. The mermaid line, love handles, unicorn arms, and dog waist have already taken shape. In a few days, Zhang Chun can completely participate in a body beauty pageant. Moreover, Zhang Chun's height is gradually increasing. After measuring, he is already 1.8 meters tall, and he also has these features. He is simply a super handsome guy with both temperament and looks. Your figure is really great. Li Wanqing couldn't help but speak. Do you want to see it clearly? Zhang Chun looked at Li Wanqing and smiled. Okay, wait till I take a shower? Li Wanqing smiled slyly. Okay, go wash it. Zhang Chun also joked, but Li Wanqing shook her head and said, I don't have any clothes to change, otherwise I would have experienced it today, the male dog waist. Li Wanqing is obviously an inexperienced girl, but she is so bold in speaking. It turns out that many girls are good at talking. Zhang Chun stopped joking and asked, how are things going in the Xinzhou era? It has been completely resolved. Xinzhou Times PR is also very good. They donated $30 million to Hope Primary School. In addition, Mr. Wang apologized in person and got your forgiveness. The danger has been averted. Now there are a lot of positive news. Li Wanqing said this. That's good. Zhang Chun nodded, and then continued. But you still have to accompany me to look at houses today. But don't look at new houses. I thought about it and decided to buy a second-hand house that has been renovated. It would be best if the original owner had not lived in it much and the decoration was good. Buying a second-hand house is not a shameful thing. There is no such thing as a second-hand house or not. It's just a matter of whether the decoration style is old. Okay, Li Wanqing nodded, then immediately used the computer to log into the internal information and check the files. It's true, there is a house like this. Boss Zhang, there is a very nice large flat in the city center. It was delivered last year and has a property certificate. The landlord also decorated it in European style. He spent more than 3 million yuan in total. The house is priced at more than 7 million yuan. This house is very good. The more Li Wanqing talked about it, the better she felt. After hearing this, Zhang Chun became interested, but unfortunately, the car was parked at Xinzhou Times, so he called the front desk to prepare the car. House viewing is very important. For this trip, Li Wanqing arranged everything and had the keys delivered. After getting the key, Zhang Chun went over to take a look in person. The property area is 225 square meters, and the actual area is more than 400 square meters, which is larger than Jinyang Baicue. Moreover, the boss did spend a lot of money to decorate the interior and exterior with the highest quality materials. 7 bedrooms, 4 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms. The most important thing is that after the decoration was completed, because formaldehyde needed to be removed, I left it to air condition for a year and bought a lot of formaldehyde removal tools. Now that the formaldehyde is gone, I want to live there, and I plan to develop in other places. That's why it's sold. Zhang Chun was very satisfied, and then Li Wanqing directly discussed the price. The total price, including all handling fees, was 10.5 million. The boss was generous and knew that Zhang Chun would pay in full and did not need a loan, which would save him a lot of trouble. So he directly said a lucky number, 9.8 million, which sounded good. Because the house price is definitely 8.5 million, and the 3 million for decoration is only 1/3 of it. In other words, Zhang Chun was only charged for the materials, and the labor cost was not included. Labor cost is the most expensive thing these days. After confirming everything, Zhang Chun directly started to process the purchase. Zhang Chun didn't need to run around. Li Qingwan took care of everything. After the contract was finalized, Zhang Chun transferred 9.8 million. As for the property certificate, you need to wait 2 days to get it, which is not a big problem. After buying the house, Zhang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. After much trouble, I finally completed a big thing, and I feel relieved. In fact, if he looks for it again, he can find a better one, but Zhang Chun has no need to delay time. He has a one-click money-making system, and to be honest, he really doesn't lack it. It's a happy thing to live in your own house. After a busy day, Zhang Chun invited Li Qingwan and Ma Tian to dinner. The car was also delivered. After eating and drinking, Zhang Chun went straight back to his home. 10 o'clock at night. Standing on the balcony, Zhang Chun looked out over the southern city. The lights are bright, and pour yourself a glass of red wine. A feeling of being a successful person arises spontaneously. However, there is another reason why Zhang Chun is so anxious to buy a house. That's the points. That's right, it's the super rich points. Including the previous points, Zhang Chun currently has 1,260 points of godly rich points. 1 bronze draw and 1 silver draw are available. The bronze lottery can win you a rebate card worth tens of millions, but I don't know what you can win from the silver lottery. System, start the bronze lottery. Let's start with the bronze draw. He is looking forward to it. Star. Chapter 37. Win a jackpot worth 1 billion. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for drawing the bronze reward and obtaining the primary skill, Eye of the Workplace. Workplace Eyes. Effect. You can see a person's workability and what position he is suitable for. Skill. Zhang Chun didn't expect that he would draw a skill, and this skill seems to be pretty good. It may be useful, but he definitely won't be able to use it for now, but it may be useless, but he may be able to use it in the future. Zhang Chun will soon participate in the second bronze lottery. He is looking forward to it. It would be great if he can get another rebate card. Now that the money is all gone, if it is 4 million a day, for some reason, Zhang Chun feels that it is a bit too little and must be increased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the bronze reward and a temporary IOU for 100 million business funds. This time, the pointer landed on a piece of paper. However, Zhang Chun was a little surprised when he heard the system voice. A temporary IOU for 100 million in commercial funds? What is this? Take a closer look, and the data will immediately appear before your eyes. IOU for 100 million commercial funds. Function. It can be directly exchanged for 100 million funds, but this fund can only be used for business investment. At the same time, it is a temporary IOU, which is only leased for 1 year and must be repaid after 1 year without interest. If it cannot be repaid, the system income will be directly deducted until the deduction is completed. I see. It means lending 100 million to yourself, but it can only be used for business. To put it bluntly, it is equivalent to borrowing 100 million from a bank, but you don't have to pay interest and you don't have to pay in installments. You can just pay it back after 1 year. This stuff works. Nowadays, in the era of money making money, 100 million can make some money steadily. Of course, if you want to make a lot of money, 100 million alone is not enough. After the bronze draw was over, Zhang Chun immediately turned his attention to the silver draw system. Conduct the silver lottery. Zhang Chun was a little excited. The bronze rewards were quite generous, so he wondered what good things he could get from the silver lottery. Select the silver draw and a new large wheel will appear immediately. There are 12 items in the new big roulette wheel, including things similar to cards, things similar to books, and black pills. It looks like a lot of different items. Ding dong. Do you want to spend 1,000 points to participate in the silver lottery? The system inquiry sounded. Yes. As Zhang Chun spoke with great determination, the pointer began to move immediately. Zhang Chun knew that the biggest prizes were at the top and the bottom. There's a card on the top, but I don't know what it is. And at the bottom is a document containing 2 grand prizes. The pointer moved little by little, then gradually slowed down and landed at the bottom, on something that looked like an apple, but in the end, the pointer moved slowly. The tiny pointer landed on the grand prize at the bottom. Holy crap! I won the jackpot! Zhang Chun was overjoyed. He was very excited. The Dosha consumption rebate card was also a grand prize. He didn't know what the silver grand prize was. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the silver reward, the official document on the school district planning of Nanjing City. What? Red-headed document for school district planning? Zhang Chun was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? South City School District? Planning official document? Zhang Chun really didn't understand. However, soon the attributes appeared in sight. Official document on school district planning in Nanjing City. Function. It records the planning and arrangements for all school districts in Nanjing City in the next year, which is top secret information. After seeing the detailed properties, Zhang Chun suddenly understood. He understood school district planning. You know, although Nanjing is a second-tier city, the most famous thing about Nanjing is actually its schools. The top 3 educational schools in the country are all in Nanjing. Jiangnan Province is even known as the hometown of the god of exams, breaking records every year. Therefore, many wealthy people from other places send their children to study in southern cities. But for many schools, you can't just go to the schools you want. Some really famous schools are completely out of reach and can only be divided by school districts. So in other words, many school district houses in Nanjing City are very valuable. Zhang Chun himself had a rough idea that the average price of some slightly more important school district housing was around 25,000. 25,000 may not sound like a sky-high price. Compared with the school district housing in Shanghai that costs hundreds of thousands, what is it? But what kind of houses are these 25,000 school district houses? They're all old houses. To put it bluntly, some of them are unfinished buildings. No one wants this kind of house at 5,000 yuan per square meter, but the unfortunate thing is that as long as it is designated as school district housing, it will be a big deal. So in theory, this really is a big prize. At least in the eyes of all real estate tycoons, this kind of thing is priceless. Because unless you're a big boss with strong capital, otherwise, don't even think about getting the real core internal information. Especially this kind of red-headed document. This is an absolute file. Leaking it is illegal and extremely serious. However, nothing happened to Zhang Chun after he passed the system. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun did not say anything, directly extracted the document, and then began to read it carefully. Open the file. There are only 4 pages. The first page is full of some very long-winded official words, and the second page is almost the same. But on the third page it was different. The key point emerges. Nanjing No. 1 Primary School is divided into Donghu Street, Zhanxian West Road, Zhanxian North Road, Railway Village 1, Railway Village 2, and Railway Village 3. Nanjing No. 4 Primary School is divided into Linen Street, Zhongshan North Road, Taiyuan Road, Taiyuan North Road, Anxiang Road, and Sima Interchange Road. The third and fourth pages are the divided areas. Zhang Chun turned on the computer and began to compare them one by one. First of all, the school district housing price also depends on the school. It must be a good school, then the surrounding housing prices will increase. If it is a bad school, how can the price increase? Zhang Chun conducted an online search and compared the documents in his hands, and soon found out which schools were particularly good. Nanjing No. 1 Primary School, Nanjing No. 3 Primary School, Nanjing No. 10 Primary School, Nanjing No. 1 Middle School, Nanjing No. 5 Middle School, Nanjing No. 10 Middle School, Nanjing No. 27 Middle School, and Jing'an Foreign Languages School. There are 8 schools in total, which can be said to be the hottest schools in Nanjing City. As for the other schools, the housing prices around them are very evenly distributed. In other words, there is almost no feasibility. Even those big real estate developers have already started to buy in. After all, those real estate developers know how to make their own predictions even without any information. Among the above 8 schools, Zhang Chun carefully selected the street areas. For example, Nanjing No. 1 Primary School is divided into 6 areas in total, but 5 of these 6 areas were originally school district housing, and only one, Zhanxian North Road, is a newly divided area. However, this Zhanxian North Road is very close to Zhanxian West Road, so it has been more or less affected and the price is relatively high. In other words, anyone with a certain level of business acumen can actually feel that Zhang Chun North Road will also be classified as a school district housing area. Then, Nanjing Number 1 primary school will have little room for maneuver. To put it bluntly, Zhang Chun wants to use 100 million yuan to make 1 billion yuan. So he must find the cheapest housing area that can be sold at the highest price. It's impossible to invest 100 million and only make 20 or 30 million, right? Isn't that just eating and having nothing to do? It's better to just sit at home and play for 4 or 5 days, and the money will come. Making 1 billion is Zhang Chun's goal. As for this red-headed document, Zhang Chun felt that if it was handled perfectly, it might be worth more than 1 billion. Chapter 38. 3 middle schools, 2 billion. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. From the time he woke up till now, Zhang Chun has been busy running around for 4 hours, checking data all the time. After 4 hours of detailed investigation, Zhang Chun finally selected 3 places. Yuan Road, Nanjing Number 10 Middle School. World Trade Road, Number 27 Middle School in South City. And what makes Zhang Chun most excited is the location of Jing'an University of Foreign Languages. Because Zhang Chun found out through information on the internet that Jing'an University of Foreign Languages will choose to settle in Nanjing City in about half a year. This is a big event. People who don't study may not know how awesome this school is, but anyone who has children or has attended junior high school or high school knows how strong Jing'an University of Foreign Languages is, and its faculty is extremely powerful. In a place like Nanjing City, the fact that Jing'an University of Foreign Languages chose to join is enough to prove how strong this school is. Moreover, the president of Jing'an Foreign Language School also said that the reason they chose Nanjing City is to become one of the best colleges in Nanjing City. So since Jing'an Foreign Language School announced the information a year ago, countless dignitaries have wanted to use the back door to enter the school, but none of them have been able to do so, unless the head of the Education Bureau came forward. But at this level, we dare not act recklessly, because the whole city is paying attention to this matter. The site for Jing'an Foreign Language School has been chosen. These places are extremely important, especially Pingan West Road, where there is a large area of unfinished buildings. If we can acquire this area of unfinished buildings, it will be a huge profit. Zhang Chun used the simplest method to calculate. Nanjing Number 10 Middle School and Nanjing Number 27 Middle School. Just these 2 middle schools can generate revenue of around 300 million if managed properly. If Jing'an Foreign Language School is managed properly, it will make a profit of at least 1 billion yuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun couldn't help but get excited. Although he earns 4 million a day, it is still a little more shocking compared to 1 billion. And the 1 billion that Zhang Chun mentioned was calculated entirely based on the prices of school district housing around some key middle schools. If we assume that this foreign language school becomes popular, that is, it becomes extremely popular, and if new houses are built, then the price. Zhang Chun felt his scalp tingling. However, Jing'an Foreign Language School will not select a site until about half a year later. This official document was issued by the Jiangnan Education Bureau, but it has not yet been sent to Nanjing City. It can be said that this document is still in the safe of a certain boss and will never be issued. So Zhang Chun still has half a year, no need to rush. But the first 2 are different. The instructions will be issued immediately, and it will take at most a month. So Zhang Chun planned to cut in quickly and not waste any time. According to the division in the document, the school district housing for Nanjing Number 10 Middle School will be announced around the end of next month. A new place was added, namely Yuan Road. Yuan Road is an old housing area. The area is not very large, but the population is relatively dense. Zhang Chun plans to use the simplest method to make a profit. Check in. To put it bluntly, offer a high price, whoever is willing to sell can sell, and those who are not willing can just take it away. The reason is simple. The news about the school district housing will be announced soon, that is, at the end of next month. In this case, if you want to buy this land in the name of a company and then demolish it, it is guaranteed to cause a lot of trouble. Capital registration is a big problem. Even if there is enough capital, land transactions are still required. At the same time, there is another point, that is, once you want to acquire this place, it involves demolition. Once demolished, this group of people became greedy and waited for a high price. So instead of going through so much trouble, it is better to take the simplest approach and just take possession of the house. Because there is no purchase restriction in Nanjing City. This seems to be the stupidest way, but it is also the best way, because time does not allow Zhang Chun to do anything else. Wanted to take possession of the room? Zhang Chun didn't think twice and called Li Wanqing directly. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, what's the matter?" Li Wanqing answered the phone instantly, and at the same time was a little curious about why Zhang Chun called. "Wanqing, come see me. I want to buy a house." Zhang Chun spoke directly without wasting words. Want to buy a house again?" Li Wanqing was a little surprised. However, Zhang Chun did not explain much on the phone. He just asked Li Wanqing to come first and talk about it later. Li Wanqing didn't say anything. After hanging up the phone, she immediately rushed to Zhang Chun. His company is located in Fortune Plaza, so it is not far from Zhang Chun. About 25 minutes later, Li Wanqing arrived at Zhang Chun's house. At this moment, Zhang Chun sorted out all the information and put it in the safe. "Mr. Zhang, you don't feel uncomfortable living here and want to change a house, right?" Li Wanqing was a little curious. She might not feel the same about others, but she thought it was possible about Zhang Chun. Am I that kind of person? Zhang Chun rolled his eyes at Li Wanqing, then took out his iPad and showed it to Li Wanqing. What was displayed on the iPad was the area around Hengyuan Road. I'm planning to speculate in real estate. I think Hengyuan Road has great development prospects in the future. I want to buy all the houses here, as many as I can. Zhang Chun said seriously. However, Li Wanqing was a little surprised. She looked at Zhang Chun and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she took out her iPad and did some business analysis. 20 minutes later, Li Wanqing shook her head and said, Mr. Zhang, although I don't know what you do, I can say from my professional perspective that Hengyuan Road is not worthy of commercial investment. First of all, Hengyuan Road is an old town, but not the oldest old town. Although Nanjing City has been vigorously developing its economy over the years, it has been developing from the worst areas. Hengyuan Road happens to be an area that is not very bad, but not at all good. According to predictions, it will take at least 10 years for this area to develop. It is unwise for you to buy now. Li Wanqing said this. The way she analyzes things carefully is very cute. The more Zhang Chun listened to these words, the more comfortable he felt. It's okay if it's bad. There is no development prospect. If there is really a great development prospect, it would be difficult to harvest. It's okay. Trust my judgment. Now use all your abilities to help me look for houses on Hengyuan Road. The average price on Hengyuan Road is 6,000 yuan. I'll raise the price to 6,500 yuan. Take whatever you have. I'll give you every penny less as commission from your company. Zhang Chun said seriously. This time Li Wanqing was a little surprised. Having said that, Zhang Chun is still like this? But as a real estate consultant, all she does is analyze. After the analysis, whether to buy or not is up to Zhang Chun personally. So Li Wanqing stopped trying to dissuade him and started to manipulate the situation. Chapter 39. Let's make a bet. If you lose, I'll give you a supercar. Boss Zhang, according to statistics, there are 75 houses for sale on Hengyuan Road, and the average price is 6,000 yuan. Do you want to buy them all? Li Wanqing spoke. These are the resources that are currently available. How much is the total price? Zhang Chun asked. Most of the houses on Hengyuan Road are old-style residential areas, and each apartment is only 60 to 70 square meters. The total price is 30 million, including agency fees and transfer fees. Li Wanqing said this. 30 million, 75 apartments. Zhang Chun calculated that according to the school district housing around Nanjing No. 10 Middle School, the average price is 23,000 yuan. But Hengyuan Road is an old city after all, so it is impossible to sell it for 23,000 yuan. But there is no problem in selling it for 20,000. In other words, if these 75 houses were purchased at an average price of 6,000 yuan per square meter, the profit would be 14,000 yuan per square meter, and the profit would be 73.5 million yuan. After deducting personal income tax and related fees, the net profit should be around 70 million. Buy them all, and after that, raise the price to 6,500. Buy them all. Zhang Chun directly used the 100 million yuan of temporary loan for business investment, withdrew 100 million yuan, and then transferred the money to Li Qingwan's company account. 100 million? Mr. Zhang, that's a big deal. Li Qingwan was really surprised. The houses on Hengyuan Road are old houses. There is no subway and no transportation. If you have to say something, it is indeed more densely populated, but it is definitely not suitable for long-term investment. Everyone who works in real estate knows that when investing in real estate, location, facilities, and government policies are the three main factors. However, there is nothing on Hengyuan Road, so what is the point of buying it? Real estate is indeed hot nowadays, but it still depends on the location. Because if we analyze it rationally, there are already enough houses in the current real estate projects in China, and speculation in housing is almost impossible. What is the main focus of real estate companies now? High-end area for school district housing in the city center. Integrated super commercial and residential area. The former is location plus equipment, while the latter is integration, with office buildings, shopping malls, primary schools, and junior high schools all together and sold in a bundled form. But there is really no need to buy an old house. Li Wanqing couldn't help but remind Zhang Chun again, but Zhang Chun turned a deaf ear and still chose to buy it. Li Wanqing had nothing to say at the moment and continued to operate the business, asking many of her agencies to post information about house collection. At the same time, Zhang Chun looked at Li Wanqing and used his workplace eye. See what's going on with Li Wanqing. Soon a set of information appeared. Character, Li Wanqing. Gender, female, virgin. Suitable career, real estate. Career potential, 4 stars, 5 stars is full. Comments, extremely good real estate personnel who can be recruited as employees. For star rating, this is very good. Although I'm not sure how good 4 stars are, if the system says it's good, then it's really good. Wanqing. Zhang Chun poured a cup of coffee, sat next to Li Wanqing, and smiled slightly. What's wrong, Mr. Zhang? Li Wanqing inexplicably felt that something bad was going to happen. Do you think I'm good to you? Zhang Chun chuckled. However, Li Wanqing said directly, Boss Zhang, if you have something to say, just tell me. If you like me, I am willing to make some sacrifices. Li Wanqing was joking. However, Zhang Chun nodded and said, I really like you. Zhang Chun said directly. This time Li Wanqing was surprised. Mr. Jiang Yu, don't get me wrong. When I say I like you, I mean I want to recruit you to work here. Zhang Chun explained it clearly, but Li Wanqing's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Huh? Work this? Li Wanqing quickly looked puzzled again. I'm planning to set up a real estate company, so I want to invite you to come and work. Zhang Chun said seriously. Real estate company? Mr. Jiang this? Li Wanqing felt that it was a bit too sudden. How much is your monthly salary? Since he didn't want to cause any trouble, Zhang Chun directly asked the other party how much his monthly salary was. 30,000. Li Qingwan answered subconsciously. 30,000 a month is considered a white-collar level salary in southern cities. It is indeed a high salary. I'll give you 100,000 a month and give you a bonus at the end of the year. What do you say? Zhang Chun directly offered a high price, a monthly salary of 100,000 and an annual income of 1 million. In today's society, what is the level of earning a million per year? At least the main person in charge of the 3 giant companies can get an annual salary of 1 million. However, Li Wanqing did not agree directly, but asked, Mr. Jiang, are you in the real estate business, or do you want to set up a real estate company? I want to set up a real estate company. Zhang Chun answered directly. Li Wanqing shook her head and said, Boss Jiang, I'm sorry I can't accept it. Although 100,000 a month does sound exaggerated, Huayu Company is a big company. You just set up a company casually. The real estate business is not as good as you think, so I may not be able to agree to it. This is a smart man. Zhang Chun earns 100,000 a month, which sounds really impressive at first glance. But in reality, Zhang Chun had neither the company nor the people. He just talked and was offered 100,000 yuan a month. It sounded good, but the problem was, what if the company went bankrupt? If she leaves Huayu and goes back, her salary will definitely drop a lot. Even if she goes to other companies, unfortunately, it will take a long time for her to integrate into a company, as she is new here. She has been working in her own company for more than 3 years. If she continues working there, she will be promoted to supervisor. Her future is not bright, but it is definitely not bad. So she refused. Li Wanqing's refusal did not make Zhang Chun feel unhappy. On the contrary, Li Wanqing's refusal made Zhang Chun like Li Wanqing even more. To be honest, if someone comes to work for me just because they hear that I can offer a monthly salary of 100,000, then they will be of no use. They will be poached if they have a little money. Who would dare to hire them? Wanqing, let's make a bet. The bet is simple. If you win, I'll give you a supercar. If you lose, you'll work for me. How about that? Zhang Chun opened his mouth and smiled. Supercar? How do you bet? Li Wanqing was very curious. Do you think Yuan Road cannot be developed or constructed? Zhang Chun said this. Kindness. Li Wanqing nodded and answered with certainty. Well, let's make a bet. I bet that within 2 months, the housing prices here on Yuan Road will skyrocket to 20,000. Do you believe it? Zhang Chun smiled. After hearing this, Li Wanqing frowned immediately. Soaring to 20,000? A shabby place that can't even be sold at an average price of 6,000 yuan. Sold for 20,000? Demolition? Li Wanqing immediately began to analyze the data and turned on the computer. About half an hour later, Li Wanqing said, it's impossible. Yuan Road belongs to the old city. Although it is densely populated with 5,000 households, it is absolutely impossible to demolish it for commercial purposes. Considering the elderly and children, etc., it is absolutely impossible to demolish the house. It will cause a lot of trouble. Moreover, there is no benefit at all if the house is demolished. It is impossible to build a commercial center or do other projects. So the price has skyrocketed from 6,000 to 20,000. This is simply a fantasy. What Li Wanqing said was absolutely correct. The entire Yuan Road area has a population of about 5,000 households. But in fact, only the old city area of Yuan Road is designated as school district housing, with nearly 2,000 houses. Among the 2,000 houses, some are must-live-in houses and will hardly be sold. In addition, there are some families with children who will actually consider selling their houses, so the number of houses that can be sold is at most 1,000, and that is when the prices are particularly good. Otherwise, who would sell a house when they have nothing to do? Therefore, Zhang Chun also expects to receive 300 to 500 houses. This is the first pot of gold. It is impossible to become rich by eating it all at once. You don't have to worry about the method. I just want to ask you, do you want to gamble? If you lose, I will follow what I said before and pay you 100,000 a month. How about that? Zhang Chun smiled. The bet is a supercar. If you lose, you can come to work and get paid $100,000 a month. Even a fool knows that you can gamble. After thinking for 10 minutes, Li Wanqing finally nodded and said, okay, then I'll bet. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the supercar. Li Wanqing finally came to the conclusion that a miracle would never happen on Yuan Road, so she agreed right away. Words are not enough. Come on, record a video, or you will regret it later. Zhang Chun smiled. Li Wanqing also cooperated and recorded a video. After the video was recorded, Zhang Chun didn't waste any more words and continued to let Li Wanqing purchase it. Just like this, time passed little by little. Chapter 40. Increasing income. A small goal in 10 days? Just like that, in the blink of an eye, a whole month passed. In a whole month, the one-click money-making system earned 129 million. Logically, Zhang Chun should have chosen to increase the speed of making money. But Zhang Chun did not do so, because Zhang Chun knew very well that Nanjing No. 10 middle school was his top priority at the moment. So apart from keeping a few million for himself, Zhang Chun invested all the remaining money in the real estate market. Such a sweeping house purchase naturally attracted the attention of many real estate companies in Hengyuan Road. Not only the real estate company, but people living on Hengyuan Road were also surprised. After all, who would want a haunted house like this? So rumors soon spread that this place was going to be demolished. When this incident happened, many people were delighted, but they soon used various means to investigate and found that demolition was impossible. If demolition is impossible, then why should the houses be taken back? This made many residents confused. As for those real estate companies, I was also curious. The final conclusion is that this is a big bummer. Although no one knows what this big idiot wants to do, all the real estate companies on Hengyuan Road are watching the fun, thinking that a stupid real estate company has entered the market. In this situation, Zhang Chun must be very happy. Moreover, Zhang Chun asked Li Wanqing to spread the news that a big boss was deceived and wanted to start a homestay rental business. So he bought a lot of houses, which was very stupid. This news is out. Now the residents of Hengyuan Road finally understood. BB is a very popular type of house rental nowadays. The house is renovated into a small hotel and then rented out for 200 to 300 yuan a day. This type of homestay is generally found in tourist cities, like Nanjing City, and there is no tourist culture at all. What's the point of traveling? Running a homestay is courting death. What's even more terrifying is that Zhang Chun's purchase price is 7,000 yuan per square meter, which was 6,000 yuan before, an increase of 1,000 yuan. That is, after the rumors spread, many people who wanted to change houses or those who wanted to take advantage started selling their houses. Hengyuan Road is an old house area, and many people were originally planning to sell their houses. Now that a fool like Zhang Chun has appeared, everyone is rushing to sell. However, Li Wanqing also made a very detailed schedule, which roughly means, even if he offered a high price, Zhang Chun could only receive about 400 houses at most. Because Hengyuan Road is an old road, many older people are reluctant to leave. It's impossible to sell the house and then use the money to rent a house, right? So even in this situation, Zhang Chun has only received 350 sets so far, with a total cost of about 160 million, and there are about 40 million left. If he increases his efforts later, at 500,000 or 600,000 per set, he can receive another 70 or 80 sets. There is absolutely no need to worry about funds. In this way, more than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Despite all the rumors and increased efforts by Zhang Chun, he finally collected a total of 420 units. It can be said that almost all the houses that could be sold on Hengyuan Road were collected by Zhang Chun. The remaining houses are basically used for living. Unless the price can be increased to 91 million, otherwise if we sell these houses, where can we buy new ones? The average price of new houses in southern cities is more than 8,000 yuan, and this is for relatively remote areas. The average price of houses in slightly better locations is more than 10,000 yuan. The average price in a good location is 15,000 to 20,000 yuan, and the starting price in a prime location is 20,000 yuan. So, basically I have reached the end. At this point, Zhang Chun already had 100 million yuan in funds on hand. So Zhang Chun was more direct and chose to increase his income directly. That's right, it's about increasing profits. His current daily income is 4.23 million. If it were before, Zhang Chun would think it was completely enough, but now Zhang Chun feels that more than 4 million is only enough for very ordinary expenses. Of course, this very common expenditure refers to the expenditure of rich people. Take Wang Yi, for example. A bottle of wine costs more than 1 million. Zhang Chun earns 4 million a day, which is really not a lot of money. It must be improved. Ding. Do you want to spend 100 million to increase revenue? Yes. As Zhang Chun gave the order, the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, spending 100 million, the income has been successfully increased. Congratulations to the host. The current income is 6,944.43 per minute, and the daily income is expected to reach 10 million. The system sounded. 10 million a day? Double the improvement? This is not bad. Zhang Chun had thought that the maximum increase would be 1,000 yuan, but he didn't expect it to double. The daily income was 4.23 million before, and now it is 10 million a day. This is a qualitative improvement. 10 million a day. One small goal, every 10 days. 300 million a month. 36 billion a year. To be honest, with a net income of 3.6 billion per year, it is almost considered one of the top 500 companies in China. This is a net income of 3.6 billion. If Zhang Chun hadn't been told by reason that this was paid on a daily basis, I'm afraid Zhang Chun would not have planned to buy any real estate. But we still have to develop the industry. Let's not talk about whether the system can last forever. Even if it can, it's impossible to just waste money after it's released, right? It is best to have a business identity. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun immediately opened his attribute list to take a look. Character, Zhang Chun. Current income, 6,944.4. 3/S. One-click boost, 50E. The richest man's points, 10027. During this month, Zhang Chun spent more than 100 million yuan out of his own pocket, so he had 10,000 points of godly rich points. Zhang Chun has been keeping these rich points. The silver lottery can win things worth billions, but what about the gold lottery? Naturally, Zhang Chun planned to hold a golden lottery. In this situation, Zhang Chun chose to start the golden lottery without hesitation. System, start the lottery, the gold lottery. Zhang Chun rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "Ding, the golden roulette is opening." As the system voice sounded, a golden roulette wheel suddenly appeared in Zhang Chun's eyes. Soon, a golden roulette wheel appeared. There were 10 things on it, but only one grand prize. It was shining with golden light and was something similar to a pill. The first prize is actually a pill? Could it be some kind of immortality pill? Zhang Chun had some expectations, and then chose to start the lottery. In an instant, the big roulette wheel started to turn. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, and finally the roulette wheel stopped, and the pointer fell on something like a syringe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning. The system sounded, and for a moment, Zhang Chun was a little surprised. Star. Chapter 41. School district housing is available. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the gold reward, the anti-cancer life-extending potion. Item: anti-cancer life-extending potion. Effect: it can completely resist cancer, and if the recipient is over 80 years old, it can give an extra 10 years of life. Description: this is beyond the current level of technology by 100 years, and no research can be conducted on this item. Anti-cancer agent. If this kind of thing is valuable 100 years from now, it may be valuable, but it will not be worth anything if it can be bought with money. Although it's not a big prize, this thing is not bad. I smoke all day long, and who knows if I will win that thing. It's better to take precautions for the future. It will not be a loss to keep it. Maybe the increase in income made Zhang Chun happy. To be honest, Zhang Chun was in a very good mood. During the next period of time, we will wait for the property to be completed. So, in the blink of an eye, the end of the month arrived. 15 days, which is exactly half a month, Zhang Chun had 160 million yuan in funds on hand, because he had 10 million yuan before. Zhang Chun planned to use this money to start his company, so he didn't plan to spend it. It can be said that perhaps because it was the first time for Zhang Chun to make money from his own business, he was very concerned about it. During this period, he did not go out at all and ate and drank at home. However, people might laugh if he said it out loud, but Zhang Chun only ate takeout, and occasionally when Li Wanqing came, he would cook for her. But unfortunately, Li Wanqing's cooking skills are terrible. Focusing on business, Zhang Chun felt that he was extremely outstanding and had an indescribable sense of pride. However, at noon on November 30th, when Zhang Chun was planning the future of the company, Li Wanqing suddenly called him. After answering the phone, I soon heard Li Wanqing's extremely excited voice. Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang. Good news, good news, good news. She was somewhat incoherent. What's the matter? Tell me slowly. Zhang Chun almost knew what had happened. Hengyuan Road has released a new school district housing announcement. Hengyuan Road has been divided into Nanqing No. 10 Middle School. You will make a lot of money if you buy a house. Li Wanqing was completely shocked. When she first came to the company, she was preparing to work, but her superior came to her and told her that Hengyuan Road had been designated as the district housing for Nanqing No. 10 Middle School. How could it be impossible for them, who work in real estate, to know what school district housing means? Especially during this period of time, the company helped Zhang Chun acquire a large number of houses on Hengyuan Road, so he naturally had an impression of them. As soon as the news came out, Li Qingwan's entire company went into an uproar. This kind of thing has happened before. I helped a client buy a house, but it ended up being classified as a school district house, and I received a lot of banners as a gift. But that time there were only 7 or 8 houses. This time, more than 400 houses are designated as school district houses. Do you think this will explode? Even Li Qingwan's boss's boss called Li Qingwan personally and told her that they could help sell the houses at a 50% discount. After all, school district houses are easy to sell, but more than 400 school district houses may not be able to be sold all at once. You have to find a specialized real estate company. This is a big order. The point is not to make money, but to represent more than 400 school district houses. What does that mean? How many rich people want to come and talk to them? What if this negotiation process leads to other business? This is simply wonderful. Therefore, the superiors told Li Qingwan that as long as they could reach an agreement, she would get a raise directly and be promoted to the supervisor position. However, when Li Qingwan learned the news, her first reaction was shock. The second reaction was surprise. Because Zhang Chun was actively buying houses, Li Qingwan, seeing how confident Zhang Chun was, gritted her teeth and bought 2 as well. However, she bought them in installments. Anyway, 1 house cost 500,000 yuan, and 2 houses cost 1 million yuan, with a total down payment of more than 300,000 yuan. The remaining money, a monthly payment of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, was not a big pressure for her. If Zhang Chun's investment really failed, she still had 2 houses there, so she wouldn't lose much. However, now, 2 houses worth 500,000 yuan can be more than doubled with just a casual calculation. Li Qingwan calculated that she had spent a total of 1.05 million yuan for the 145 square meters. She compared it with other school district houses in Nanjing number 10 middle school and made another approximate calculation based on the actual situation. The net profit per square meter is 16,000 yuan. In other words, I can earn more than 2 million. Hiss, more than 2 million. What does this mean? She earns 30,000 yuan a month. Even if she becomes a supervisor with 35,000 yuan, plus various commissions and benefits, it will be around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. It will take her 5 or 6 years to work there. This is when the real estate transactions were booming. If times were bad, it would take 7 or 8 years, right? In just 2 months, I have earned the money that would take me nearly 10 years to earn. The final third reaction was to call Zhang Chun immediately. However, what made Li Qingwan a little embarrassed was that Zhang Chun on the other end of the phone didn't seem to be surprised at all. He just spoke slowly. Wanqing, remember our bet? After hearing this, Li Wanqing was stunned. Bet? She did not forget the bet. To be honest, she had been planning to post a message on her moments a few days ago, saying that she was going to get a sports car. Fortunately, I endured it, otherwise it would have been so embarrassing. I'll come find you. Li Wanqing spoke. Zhang Chun nodded, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chun opened the exclusive website of the Hengyuan Road Subdistrict Office of Nanjing City. And indeed, there was an announcement. Obviously, many people on Hengyuan Road were going to laugh like crazy, but quite a few were also going to cry. Especially the customers who made transactions within the past 2 days, they will probably cry like fools, while the few customers who are still hesitating and have not sold will probably smile like wise men. But no matter what, Zhang Chun became the biggest winner. There are a total of 450 houses, Zhang Chun roughly calculated. The total cost is more than 200 million. The revenue was about 500 million, and the net profit was not much, only 300 million, which was Zhang Chun's income for a month without doing anything. As for Nanjing number 27 middle school, this operation can probably bring in a profit of 200 million yuan. The real big winner is the foreign language school. Zhang Chun calculated carefully, and the profit is at least 1.5 billion. Although the cycle may be a little long, the best way is to make a profit without loss. It was at this time, Li Wanqing is here. Star. Chapter 42. I want to buy a new car again. Li Qingwan is here. He came very quickly, even in a hurry, because what happened today shocked her so much. What would you like to drink? Zhang Chun walked out of the study, opened the door for Li Wanqing, and asked calmly. No, no. Li Wanqing shook her hand, then looked at Zhang Chun with admiration on her face and said, Do you already know that Hengyuan Road will be designated as a school district house? Her eyes were full of admiration. But Zhang Chun did not answer this question, but just said, This is a business secret. I want to ask, does the bet that Miss Li made with me before count? Zhang Chun smiled. After saying this, Li Wanqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Her boss had just asked her to come over to discuss business with Zhang Chun. What? Miss Li is planning to default on the debt. Zhang Chun chuckled. Li Wanqing couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, How dare I deny my debt to Mr. Zhang? It's just that Mr. Zhang opening a real estate company is not just a joke. First of all, you need strong connections. Secondly, you have to understand the classification. Is it an agency type, a real estate project type, or even a real estate development type? There are many things involved. Li Wanqing said this. Zhang Chun nodded, took out a pack of cigarettes, smoked one, and then smiled. I knew it would be troublesome, so I want to find Miss Li. How about this? I won't say much. A monthly salary of 100,000 plus corresponding commissions, and you can help me recruit some talents. As for the salary, you can adjust it. Let's go look at the office building now. After saying this, Zhang Chun took out the key to Hurricane and said this. Gonna look at office buildings now? Is it so urgent? Li Wanqing was a little surprised. What's the big deal? After we choose the office building, I will basically leave everything to you. I don't really like doing business. I prefer to enjoy life. To be honest, because of the Hengyuan Road incident, I haven't left my room for the past 2 months. Do you believe it? Zhang Chun said this. However, Li Wanqing could only smile bitterly. Without going anywhere for 2 months, Hengyuan Road's profit this time was at least 300 million. 300 million in 2 months, to be honest, even her company couldn't make such a horrible profit. If it were her, she would not go out for 2 years, let alone 2 months. Even if she was given 300 million, Li Wanqing would do it. If I resign, I will need to hand over my work, which will take more than a month. Li Wanqing said this. Yeah, sure. There are still 2 months to go before number 27 middle school buys a school district house, so he is not in a hurry. Besides, the profit of number 27 middle school will not be that big in comparison. At most 200 million, or even less. Let's go see the office building first. Zhang Chun spoke, and then took Li Wanqing away without giving her a chance to rest. When they arrived at the underground garage, at this moment, a roar was heard, and soon a scarlet Ferrari appeared in Zhang Chun's sight. This Ferrari has a more handsome appearance. The driver is a young man with dyed red hair. Zhang Chun glanced at him, and the other party also glanced at Zhang Chun, and then the engine roared louder. Obviously, he was showing off in front of Zhang Chun. This is a new model of Ferrari, worth over 7 million. Li Wanqing knew the goods well and stated the price directly. 7 million? Zhang Chun was calm, but during this period of time, he discovered that there were indeed quite a few rich people in Nanjing City. Zhang Chun saw many luxury cars in this underground garage. There are Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Rolls-Royce. But I only have a Lamborghini Huracan, which seems a little ordinary. If the Lamborghini Huracan were in other underground parking lots, it would definitely be the #1 car. But in this community, it can be considered a luxury car, but definitely not the best. Touching his chin, Zhang Chun felt that he needed to change cars again. You drive. Zhang Chun threw the car keys to Li Wanqing. He didn't really want to drive, and Li Wanqing was a little surprised because she could drive, but she had never driven a sports car. Aren't you afraid of my female driver? Li Wanqing said with a smile. You drive an SUV. Are you afraid that you're not a good driver? Zhang Chun chuckled. He had seen Li Wanqing driving an Audi Q5. This type of SUV is usually driven by men. There would be absolutely no problem with a woman's driving skills if she drove this type of car. At that moment, Li Wanqing was driving a Lamborghini Huracan, and Zhang Chun was sitting in the passenger seat. At the same time, he opened WeChat to contact Zhang Wenwen. Wenwen, are you there? Zhang Chun sent a message. In less than 10 seconds, Zhang Wenwen replied. Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang Wenwen was a little curious. Oh, nothing, just asking, do you have any good cars in your store now? Better than the one I have. Zhang Chun sent the message, and Zhang Wenwen immediately sent a text message. Yes, after the Huracan was sold, we applied for a few nice cars, including a Neo, which cost more than 7 million. What's wrong with that? Zhang Wenwen asked. $7 million? Zhang Chun frowned. To be honest, with the current income, 7 million is really meaningless. Since he wants to change the car, he might as well change it to a good one. Are there any other cars? Ones that cost more? Zhang Chun asked. We don't have any in our store. No matter how good the car is, you can only go to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. But brother Zhang, don't tell me, do you want to buy a car again? Zhang Wenwen asked. Yeah, my car isn't cool enough. I want to change it to a better one. Zhang Chun spoke directly. His car is indeed not cool enough, which may be related to where he lives. If he stays with a wealthy area in Nanjing City, he will find his shortcomings. Actually, there is, but it's not in our store. There will be a super luxury car show tomorrow. It is said that there will be sports cars worth tens of millions. I can get you a ticket. Brother Zhang, do you want to go and take a look? A sports car worth tens of millions? This is quite interesting. Okay. What time will we meet tomorrow? Zhang Chun asked. It depends on what you think, brother Zhang. Zhang Wenwen naturally followed Zhang Chun's instructions. Then let's do 10 o'clock. Not too late. Not too early. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up. Zhang Chun said. Okay, I'll contact you at 10 tomorrow. Well, just give me the address and we'll meet at the door. Zhang Chun sent a message. Zhang Wenwen immediately responded with an okay gesture. Then Zhang Chun turned off his phone. Chatting with beautiful women? Li Wanqing, who was driving, couldn't help but ask. No, I'm with a female classmate of mine, a salesperson at a 4S store, and I'm planning to buy a new car. Zhang Chun spoke. After hearing this, Li Wanqing was speechless. You haven't had this car for long, have you? Are you buying a new one? Yeah, don't you think my car is not cool enough? It feels ordinary when I drive it out. I want to buy a car that will attract everyone's attention when I drive it out. Zhang Chun did not hide his inner thoughts at all. Li Wanqing could only say that it was great to have money. Just like that, half an hour later, Li Wanqing drove the Huracan to the most prosperous financial center of Nanjing City. Victory Square. Star. Chapter 43. Renting an office building. After parking the car, Li Wanqing accompanied Zhang Chun and looked for a suitable house in Victory Square. Victory Square is the commercial center of Nanjing City. The rent for the office buildings at the edge of the city is 70 yuan per square meter. The rents for these centrally located office buildings are even higher, starting at 110 square meters. Li Wanqing pointed at several buildings and introduced them to Zhang Chun one by one. As a real estate company manager, Li Wanqing is naturally very familiar with the housing prices in Victory Plaza, the most prosperous area. I think this building is nice. Zhang Chun looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on a building with the words Greenland Building on it. This building is the tallest in Victory Center. Standing on the top floor, you can overlook the entire South City. There is a sense of reaching the top of the mountain and overlooking all the other mountains. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Chun fell in love with Greenland Building at first sight. And Greenland Building is also in the center of the center. Being high and mighty is the dream of all men. I'll go find the person in charge right away. Li Wanqing walked into the Greenland Building and went directly to the front to contact the person in charge of Victory Plaza. Not long after, a fat man in a suit came running over, panting. Hello, sir. I am Li Shouzhong, the person in charge of Victory Square. Li Shouzhong instantly became respectful after seeing Zhang Chun's clothes. In fact, he knew Li Wanqing and also recognized the Lamborghini car key in Li Wanqing's hand. In addition, Zhang Chun was wearing all branded clothes, and even the cheapest belt would cost less than 10,000 yuan. How could he not be respectful? Even if this kind of person is uncooperative, you cannot offend him easily and must serve him well. This is our CEO, Zhang. I am CEO Zhang's assistant, Li Wanqing. Li Wanqing introduced the two people's identities and explained the purpose of their visit. CEO Zhang is here to rent the top floor of Greenland Building. Mr. Zhang, you have a good vision. This Greenland Building is the king of buildings in Victory Center, but the top floor cannot be rented out, Li Shozhong said with some embarrassment. What? Could it be that someone has rented it? Zhang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. If someone had rented it, Zhang Chun would not mind spending a lot of money to sublease it from the other party. Mr. Zhang, to be honest, the developer originally planned to develop the top floor of Greenland Building into a commercial reception venue, but later due to lack of funds, it was not renovated. So the top floor is still an unfinished house without even any wall putty, and we can't rent it to you. Li Shozhong explained quickly. It doesn't matter. I can decorate it myself. Zhang Chun said disapprovingly. Boss Zhang, the top floor of Greenland Building is 3,000 square meters. The decoration alone may cost 2 to 3 million. Li Shozhong looked a little embarrassed. You know, this renovation is a one-time thing. When the house lease expires, these millions will be wasted. It is precisely because the renovation costs are so high that the top floor of Greenland Building has not been rented out yet. Zhang Chun did not respond to Li Shozhong's shock, but leaned lazily on the sofa and pinched his fingers. Li Wanqing, who was standing by, immediately took out a pack of Hua Xiaohong from her bag and took out a cigarette to light for Zhang Chun. Li Shozhong saw this scene and was extremely envious. He took down the no smoking sign on the table. It feels so good to be rich. You don't even have to smoke yourself. Just open your mouth and a beautiful woman will light it for you. Manager Li, how much is the rent for the top floor? After lighting a cigarette, Zhang Chun asked calmly. 201 square meters. The top floor has a total of 3,000 square meters, and the monthly rent is 600,000. Li Shozhong replied. Then go to the top floor and take a look. Zhang Chun said, standing up and walking towards the elevator. But he was stopped by Li Shozhong. Mr. Zhang, there is a separate elevator to the top floor. This way, please. Zhang Chun burst out laughing when he heard this. It turned out that money power was applicable everywhere. Even the elevator had its own. Accompanied by Li Shozhong, Zhang Chun, and Li Wanqing walked into the sightseeing elevator. There were only 2 buttons in the elevator, one for the first floor and the other for the top floor, the 36th floor. Since the top floor of Greenland Building has not been renovated yet, the entire floor is empty except for a few load-bearing walls. Zhang Chun walked straight to the French window and took in the entire scenery of South City, and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Once upon a time, he was just a salesman for a small company and didn't even have the right to set foot in the Greenland Building. And now, the entire Nanjing city is at his feet. As if in a dream, Mr. Zhang, you have a really good eye. Li Wanqing stood next to Zhang Chun, and only then did she understand why Zhang Chun wanted to rent the top floor. If Nanjing City is compared to a person, then the top floor of Greentown Tower is the crown on the person's head, high above and extremely noble. Mr. Zhang, what style do you want for the decoration? Li Wanqing looked at the huge top floor curiously and asked Zhang Chun for his opinion. Decoration style? Zhang Chun thought for a moment and said, you can go to the executive presidential suite of Binhu Hotel and have a look. You can decorate it according to that style. Mr. Zhang, are you sure you want to decorate the company in the style of a presidential suite? Li Wanqing asked in disbelief. She had heard about the executive presidential suite at the Binhu Hotel, especially the high room rate of 15,800 yuan a night. If it were decorated in that style, wouldn't the company's employees be working in the presidential suite every day? The main hall must be designed as a high-end office. I want a large space, not a bunch of people squeezed together, for presidential suites, a small swimming pool, a game room, an SP hall. I want to integrate work and entertainment to create a different office. Zhang Chun said with a smile, the focus is on the presidential suite. After hearing this, Li Wanqing could not help but smile bitterly. This kind of boss is really willful. Li Shozhong smiled and said, is President Zhang satisfied? Okay, go prepare the contract and sign it for 3 years first. Zhang Chun said casually. 3 years? Li Shozhong thought Zhang Chun would say it was not bad and continue to talk about it, but she didn't expect that Zhang Chun would directly say to sign for 3 years, which made her look dull. The rent is 600,000 yuan per month, which means the rent for 3 years is more than 20 million yuan. Why can't you sign for 3 years? Zhang Chun asked back. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. The amount involved in this contract is too large. I need to ask my superiors for instructions first. Li Shozhong replied. Li Shozhong is only the person in charge of Victory Plaza. He can handle some property issues on a daily basis, but he does not have the right to sign a 20 million yuan contract on behalf of Victory Plaza. Go ahead. Zhang Chun waved his hand and said. After getting Zhang Chun's consent, Li Shozhong stepped aside, took out his cell phone, made a call, and reported the situation in a low voice. After waiting for 3 minutes, Li Shozhong hung up the phone and returned to Zhang Chun. Boss Zhang, I just asked for instructions from the higher-ups. Since you are doing the renovations on your own, we will give you some discounts. We will exempt you from the monthly property management fee and only charge you 6.6 million yuan in rent per year. At the same time, we will give you an additional renewal right. In other words, if you want to continue renting in the future, you will be given priority in the same rough housing price. Li Shouzhong's attitude towards Zhang Chun became more and more respectful. There were not many people in the entire Nanqing city who could easily take out 20 million. However, Li Wanqing immediately shook her head and said, "That won't work. We signed a 10-year contract, but we'll pay for 3 years first. After 3 years, if we're willing to continue renting, your company can only increase the rent based on the annual increase, but you are absolutely not allowed to increase the price or rent it to others. If this happens, you'll need to make business compensation." Li Wanqing was not a fool. She spoke directly to help Zhang Chun save money. Zhang Chun didn't say anything, just smiled. Since Li Wanqing was helping him save money, why not do it? Li Shouzhong thought about it, and then immediately called his superiors. Finally, Li Shouzhong nodded and said, "The higher-ups have agreed. I'll go revise the contract now." "Okay, I'll transfer the money after we sign the contract documents." Zhang Chun said this. Soon Li Shouzhong also prepared 2 copies of the contract. After signing and stamping, the leasehold rights of the top floor of Greenland building were in Zhang Chun's hands, and Zhang Chun also paid the rent. Chapter 44, Auto Show, the center of public attention. "Mr. Zhang, please go ahead and add me as your friend. If anything happens, just let me know through WeChat." In order to avoid being a light bulb, Li Shouzhong added Zhang Chun's prestige and left on the pretext of something, leaving the space to Zhang Chun and Li Wanqing. After Li Shouzhong left, Li Wanqing accompanied Zhang Chun for a walk around the top floor. "Mr. Zhang, are you sure you want to build a presidential suite here?" Li Wanqing confirmed again before leaving. Although the construction has not started yet, Li Wanqing has already anticipated that once Zhang Chun spreads the news about the office environment, people who come to apply for the job will probably come to the door in droves. Working in the presidential suite can be said to be the dream of all office workers. No matter how much the salary is, it's face-saving to talk about it. After all, I live in the presidential suite every day. Yes, running a company and making money is just a process. Happiness is the ultimate pursuit. Zhang Chun replied. After Zhang Chun obtained the system, he began to learn how to enjoy life. The life of rich people is so dull and tedious that they have to find some fun. Even though Li Wanqing had objections, she could only decorate the company according to Zhang Chun's ideas. After all, Zhang Chun was the boss. Well, anyway, it's Zhang Chun's money that's being compensated. Li Wanqing was trying to balance herself and her heart. "We have everything we need for food, drinks, and entertainment. Let's just design it like this for now, and we can make changes later if we have any ideas." Zhang Chun said. "Boss Zhang, once the decoration is finalized, it will be difficult to make major changes later." Li Wanqing reminded. "It doesn't matter. At worst, we can just rent the floor downstairs." Zhang Chun waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Having money means you can be so willful." After planning the office space, Zhang Chun briefly explained the company's plan to Li Wanqing. "The name of the company is Tianqing Real Estate, and you will be responsible for the rest." Li Wanqing had no objection to Zhang Chun's way of letting go and delegating power, and nodded in agreement. Rich people usually just talk, but don't act. After all, they have to be worthy of their $1 million annual salary. Although all the company affairs were handed over to Li Wanqing to handle, Zhang Chun still had to step in personally in some areas. Even with money paving the way, it took a whole day to complete the company registration. After finishing all the work, Zhang Chun and Li Wanqing returned home. To celebrate the establishment of Tianqing Real Estate Company, Zhang Chun directly called Wanhua Tower, the only 5-star hotel in Nanqing City, to place an order. After receiving the call, the customer service staff of Wanhua building directly and sternly refused, claiming that this is a 5-star hotel and does not have a takeout business. Zhang Chun didn't bother to listen to the customer service's explanation and said directly, "The delivery fee is 10,000. The hotel customer service staff immediately expressed their willingness to personally deliver meals to Zhang Chun. In a society where money is paramount, asking for money is more useful than anything else. To Zhang Chun, money is nothing more than a string of changing numbers. 10,000 yuan is just a matter of blinking an eye. Enjoying life is what Zhang Chun needs." After the hotel customer service brought the food, Zhang Chun opened another bottle of red wine and toasted with Li Wanqing. Soon the bottle of red wine was empty. By the end of the drinking, Zhang Chun was drunk and fell asleep. His only clear-headed thought was whether he would have the chance to let Li Wanqing see the waist of a male dog tonight. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning and the cell phone rang, waking Zhang Chun from a sweet dream. "Brother Zhang, the auto show is about to start. When will you arrive?" Zhang Wenwen's sweet voice came from the phone. Very refreshing." Zhang Chun checked his phone and saw that the time had just passed 10 o'clock, so he said about half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chun noticed a breakfast and a note on the table. The note was left by Li Wanqing, reminding Zhang Chun not to forget to have breakfast. After breakfast, Zhang Chun changed into a more comfortable set of clothes and drove to the auto show venue, Nanqing Honggu Exhibition Center. 20 minutes later, the white Hurricane sports car slowly stopped at the entrance of the auto show, and Zhang Chun saw Zhang Wenwen standing at the door waiting. Today, Zhang Wenwen wore a black tight tube top and a black leather hip skirt, paired with alluring black lace, which perfectly highlighted her sexy and charming figure. Long legs and big waves. Wow, that's so beautiful. Zhang Wenwen's appearance is only an 8-point score, but after dressing up like this, it can at least improve by 1 point. Even the car models passing by felt a little ashamed and walked away after seeing Zhang Wenwen. Those reporters who had originally planned to take pictures of the car models were instantly stunned by Zhang Wenwen's beauty after seeing her. They stopped at the door and kept taking pictures with their cameras. The moment Zhang Wenwen saw the Hurricane sports car, she quickly waved her hands and shouted, "Brother Zhang, I'm here." In an instant, all eyes present were directed in the direction of Zhang Wenwen's waving hand, wanting to see what kind of person was worthy of having such a beauty as his companion. Oh my goodness, a Lamborghini Huracan. Yes, 5 million, that's a lot of money. Most of the people who came to the auto show were car connoisseurs and could see the value of the Lamborghini Huracan at a glance. When these people saw this sports car, their doubts disappeared instantly. In the face of money power, you have no choice but to accept it. TSK. It turns out she's a mistress. Who knows what kind of old man the owner of the car is? Someone in the crowd made a sour remark. Zhang Chun found a parking space, parked the car, opened the door, and got out. When everyone saw Zhang Chun's appearance and his snow-white skin that all women envied, they were instantly excited. Fuck, God is so unfair. He gave him good looks and also gave him money. No, I have a close friend who is dying, and I want his prestige before she dies. As for the person who had just secretly mocked Zhang Wenwen for being a mistress, he fled from the crowd with a blushing face. Such a handsome guy. Not only women, but also men like him. When Zhang Wenwen saw Zhang Chun for the first time, her first reaction was that she thought she had recognized the wrong person. After just a few days of not seeing him, Zhang Chun seemed to have been reborn into a different person, with a handsome face and skin as white as cream. Wenwen, you must be tired of waiting. Zhang Chun walked up to Zhang Wenwen and greeted her. Brother Zhang, you are too serious. Zhang Wenwen pinched herself hard to wake herself up from her infatuation and said quickly, the auto show has already started for a while. Let's go in first. Let's go, Zhang Chun said. Zhang Wenwen looked at the female car models around her who were like wolves seeing meat with green eyes, and naturally reached out to hold Zhang Chun's arm. A bunch of slutty bitches dare to set their sights on Brother Zhang. Whether it is Zhang Chun's appearance or assets, it is difficult for these car models to catch up. Zhang Chun and Zhang Wenwen, a talented man and a beautiful woman, walked hand in hand, instantly attracting all the reporters' cameras. All eyes are on you. Star. Chapter 45. Rafa worth 32 million? Bought it. Before entering the auto show venue, Zhang Chun noticed the situation. There were many luxury cars with brand names such as Porsche, Lamborghini, Bentley, etc. parked in the parking lot. As for high-end cars such as BBA Land Rover, you can only pull over to the side of the road at this time. If you happen to hit these luxury cars, it may not be enough to compensate even if you smash your car. Zhang Chun's Lamborghini Huracan, which was worth more than 5 million yuan, was like a drop of water sinking into the sea among all the luxury cars and was not noticeable at all. Because of this, Zhang Chun became more and more determined in his heart to buy a real luxury car. Now that he has the system, Zhang Chun no longer has to worry about money. If you don't enjoy yourself in this situation, it would be unjustifiable both morally and logically. After Zhang Wenwen showed her ticket to the security guard at the exhibition entrance, the two of them successfully entered the auto show venue. When you walk into the auto show, you will see a sea of luxury cars. There are even a few McLarens that are rarely seen. As for entry-level sports cars such as Panamera and Maserati, there are so many that you can't see them all. There are all kinds of styles. The most eye-catching things are the car models next to these luxury cars. It seems that the organizer has invested a lot of money this time, and the car models invited are all professional. In addition to her beautiful appearance, every movement she makes can arouse a man's passion. Before he knew it, Zhang Chun noticed several photographers posing to take pictures of luxury cars, but they focused their cameras on the long legs and big waves. Both are mounts, but for ordinary people, car models are more practical than luxury cars. This is a Ferrari 488 with a suggested retail price of 3.15 million yuan, but its collection value is lower than the discontinued 458 next to it. This one is a Ferrari 812, a new model this year, with a suggested retail price of 4.98 million yuan. Zhang Wenwen accompanied Zhang Chun around the auto show venue, introducing all the car models to Zhang Chun one by one as if they were his own treasures. As a professional high-end brand car salesperson, Zhang Wenwen is not only very familiar with the prices of these luxury cars, but also has some knowledge of their performance. However, Zhang Wenwen saw that Zhang Chun did not show much interest in these luxury cars, so she did not give a detailed introduction. Just as Zhang Wenwen expected, Zhang Chun had no interest in these luxury cars and shook his head slightly every time he learned the price. The parking lot outside is filled with the same models of luxury cars. What Zhang Chun needs is a limited edition luxury car, at least so that he won't have the same car as others in Nanjing City. Just when Zhang Chun looked around and didn't find a sports car he liked, with a look of disappointment on his face, he saw a crowd of people gathered in the center of the auto show venue. Go see what's going on over there. Zhang Chun took Zhang Wenwen through the crowd and saw a burgundy supercar parked quietly in the open space in the middle. It just stood there quietly, but its burgundy coat made the people around it very excited. Rafa. After seeing this supercar, Zhang Chun couldn't help but blurt out. Every man has a dream of owning a supercar, and Zhang Chun is no exception. When he was working before, Zhang Chun read a lot of sports car magazines, and the one that impressed him the most was this Ferrari LaFerrari. Once upon a time, Zhang Chun had been thinking that he would have a chance to master this dream in every man's heart. Now, this dream is right before our eyes. The most important thing is that I can afford it now. Brother, this LaFerrari is one of the highlights of this auto show. As far as I know, there are only about 15 LaFerrari in the country, and this is the first LaFerrari to appear in Nanjing City. I heard that the owner of this LaFerrari is a big shot in the Kyoto Supercar Club. As his family fell into poverty, he decided to sell the LaFerrari for cash. Oh, if my company had gone public, I would have been able to buy this car. What a pity to miss such a good opportunity. People around were talking about it, and judging from the tone of their voices, they must be second-generation rich or noble. Zhang Chun looked at the LaFerrari and wanted to walk inside. However, soon, staff came out to stop them. Sir, this car is very valuable, so we need to verify your capital before you can test drive it. Please cooperate. A staff member on the side hurriedly stepped forward and said apologetically, in the entire auto show center, all the supercars can be test-driven, except this LaFerrari. The car was sold for 32 million yuan, and any scratch would cost more than hundreds of thousands to repair. If there was even a slight mistake, the worker might not be able to pay it back even if he worked for his entire life. How much is this car? Zhang Chun turned around and asked. This car is a Ferrari LaFerrari, and the owner is selling it for 32 million. So as long as you have 20 million in capital verification, you can test drive it. The staff member said calmly. Capital verification means checking whether there is enough money in the card. No matter you want to buy or not, if you have enough money, you can give it a try. Okay, let's verify the capital. Zhang Chun said calmly and took out his bank card and gave it to the other party. Now many people couldn't help but look at Zhang Chun. The capital verification required 20 million. There were many rich second generations watching here, but none of them dared to go over for a test drive. It wasn't that there wasn't 20 million in the card. They won't buy it even if they have money. 20 or 30 million to buy a car. Even if they're the second generation of rich people, they dare not do this. It would be strange if their family members didn't scold them to death. But for Zhang Chun, 32 million was nothing more than 4 days' profit, so he didn't care at all. Soon the staff started to verify the capital. Zhang Wenwen, who was standing by, felt everyone's gazes and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with vanity. But she didn't say anything. Could it be fake? Pretending? 20 million capital verification. So young? So handsome? Could he be a duck? I guess he's just another pretender. The crowd was talking about it. At this time, the staff completed the capital verification. The person in charge of the auto show came over in person, treated Zhang Chun with great respect, and invited Zhang Chun and Zhang Wenwen in with a smile on their face. This caused quite an uproar in the audience. Did he really get in? Everyone was shocked and looked at Zhang Chun, who walked in with envy, especially the rich second generations, who could not hide the envy in their eyes. After Zhang Chun walked in, he started test driving the car. LaFerrari has perfect curves, and the center console is very technological, especially the shape, which is simply a supercar among supercars. It is known as one of the 3 great cars. LaFerrari, McLaren P1, and Porsche 918. These 3 cars are known as magical cars. Okay, let's buy this one. Zhang Chun walked out of the car and spoke calmly before the person in charge introduced himself. When the voice sounded, the onlookers were stunned for a moment. Hundreds of people were stunned. Sir, you said you bought this car? The person in charge asked in disbelief. If Zhang Chun really bought this car, he could get at least 300,000 yuan in commission. For a moment, the other party even had the illusion of being hit by a gold ingot. As for the rich second generations who were watching nearby, they were already in an uproar and were speculating about Zhang Chun's identity. Anyone who can spend 32 million to buy a car must have at least increased his wealth tenfold. There are only a few people in the entire Nanhai city who have assets worth over 100 million, and Zhang Chun is not one of them. Dude, that's 32 million, not 3,200,000. Fuck. When I spent 4.5 million to buy a 458, my dad beat me up. But other people spent 30 million without even a frown. It's true that comparison makes one angry. The reporters who were originally scattered in various corners of the auto show, taking pictures of car models, heard the news and came here at this time. They focused their cameras on Zhang Chun and kept pressing the shutter. The first LaFerrari will be built in the southern city. This is big news. For a moment, Zhang Chun became the protagonist of the auto show, surrounded by lights, extremely dazzling. Zhang Wenwen was also confused at this time. After she reacted for a long time, she hurried to Zhang Chun and reminded him in a very obscure whisper. Brother Zhang, This is the most valuable model of Ferrari. Are you sure you want to buy it? It's more than 30 million. Zhang Wenwen gave a reminder. Buying a sports car is mostly an impulse purchase. She was afraid that Zhang Chun was just acting on impulse. So I couldn't help but remind you. However, Zhang Chun nodded, handed the bank card to the person in charge and said, "Swipe the card." A simple swipe. The auto show center was a complete explosion. Star. Chapter 46. We also have a limited edition Rolls-Royce. The person in charge of the auto show directly took the POS machine, inserted the bank card, and presented it to Zhang Chun with both hands, bowed, and said respectfully, "Sir, please enter the password." The people around him couldn't help but hold their breath and stared at Zhang Chun. Whether Zhang Chun is really awesome or just pretending to be awesome depends on whether this bank card can swipe money. Beep, beep, beep. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Chun calmly entered the 6-digit password on the POS machine. Then, a long UnionPay receipt was printed out. Damn it, 32 million was really swiped out. Even though the rich second generations around him had been mentally prepared, they were still shocked at this moment and looked at Zhang Chun with envy as he signed his name on the receipt. As for the car models at the auto show, they also gathered around him, looking at Zhang Chun with stars in their eyes. This man is so handsome, especially when swiping the card to sign. It's so cool. At this moment, compared with the shocked and excited crowd around him, Zhang Chun, with his calm and composed face, looked like an outsider watching the fun. While all the reporters were around, the person in charge of the auto show venue quickly called over the surrounding car models. "Hurry, hurry, all of you come over here. Find a few staff members to move the flower baskets in front of the venue." After a while, more than a dozen car models surrounded Zhang Chun holding flower baskets. "Mr. Zhang, due to time constraints, the car delivery ceremony is a bit simple. Please don't mind." The person in charge of the auto show rubbed his hands and apologized to Zhang Chun with apology. "It's okay. It's just buying a car. There's no need to be so grand." Zhang Chun waved his hand and said disapprovingly. Zhang Chun's actions instantly aroused the envy of those around him. What does it mean to be rich? What does it mean to be rich and inhumane? Zhang Chun answered these two questions perfectly. Spending 32 million to buy a car was like buying a cabbage on the street. He never frowned from beginning to end. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Zhang." The person in charge of the auto show handed the car keys to Zhang Chun with both hands, then cleared his throat and said loudly, "Congratulations to Mr. Zhang on his Ferrari, La Ferrari." In an instant, the entire venue burst into applause and flashlights flashed continuously. After seeing Zhang Chun's financial resources, these rich second generations came forward and took out their mobile phones to add to Zhang Chun's prestige. There are only a handful of people in the entire Nanjing city who can easily spend 32 million to buy a car. These rich second generations are not fools, so they will naturally not miss this opportunity to make friends. Zhang Chun did not reject these people's requests. He took out his mobile phone and added them as friends one by one. After all, more friends mean more paths. What's more, the elders of these people have some power in Nanjing City, and I may need these people to do things in the future. Crack! Zhang Wenwen, who was squeezed out of the crowd, held up her phone high, took a photo of La Ferrari, and sent it to her classmates. "Ferrari La Ferrari, priced at 32 million. Li Ziming. Wenwen, you went to the Honggu Auto Show. Why didn't you tell me? Let's go together." Zhang Fan. "Is this the La Ferrari, one of the 3 legendary cars?" Gong. "It's a pity that I'm out of town, otherwise I really want to go and see this amazing car with my own eyes today." Yang Xiaomei. "Usually you guys are too lazy to show up, but as soon as Wenwen sent a message, you all came out. You value women over friendship." After Zhang Wenwen sent out the message, the originally deserted group of classmates instantly became annoyed. After Zhang Wenwen saw the message, she replied, "I came here with Brother Jiang today." Zhang Fan. "Wenwen, isn't Brother Jiang quite rich? Why doesn't he buy this car?" Li Ziming. At Zhang Fan. "Didn't you hear Wenwen say that this car is priced at 32 million? Zhang Chen's Hurricane is not even worth a wheel of it." Ever since they were slapped in the face by Zhang Chun at the class reunion last time, although Zhang Fan and Li Ziming were very respectful to Zhang Chun on the surface, they were jealous and hateful in their hearts. Especially when they saw their goddess calling him Brother Jiang all the time. The two of them instantly became jealous, and the messages they sent were extremely sour. You spoke back, and I spoke back, and the sarcasm in your words was particularly obvious. Looking at the information in the chat group, Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but frowned, then raised her phone, took a photo of Zhang Chun who was having the car delivery ceremony, and sent it to the group. At He Gong, "It's not easy for you to see this magic car. After Brother Jiang finishes the car delivery ceremony, I'll let you drive it for a few days." 66666. "Brother Jiang is awesome. Fuck, Brother Jiang hit it well enough. He bought a La Ferrari quietly. Brother Jiang, take me flying." As soon as Zhang Wenwen's message was sent out, the class group was silent at first, and then suddenly became more lively. As for Li Ziming and Zhang Fan, who had previously mocked Zhang Chun, they had long disappeared. Looking at the various compliments in the classmates group, Zhang Wenwen contentedly put away her phone and came to Zhang Chun. "Mr. Jiang, We have another highlight car at the show, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Limited Edition. There are only 25 of them in the world. I wonder if you're interested in taking a look. After completing the delivery ceremony, the person in charge of the auto show did not leave. According to the exhibition plan, the finale model will be exhibited on the second day, when there are the most people. However, after seeing Zhang Chun's terrifying financial resources, the person in charge of the auto show decided to display the finale model one day in advance. If Zhang Chun bought it on a whim, he could earn a lot of commission for free. Of course, this was just an idea. There were people who bought one after another. Take me to see it. Zhang Chun became interested instantly after learning that there were only 25 cars in the finale. La Ferrari is a supercar. A sports car is a sports car, suitable only for occasional driving. If you really want comfort, a sedan is the way to go. Among all the sedans, the most awesome one is naturally the Rolls-Royce. Every successful person has a Rolls-Royce. There is a saying that those who drive a Rolls-Royce are the fathers of supercars. Although the statement is a bit exaggerated, it is true. But the limited edition Rolls-Royce is different. There are only 25 of them in the world, and they will never be produced again. You can't buy one even if you want to. After listening to the introduction of the person in charge of the auto show, Zhang Chun really had an idea to buy another comfortable car. Mr. Zhang, this way please. The person in charge was overjoyed when he saw Zhang Chun showing interest. He didn't think Zhang Chun would buy it, but Zhang Chun also had friends? Or maybe Zhang Chun's father would like it. So he quickly took Zhang Chun to the booth in the center of the venue. On the booth, a car was covered with a car cloth. Mr. Zhang, this is the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom I told you about. Tranquility. As the person in charge of the auto show carefully opened the curtain first, a white Rolls-Royce came into Zhang Chun's sight. Tranquility, just as its name suggests, is quiet and elegant, and many people continued to gather around. First of all, this Rolls-Royce is one of the highlights. Secondly, Zhang Chun bought a La Ferrari and became the focus of the whole audience, which naturally attracted everyone to watch. However, this Rolls-Royce did bring Zhang Chun a visual surprise. But then, Zhang Chun saw something even more amazing than this car. A woman. To be more precise, it is the top car model next to this car. Star. Chapter 47. School Beauty Chun Yiner. This top car model is called Chun Yiner. She is the most famous campus beauty of Nanjing Art College and is also rated as one of the top 3 campus beauties in Jiangnan province by netizens. Chun Yiner's appearance is worthy of this title. Her oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and delicate facial features look particularly beautiful against her golden hair. The conservative solid pleated dress that only reveals her shoulders is like the finishing touch, perfectly setting off Chun Yiner's pure temperament, as if she was banished from the world, pure and holy. In front of this pure temperament, those car models who relied on selling their bodies to attract attention instantly lost their color and turned into a group of chickens. Chun Yiner is a noble crane standing tall among the flock of chickens. When Zhang Chun swiped his card to buy Lafia, Chun Yiner noticed Zhang Chun's presence. Chun Yiner was born in an ordinary family. Because of her beautiful appearance, she was admitted to Nanjing Art College. After 4 years of study, she is about to graduate and enter the entertainment industry. Chun Yiner has no family background and no money, so it is difficult for her to protect herself in the materialistic entertainment industry. The only way out is to find a financial sponsor behind the scenes. The classmates around Chun Yiner got high marks within less than a year of entering school, and in return they received continuous film contracts. There were even a few pretty female students who secretly became the old man's mistresses and ended up becoming little stars the following year. Chun Yiner is not a fool, and she understands that it will be difficult for her to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry given her family background. If you want to debut successfully, this is the only shortcut. However, Chun Yiner, who is very beautiful, has an extremely arrogant vision. How could she allow such a noble body to be defiled by those old men with a few stinky dollars and a big belly? If we have to find someone, we have to find those young and wealthy second-generation people. It was with this idea in mind that Chun Yiner came to the Honggu Auto Show to be a car model. When the person in charge of the auto show saw Chun Yiner, he was instantly struck by her beauty and directly arranged her to be the model of this most valuable Rolls-Royce. When Chun Yiner saw Zhang Chun swipe his card to buy a Lafite worth 32 million while chatting and laughing, she had a goal in mind. Whether in terms of appearance or financial resources, Zhang Chun crushed all the rich second generations at the auto show. Only this kind of man is worthy of me. Chun Yiner wanted to leave a good impression in Zhang Chun's mind. She put her palms together and clasped them on her belly, then walked slowly and gracefully to Zhang Chun, showing the air of a lady. Sir, this Rolls-Royce is a special edition of the Phantom, the Tranquility. There are only 25 of them in the world, except for the double doors, the square front, and the waterfall-style air intake grille, which are designed in accordance with the Rolls-Royce family style. The rest of the parts are all made to the level of a work of art. The most obvious design change is the gray and white color scheme on the front of the car, and the Spirit of Ecstasy is also made of a unique titanium alloy. Chun Yiner introduced the appearance of the Rolls-Royce one by one in a leisurely manner. Her voice was like the chirping of an oriole in a valley, ethereal and pleasant, intoxicating. Oh my god, there are such beautiful car models at the exhibition. Why didn't I see them just now? That's right. My wallet is not fat. Otherwise, I would have to buy this car just for the car model. Beautiful lady, please add me on WeChat. I'll look for you when I buy a car next time. Those who were talking were the rich second generations who were watching nearby. The fact that Chen Einer could make these well-informed rich second generations fall at her feet was enough to show how outstanding her looks were. As for the reporters who were watching nearby, they had no time to talk at this moment and just kept snapping away with their cameras. The luxury car is a rare luxury car, and the beauty is one in a million. When the two match, any photo of them is a work of art. As one of the most high-end cars, there is naturally no choice but to choose the model of Rolls-Royce. Zhang Chun took a quick look and nodded in approval. While admiring the car body, Zhang Chun also used his professional eye on Chen Einer. Character: Chen Einer. Gender: female, virgin. Suitable occupation: actor. Career potential: 4.5 stars, 5 stars is full. Evaluation: he has very solid acting skills, but lacks opportunities to show his talents. He can be recruited as an employee. 4.5 stars rating. Even though she was proficient in real estate knowledge, Li Wanqing, a real estate tycoon who used to have a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan in her previous company, was only rated 4 stars by the system. However, Chen Einer was actually rated 4.5 stars, which is enough to prove that she is a potential stock that needs to be discovered by a talented person. Since I have met you, then you can be my good horse. Zhang Chun thought secretly in his heart. Chen Einer, hurry up and take Mr. Jiang into the car to experience it. At this time, the person in charge of the auto show saw that this car suited Jiang Chen's taste and couldn't help but urge Chen Einer. Mr. Jiang, please come in. Chen Einer opened the car door for Jiang Chun and then put her hand on the door frame to prevent Jiang Chun from hitting his head. Seeing a beautiful woman providing such attentive service, the rich second generation around her could only stare blankly. Are you envious? Do you want it? Look at the wallet first. This is worth 32 million. Jiang Chun got into the car. After Chen Einer gently closed the door, she walked around and got in from the other side. Looking up at the starry sky lights above my head, I felt the soft sensation of sitting in a ball of cotton and smelled the faint virgin body fragrance coming from Chen Einer. Jiang Chun couldn't help but close his eyes slightly and took a deep breath in comfort. For rich people, even breathing is sweet. Seeing Jiang Chun taking a deep breath, Chen Einer blushed and tried to remain calm as she introduced Jiang Chun. Mr. Jiang, the design concept of this car is to pay tribute to space exploration, so the interior has always reflected this meaning. The co-pilot and center console panels are all made of 24K gold and aviation materials, and their shapes are inspired by X-ray maps of space exploration. In addition, the volume button is made of a meteorite that fell to Earth in 1906. As for the golden speaker, it is a tribute to the golden storage disk that records Earth data carried by NASA's Voyager. Of course, the comfort that Rolls-Royce has always focused on can also be reflected in this car. What is different is that the rear seats of this special edition can be laid flat. With such a large space, Mr. Jiang can do whatever he wants. After hearing what Chen Einer said, Jiang Chun couldn't help but look at Chen Einer's curvy figure and started driving. Can you really do anything? How could Chen Einer not understand the implication of Jiang Chen's words? She smiled, did not answer, but nodded silently. Seeing Chen Einer's performance, Jiang Chun felt relieved. He touched the leather-wrapped seat and got out of the car directly. Mr. Jiang, how do you feel? The person in charge of the auto show hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Jiang Chun looked at Chen Einer, who had just gotten off the car, and said calmly, comfortable, star. Chapter 48. Buying another luxury car. The whole audience is shocked. How much is this car? Jiang Chun asked. Mr. Jiang, the official guide price of this car is 27 million. Since it is a limited edition, the premium is 14 million. Including the purchase tax, the total is 45 million. The person in charge of the auto show replied quickly. 45 million? Jiang Chun explained casually, then took out his bank card and said, swipe it. Okay, Mr. Jiang, the car's documents are all at the auto show center. You can pick them up at any time. The person in charge of the auto show responded, but before he finished speaking, his face was shocked. Mr. Jiang, do you mean to buy this car? What the hell? Buying a car again? The entire venue was in an uproar. A previous LaFerrari cost 32 million, plus this Rolls-Royce worth 45 million. That adds up to 77 million. After calculating the amount, the rich second generations around them all gasped, and there was complete silence. The entire venue was in deathly silence. Most of the rich second generations attending the exhibition had a family net worth of only tens of millions, even less than what Jiang Chun spent on buying a car today. What qualifications do you have to make comments in front of Jiang Chun? After a moment, all the rich second generations swarmed around Jiang Chun. Anyone who can easily take out nearly 80 million to buy a luxury car must have at least 10 times more liquid funds in his hands. With 800 million in liquid funds, this is no longer a human being. It is clearly a mobile bank. As long as the family has a relationship with this kind of person, will they still have to worry about problems with their funding chain in the future? In front of such a wealthy man, not to mention the rich second generations, Even if the biological fathers of these rich second generations are present, they have to curry favor with him. Brother, I'm the heir of the Exinen group. Come out and play when you have time. I'll pay for everything. Speaking of fun, big brother, please remember my prestige. 80% of the entertainment industry in Nanjing City is owned by my family. As long as you say a word, I will invite even big stars to come for you. Once again, their perception of Zhang Chun's financial resources was renewed. These rich second generations did not dare to make friends with Zhang Chun on an equal footing for fear of displeasing him. Zhang Chun couldn't help but smile as he looked at the rich second generations around him who were frantically trying to please him. If these people knew that 80 million was only his income for 8 days, wouldn't these rich second generations kneel down to him? Even the second generation of rich people went crazy, not to mention the reporters and models around them. However, these people did not dare to compete with this group of second generation and could only stand on the periphery and watch. The car model's eyes became redder and redder at this moment, and she wished she could pounce on Zhang Chun right now. As long as I can create a little spark with this kind of rich man, I won't have to worry about anything in my life. As for the reporters, the flashes of their cameras were flashing more and more frequently, and they had already thought of the headlines. A wealthy man suddenly appeared at the auto show and spent 80 million to buy his favorite car. Chun Iner, who was standing next to Zhang Chun, had a glittering look in her eyes and was glad that she had come to the right place this time. Whenever I think of my roommate mocking me for being pretentious and hypocritical, Chun Iner couldn't help but feel angry, and at the same time, she became more determined to get on Zhang Chun's big ship, no matter what the cost. With his looks and acting skills, if he could get Zhang Chun's support, becoming a big star would be a sure thing. As for Zhang Wenwen, she was once again pushed outside by the crazy crowd. Out of boredom, Zhang Wenwen could only take out her phone to take photos again and sent them to her classmates. The finale luxury car of the auto show, the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at 45 million. Yang Xiong, wow, what a beautiful car. Even a girl like me likes it. Su Chen, I heard that only 28 of these cars were produced. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy one. Only those who can afford this car are truly wealthy. He Gong. If I had known there were so many luxury cars at the Hongbu Auto Show, I would have taken a leave to go and have a look. Although He Gong is just an employee of a small company, he's a luxury car enthusiast. In He Gong's words, every luxury car is a work of art and deserves to be appreciated by the world. Li Ziming. Only those who can afford a Rolls-Royce are truly wealthy. They say this car is the father of supercars. Zhang Fan. At Li Ziming, you are wrong. What if this car was also bought by Zhang Chun? Li Ziming. At Zhang Fan, wait for a slap in the face, ha! Li Ziming and Zhang Fan, who had disappeared for most of the day, made another speech, singing the same tune and making indirect accusations, implicitly cursing Zhang Chun as a son. In their opinion, 32 million was the limit for Zhang Chun to buy a LaFerrari, and he had no money at all to buy this Rolls-Royce. Li Ziming and Zhang Fan were among the better-off students in the class. Other group members did not want to offend them, so they could only keep quiet. Zhang Wenwen looked at the messages in the class group mocking Zhang Chun and puffed her lips in anger. When she looked up, she saw the car handover ceremony was in progress. Without saying a word, Zhang Wenwen took a photo of Zhang Chun taking the car keys and sent it to the group. At Zhang Fan, tell the truth. Were you at the auto show? How did you know that Zhang Chun bought this car? In an instant, the entire chat group fell silent, and everyone enlarged the picture for fear of seeing the wrong person. That's right, the one who took the car keys was Zhang Chun. Li Ziming and Zhang Fan widened their eyes and murmured in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But in an instant, the chat group completely exploded. Zhang Chun spent at least 77 million to buy these 2 cars. Fuck. How rich is brother Zhang? He only spent a small amount of money to buy 2 cars. Worship the rich man. At Zhang Wenwen, ask brother Zhang if he still needs a driver. I'll be your driver for free, mainly because I want to drive a luxury car. Looking at the flood of flattering messages, Zhang Wenwen did not intend to let go of Zhang Fan and Li Ziming, who had repeatedly mocked Zhang Chun, and sent a message specifically addressing them. At Zhang Fan, at Li Ziming, aren't you just waiting to be slapped in the face? Does 77 million ring a bell? Zhang Fan, I'm jealous. Li Ziming, I'm jealous too. Wenwen, please apologize to brother Zhang on my behalf. After seeing Zhang Chen's true financial resources, the jealousy in Zhang Fan and Li Ziming's hearts disappeared instantly. To be exact, it was Zhang Chen's terrifying financial resources that made the two of them despair. Just when Zhang Wenwen sent the message, the car delivery ceremony was completed. Since this Rolls-Royce was a new car, various procedures needed to be completed. Zhang Chun was too lazy to do it, so he left the car here and asked the person in charge of the auto show to handle it. Brother Zhang, you really hit it deeply. After the crowd dispersed, Zhang Wenwen walked to Zhang Chun. I didn't expect to be so lucky today to come across such a luxury car. I might as well buy them all to avoid trouble in the future. Zhang Chun replied with a smile, but in return he got Zhang Wenwen's resentful look. Look, is this what a human would say? Chapter 49. Rich people's preferences. Zhang Chun bought the car, and Zhang Wenwen completed her task for the day. Brother Zhang, if you have nothing else to do, I will go back first. There's a problem at the company. Zhang Wenwen said to Zhang Chun after receiving a call from the company. Wenwen, thank you for your help today. Consider this 100,000 yuan as your hard work fee. Zhang Chun did not give Zhang Wenwen a chance to refuse. He took out his mobile phone and directly transferred 100,000 yuan. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Wenwen did not refuse. She looked at the account arrival information on her mobile phone with a smile on her face. She worked hard selling cars for half a year, but couldn't earn more than 100,000 yuan. Now, just by accompanying Zhang Chun around the Honggu Auto Show, he received a reward of 100,000 yuan. How could he not be happy? How do you want to thank me? Zhang Chun joked to Zhang Wenwen. Brother Zhang, how do you want me to thank you? Zhang Wenwen's cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly at Zhang Chun. Wenwen, actually Zhang Chun was a little embarrassed. He just saw that Zhang Wenwen was dressed up beautifully today and made a little joke. In fact, I had no intention of having any relationship with Zhang Wenwen. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wenwen took it seriously. Before Zhang Chun could explain, Zhang Wenwen immediately plucked up the courage and kissed that handsome face. Beep! Zhang Chun only felt his face getting hot, and when he reacted, Zhang Wenwen had already run out of the auto show center. Ding dong! The phone beeped. Zhang Chun picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Zhang Wenwen. Brother Zhang, we are developing too fast, please give me some time. Looking at the content of the message, Zhang Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How come something happened? Although the development of the matter was beyond Zhang Chun's expectations, Zhang Chun did not refuse. Gun against gun, cannon against cannon. After all, I am a wealthy man with a daily income of tens of millions. How can I be afraid of a naive girl like you? With his powerful waist, if they really started fighting with bayonets, no one could tell who would beg for mercy first. As soon as Zhang Wenwen left, Chen Yiner, who was waiting on the side, came forward. Chen Yiner saw the scene of Zhang Chun transferring money to Zhang Wenwen just now. Zhang Chun was so generous that Chen Yiner became more determined to cling to Zhang Chun. Mr. Zhang, you haven't left yet. Chen Yiner took the initiative to step forward and strike up a conversation. I was just planning to test drive the car. Where are you going, Miss Chen? I'll take you there. Zhang Chun originally planned to try out the Rafa he had just acquired, so he simply invited Chen Yiner. A luxury car without a beautiful woman sitting in the passenger seat is soulless. Then I will respectfully obey your orders. Thank you for troubling Mr. Chun. Chen Yiner smiled slightly, and then took the initiative to sit on the passenger seat of the LaFerrari. Zhang Chun sat in the driver's seat and pressed the start button. Boom! The roar of the engine resounded throughout the auto show venue, attracting everyone's envious gazes. The most luxurious car and the most beautiful car model now belonged to Zhang Chun. This is a real winner in life. Before the car started, Zhang Chun, who was sitting in the driver's seat, suddenly leaned over to Chen Yiner. Mr. Zhang, this is the auto show venue, and there are too many people. Chen Yiner subconsciously hugged her chest, closed her eyes, and said timidly. When she was in school, she heard a lot of talk about this from her classmates. The preferences of the rich are hard to predict. They are no big deal on the train. Some people even charter a roller coaster just to experience the speed and passion. If Zhang Chun forces me, what should I do? If I refuse, Zhang Chun might be unhappy. If I don't refuse, there are still so many people here. It's so embarrassing. For a moment, Chen Yiner was nervous and undecided. However, Chen Yiner hesitated for a long time and found that Zhang Chun was slow to take the next step. She opened her eyes slightly and saw Zhang Chun pulling the seatbelt from her side and buckling it. Also fasten your seatbelt when riding in a car. Zhang Chun glanced at Chen Yiner, who was behaving strangely, and said lightly, Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Chen Yiner's face flushed red, and she wished she could bury her head in that towering chest. Ah, how embarrassing. How will Mr. Zhang view me in the future? He won't think of me as a casual woman, right? At this time, Chen Yiner became even more uneasy. Zhang Chun looked at Chen Yiner's appearance, feeling inexplicably relieved, and stepped on the accelerator. The burgundy Rafa was like a beast that had been gathering strength for a long time, bursting out at an extremely terrifying speed in an instant. Before the automatic door bar at the entrance of the auto show could even react, Rafa rushed out from under the door bar. The 6.3-liter V12 engine is not just for show. After Zhang Chun drove out of the venue, he headed towards the Nanjing Art College. When Zhang Chun drove the LaFerrari to a left-turn intersection and waited for the traffic light, all the pedestrians looked at him sideways. What the hell is this car? It's so cool. Ferrari, La Ferrari. I didn't expect that there are luxury cars of this level in our Nanjing city. Is this the LaFerrari, one of the 3 most luxurious cars in the legend, which is priced at 30 or 40 million and still out of stock? Never mind, let's take pictures first. Pedestrians on both sides of the road took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. You would be lucky to witness a luxury car of this level with your own eyes. Taking photos and posting them on WeChat Moments can really show off your class. Look, there's a McLaren on the opposite side. A bystander who saw the scene exclaimed, and people then realized that there was a McLaren parked across the road, waiting for the red light to go straight. However, under the dazzling halo of LaFerrari, one of the 3 legendary cars, this McLaren was simply ignored. Zhang Chun sat in the car, looking at the McLaren waiting for the red light in front of him, and felt relieved. Fortunately, I didn't buy a McLaren at the auto show, otherwise I would have worn the same clothes as someone else just after leaving the venue. At this time, the green light comes on. Turn to give way to straight. Zhang Chun did not cut in, but turned on the left turn signal and waited for the McLaren to pass first. However, to Zhang Chun's surprise, the McLaren driving straight on the opposite side did not start, but flashed its double flashers. The meaning is very obvious. Let Zhang Chun's Lafa go first. Even the McLaren gave way, and other ordinary cars didn't even dare to rush in. There is no surveillance at this intersection. If a collision happens, and the responsibility is divided a little more, these car owners will not be able to afford the compensation even if they sell their cars. For a moment, an extremely strange scene appeared at the entire intersection. Although the traffic light was green, no car passed. Just to let Zhang Chun pass first. Awesome. If I could experience this feeling, it would be worth it to live 10 years less. It's worthy of being one of the 3 great cars. Even McLaren has to avoid it. The pedestrians around were filled with envy and hatred when they saw this scene. Star. Chapter 50. Chun Yiner's Secret. Zhang Chun drove the LaFerrari and slowly passed the intersection under the envious gaze of the onlookers. Chun Yiner sat quietly in the passenger seat. She originally wanted to wait for Zhang Chun to speak, but unexpectedly, Zhang Chun was immersed in the driving experience of LaFerrari and had no time to pay attention to her. Mr. Zhang, you look so young, probably the same age as me. Seeing that they were just 2 blocks away from the South City Art College, Chun Yiner no longer cared about being reserved and seized the opportunity when they were alone to take the initiative to speak. Zhang Chun turned his head and took a look at Chun Yiner's proud assets and said with a double meaning, "Are you competing with the top or the bottom? What's above and what's below?" Chun Yiner looked puzzled, looked down in the direction Zhang Chun was looking, and reacted instantly. His face instantly turned red, and the atmosphere in the car eased a lot. Women are compared to those above, and men are compared to those below. There is no comparison between the two. Mr. Zhang, you are so successful at such a young age. I wonder what industry you are in. After calming down, Chun Yiner asked, "Women talk about appearance, men talk about career." Chun Yiner knows this well and deliberately asked some questions about men. As for me, Zhang Chun couldn't help but think back to his previous life and was silent for a long time. After a minute, Zhang Chun suddenly said, "Actually, I am a fortune teller, and I am best at fortune telling by touching bones." Chun Yiner's face was slightly embarrassed. Could a fortune teller casually take out more than 70 million to buy a luxury car? Although she didn't believe it, Chun Yiner still cooperated and stretched out her delicate hand in front of Zhang Chun. "Mr. Zhang, please calculate it for me." Zhang Chun held Chun Yiner's white and tender little hand seriously. Although Chun Yiner's hands looked very thin, but holding them in Zhang Chun's hands gave him the feeling of holding soft jade. In short, it could be summed up in 2 words. Comfortable. Mr. Zhang, is this fortune telling by touching bones? At this time, Chun Yiner lowered her head deeply. Her face was flushed as if water was about to drip out, and the sound of her voice was not even louder than the buzzing of a mosquito. Although Chun Yiner came from an art school where there were good and bad people, she had always kept herself clean and rarely talked to men on a daily basis. How could he withstand Zhang Chun's attack? All right. Zhang Chun chuckled. "Bone-touching fortune-telling is nothing like what I do. It's like playing with walnuts." "Mr. Zhang, what did you figure out?" Chun Yiner couldn't help but ask when she saw Zhang Chun's serious look. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a student of the Academy of Arts." Zhang Chun estimated Chun Yiner's identity based on the information provided by the eye of the workplace. "Is there anything else?" Chun Yiner asked again. "There is no need to calculate this. They are now on their way to South City Art College. You are now in a state of dormant talent, with a lot of talent but nowhere to display it, just like a 1,000-mile horse waiting to be discovered by a good horse trainer." Zhang Chun said again. The workplace eye's evaluation of Chun Yiner is that she has extremely solid acting skills, but she just lacks the opportunity to shine, which is exactly what Zhang Chun meant. "Mr. Zhang, what else do you think you have achieved?" Chun Yiner's eyes lit up. Zhang Chun was talking about her. Chun Yiner is very beautiful and has excellent grades in college, but because she does not pursue wealth and status, she has never received any good film contracts. The reason she went to the auto show was to find a sponsor. Isn't this sponsor the 1,000-mile horse that Zhang Chun mentioned? At this moment, Chun Yiner also began to slowly believe what Zhang Chun said about his profession being a fortune teller. She never revealed her identity from beginning to end. If Zhang Chun was not a fortune teller, how could he have been so accurate? "Your future fortune is very good. It won't be long before you stand out and become a hot star," Zhang Chun continued. This sentence was uttered by Zhang Chun himself. After seeing Chun Yiner's potential, he decided to recruit her under his command. With Zhang Chun's terrifying financial resources, even a pig could be turned into a big star with money. Not to mention Chun Yiner, who is both beautiful and talented. Zhang Chun just said it simply, but when these words reached Chun Yiner's ears, her heart was burning with anxiety. They had a different meaning. Could it be that Mr. Chun is hinting that he wants to become my financial backer? Want to pay me to support you? Otherwise, how could he be so sure that I would have good luck in the future? Chun Yiner fell into deep thought, constantly wondering what Zhang Chun meant. Zhang Chun looked at Chun Yiner without saying a word and said mysteriously, "In fact, I have figured out a secret, and this secret is only known to you." What? Chun Yiner was stunned at first, then said in disbelief, "Since Mr. Chun said that I am the only one who knows this secret, how can you calculate it? Tell me, you're still a virgin." Zhang Chun said slowly. Forehead. Chun Yiner's mouth twitched, and after a long pause she asked, "You can calculate this?" At this point, Chun Yiner completely believed that Zhang Chun was a fortune teller. Zhang Chun was really right. In this open society, if you want to find a clean girl, you can only go to kindergarten. As for art schools where the social circles are even more chaotic, needless to say, it is estimated that there is no virgin in the entire school. As the school belle, Chun Yiner was constantly involved in scandals, and Zhang Chun was the first person to realize that she was a virgin. While the two were chatting and laughing, Zhang Chun drove to the street where the South City Art College was located. Nanching Art School is the place with the most beautiful girls in the entire city, and it attracts many wealthy people. BMW and Mercedes-Benz can be seen everywhere on both sides of the streets, and even high-end supercars such as Lamborghini and Ferrari can be seen. These different models have one thing in common, that is various drinks such as green tea, Pulse, Red Bull, etc. are placed on the roof. Different drinks represent different prices. It is obvious that these car owners come here with the purpose of hunting for beauties. "Mr. Jiang, please just drop me off at the entrance of the college," Chun Yiner said, pointing to a place with the most students. "No problem." Zhang Chun naturally knew what Chun Yiner was thinking and agreed directly. Who doesn't want to have face in life? Since Chun Yiner wanted to be the center of attention, Zhang Chun simply satisfied her. When Zhang Chun parked the car in front of the college gate, the dazzling and bright car body instantly attracted all the students around. "Damn, I didn't expect there's a LaFerrari in our school. Quick, take a photo for me first while there are a few people around, and then I'll take yours. The owner of the car is a man. Don't fight with me for it." In just a short moment, Rafa was surrounded. Star. Chapter 51 Bar Beauty. Under the attention of all the students, Chun Yiner got out of the car slowly, like a noble swan. "Mr. Jiang, this is my Weixin. Let's make an appointment when we have time." Chun Yiner leaned over the car window and opened the Weixin QR code. "Okay, see you another day." Zhang Chun added Chun Yiner's prestige, then stepped on the accelerator and left in a cool manner. "Zhang Chun, contact me by phone." Chun Yiner waved her hand. Her voice was not loud, but it could be heard by the students around her. After the sports car disappeared, everyone's attention shifted to Chun Yiner. "Hey, isn't this our school beauty, Chun Yiner? It's good to be rich. You can pick up any school beauty you want." Amid the envious voices of classmates around them, two female students dressed extremely seductively in belly-bearing tops, hip skirts, and black stockings walked up to Chun Yiner. The two of them could barely be considered somewhat pretty, but once they stood in front of Chun Yiner, they instantly became supporting roles. These two people are Chun Yiner's roommates, Zhang Yin and Li Qiuhong. 3 years ago, the couple was kept by two wealthy men in their first week of school, and Zhang Yin even had 2 abortions. Because of this, the two of them often mocked Chun Yiner, who was very self-disciplined, in the dormitory. "Yiner, who is that person? He actually drives a LaFerrari. He must be worth at least several hundred million." Zhang Yin and Li Qiuhong spoke sourly, feeling envious and jealous in their hearts. Chun Yiner, who was often ridiculed by herself, now found a prince charming. "Looking at myself, I always date old men with a little money, and sometimes I am forced to call them daddy. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. I'm just an ordinary friend." Chun Yiner smiled slightly, deliberately emphasizing the word friend. "TSK, who would believe that? We even called each other by name, and we still call each other, and we're just ordinary friends." Zhang Yin looked incredulous. This is the South City Art College, where only money and bodies exist. The most fundamental transaction. "Yiner, since you said that Zhang Chun is just an ordinary friend of yours, then give me his contact information," Li Qiuhong said in a negotiating tone. "Come on, you can't even handle one, and you want to have your cake and eat it too?" Zhang Yin rolled her eyes and said to Chun Yiner in an almost flattering tone, "Yiner, give me your contact information. I'm in good health and can handle 2 of us. I will definitely not treat you unfairly after I succeed." Chun Yiner looked at her 2 roommates warily, holding her cell phone tightly, like a child who was afraid of having her toy taken away. "Forget it. Zhang Chun doesn't like adding strangers as friends. Let's talk about it when we have a chance to meet in the future." Chun Yiner declined tactfully and made up her mind secretly. Zhang Chun is young, rich, handsome, and a perfect male god. This kind of man will definitely be sought after by women. So you must seize the opportunity, or at the very least, you must occupy a place by his side. After spending a day at the auto show and sending Chun Yiner back to school, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Chun looked at the time and prepared to go home and rest. On the way home, Zhang Chun saw a brightly lit street with flashing neon lights. Hanhai Bar Street is the place that best represents the nightlife of Nanjing City. Those who come here include wealthy young people looking for passion and urban white-collar workers who want to vent work pressure. This is a paradise for young people. Brother, I'm drunk. Can you take me home? Brother, take me out for a ride, and I promise to make you comfortable. As soon as Zhang Chun drove into the bar street, he attracted a group of beautiful women to watch. There were also many bold ones who went up to him and took the initiative to strike up a conversation, pulling down their collars and rubbing against the car windows, showing off their assets to Zhang Chun. But how could Zhang Chun be interested in such a glamorous girl on the street? He just honked his horn to let her leave. What are you doing scratching? If you scratch the paint off, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sleep there for a year. Just as Zhang Chun walked forward for less than 100 meters, he noticed a short-haired girl wearing a white sweater and tight jeans waving at him. This girl is on par with Chun Yin'er in terms of temperament and appearance. Beauty. Is there anything wrong? Zhang Chun slowly stopped the car and lowered the window. This is the first time I've seen a real LaFerrari. Can I get in and sit in one? The girl tilted her head slightly, curved the corners of her mouth, revealing two little white canine teeth, and her smile was as beautiful as a mobile phone wallpaper. Now that the beauty has spoken, how dare I disobey? Zhang Chun made a joke and then let the girl get in the car. The bar girls around who were still trying to find opportunities shook their heads in disappointment and left. Nice to meet you. My name is Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui got in the car and stretched out her hand to Jiang Chun cheerfully. What a coincidence. My name is Jiang Chun, and we were a family 500 years ago. Jiang Chun felt that the name Jiang Shui sounded very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. He had no choice but to put this question behind him temporarily. How much did you buy this car? I heard from others that it is extremely difficult to obtain the qualification to purchase this car. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. Jiang Shui looked around the interior of LaFerrari and asked casually. More than 30 million. I just happened to see someone who wanted to sell it, so I bought it. Jiang Chun answered bluntly. You just bought it for over 30 million? You must be rich. Jiang Shui looked at Jiang Chun in surprise. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her was so rich. There are not many first-generation rich people in the entire Nanhai city who can spare 32 million to buy a car, let alone the second-generation rich. It's just to satisfy my personal preferences. Isn't the purpose of making money to enjoy yourself? Jiang Chun waved his hand and answered very modestly. By the way, I have some friends in the bar. Do you want to go in and hang out with us? Jiang Shui invited. I have nothing to do at night anyway, so it's okay to go in and play for a while. Jiang Chun looked at the time, agreed, and turned the car directly into the bar. Sir, this way, please. After seeing Rafa, the bar security quickly took aside the no parking warning sign on the parking space closest to the door. Generally, large entertainment venues will choose to reserve conspicuous parking spaces for luxury cars to park, firstly for ease of care, and secondly to enhance their appearance. If Jiang Chun is driving a Wuling Hongguang today, I'm sorry. Please go through the back door. Jiang Chun's parking space was the first one at the entrance, and the 4 parking spaces behind it were all empty, which looked very eye-catching. No car has ever been parked in this parking space. Even my 458 is not allowed to be parked there. And you were the first one, Jiang Shui said enviously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun turned his head in surprise and looked at Jiang Shui. Ferrari 458, I didn't expect he was a rich second-generation star. Chapter 52. A 2 million yuan gift. Zhang Chun walked into the bar, and wild DJs instantly came from all directions. Everyone was immersed in it, twisting their bodies in ecstasy. The whole bar is filled with an exciting hormonal atmosphere. My friends are all in the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Let's go up first. Amid the deafening DJ, Jiang Shui leaned close to Jiang Chun's ear and spoke loudly. In order to avoid getting separated from Jiang Chun, Jiang Shui simply took Jiang Chun's hand. Going up to the 2nd floor, Jiang Shui walked to a private room numbered 666 and pushed the door open. The box was much quieter than the hall. Amid the slightly deafening sound of the DJ, 8 rich second generations dressed in extravagant clothes were gathered together, playing the rock-paper-scissors game. Everyone stopped for a moment. I brought you a new friend. Jiang Shui turned off the speaker and clapped her hands, attracting the attention of all the rich second generations. Fuck. When these second-generation rich people saw Jiang Chun's appearance, they all cursed. After seeing these rich second generations, Jiang Chun couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. Maybe it was because South City was too small, or maybe it was fate that was too wonderful, but Jiang Chun had already met her at the auto show during the day. Why? This is a friend I brought with me. Do you have any objections? Jiang Shui put on a cold look, glared at the 8 rich second generations, and continued. I'm warning you, Jiang Chun is much richer than you. Even his car is a LaFerrari. After Jiang Shui finished speaking, she couldn't help but raise her head proudly, as if she was talking about herself. Sister Shui, do you remember I just told you that today at the Honggu Auto Show, there was a wealthy man who spent 77 million to buy 2 luxury cars? A second-generation rich man said with a smile. I remember, but I don't think that person is from our Nanjing city. We don't have such a wasteful, rich second generation in our Nanjing city. Zhang Shui replied without knowing the reason. As a girl, Zhang Shui is not very interested in cars. The only Ferrari 458 she owns is a coming-of-age gift from her father. When she learned that someone spent $77 million to buy a car at the Honggu Auto Show today, her first reaction was shock, and her second reaction was to call it a waste of money. $77 million to buy clothes and bags. Isn't it great? Sister Shui, the super rich man I'm talking about, is Brother Zhang. The second-generation rich man didn't expect Zhang Shui to call Zhang Chun a spendthrift. He explained awkwardly. In addition to this LaFerrari worth $32 million, Brother Zhang also bought a limited edition Rolls-Royce worth $45 million. What? Zhang Shui was shocked. She slowly turned her head to look at Zhang Chun and asked in disbelief. Zhang Chun, is what they said true? Zhang Shui just saw that Zhang Chun drove a luxury car and looked handsome, so she decided to make friends with him. However, he didn't expect that he would pull a billionaire by just pulling. The most important thing is, she seemed to be saying that Zhang Chun was a loser just now. Well, I'm the rich second generation who spendthrifts, as you say. Zhang Chun smiled and nodded slightly. After confirming Zhang Chun's identity, a blush instantly crept up Zhang Shui's cheeks. The big sister is blushing. Brother Zhang is so rich, handsome, and approachable that any woman would find it hard to resist him. What nonsense are you talking about? Big sister has never been materialistic. In my opinion, she is attracted by Zhang's handsomeness. Brother Zhang, Sister Shui has never taken the initiative to bring a man to join our circle. You are the first one. Seize the opportunity. When the 8 rich second generations saw Zhang Shui, who was usually free and easy, blushing at this moment, they all took the opportunity to tease her. Shut up, everyone, Zhang Shui said coldly with a stern face, pretending to be serious. However, with the blush on her cheeks, Zhang Shui not only did not appear serious at all, but instead looked even more attractive. This caused another round of ridicule from the crowd. Seeing her best friend not giving her face, Zhang Shui picked up a glass of wine and deliberately changed the subject. Well, let me drink first. Brother Zhang, from today on we are friends. If you encounter any problems in Nanjing City in the future, no matter how big or small, just say hello to me, and I will definitely help you. Brother Zhang, we're toasting to you. These second-generation rich people were not fools, so they would not miss the opportunity to make friends with Zhang Chun, and they all raised their glasses and drank them all. Dry. If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. Zhang Chun was not a person who would waste time, so he immediately returned a glass. Just when everyone put down their things, and this group of rich second generation wanted to talk to Zhang Chun, the door of the private room was opened again. A young man came uninvited. He had a fair face and clean beard, and was dressed in designer clothes. He was on par with the rich second generation in the box. Master Chun from the Magic City is in the next private room. Miss Zhang, please come over and have a drink. The young man seemed to be inviting, but his words were full of command. Especially that condescending look, which made everyone in the box feel disgusted. Who the hell do you think you are? This is Nanjing City, not your demon city. If you want to show off, go back to your lair. On Zhang Shui's side, a rich second-generation man couldn't help it first and pointed at the young man and cursed. Zhang Shui is their big sister and also represents the face of all the rich second generations in Nanjing City. If Zhang Shui really went over to accompany him drinking, where would the face of the rich second generation in Nanjing City be? Please thank Mr. Chun for his kindness. I am not good at drinking. If you have anything, please make an appointment in advance through the customer service of Zhang Group. Zhang Shui was neither humble nor arrogant, and Wan Yin refused. Snap, snap, snap. The young man showed no sign of being angry, but instead clapped his hands. The sound system in the private room was turned off, and 20 bartenders entered one after another, each holding 2 bottles of red wine with gold display tables. Anyone who has been to Hanhai Bar will be familiar with this bottle of wine. Royal salute. There is a bottle at the entrance of Hanhai Bar, which is very eye-catching. The terrifying price of 50,000 yuan for a single bottle left everyone stunned. These 20 Royal Salute cannons are a gift from Master Chun to Miss Zhang. Please don't dislike them, Miss Zhang. The young man had a smile on his face, but his eyes were mixed with a bit of contempt as he looked at the group of rich second generations from Nanjing City. A welcome gift of 2 million. How have you country bumpkins ever seen anything like it? A bunch of country bumpkins. Broaden your horizons. Just as the young man expected, when the rich second generation in the box learned that the 40 bottles of Royal Salute were a gift from Mr. Chun, they all fell silent. Competing in financial resources is an unspoken way of fighting among all the rich second generations. If you have money, you are the boss. You have the right to speak. Considering the wealth of the second generation of rich people in southern cities, it is not difficult to come up with 2 million. However, it was far beyond their ability to give out 2 million as a gift. That Master Chun from the Magic City has already trampled these rich second brothers under his feet before he even showed up. Star. Chapter 53. Mr. Zhang will pay for all the consumption tonight. No merit, no reward. This gift is too valuable. Please take it back from Mr. Chun. Zhang Shui responded coldly. Miss Zhang, what you said is not right. With our status, it is normal to give a gift of 2 million. Mr. Chun thinks it is not enough. The young man spread his hands and became more arrogant. A bunch of country bumpkins, they think a 2 million yuan gift is too valuable. They are really worldly wise. You, the rich second generation in Nanjing City, had never suffered such an insult, and they pointed angrily at the young people who came to give them gifts. However, everyone was speechless. Miss Jiang, please come in. The young man stepped back to the door, slightly turned sideways, and made a gesture of invitation to Jiang Shui. Now there are only two options for the rich second generation in Nanjing City. The first is to return the favor, and the second is to ask Jiang Shui to go to the next room to accompany him drinking. Reciprocity is the norm. Once they accept the gift, they must return a gift worth 2 million. If Mr. Chun had bad intentions, he would definitely find excuses to continue giving gifts, and the amount would be even larger. If in the end, the rich second generation of Nanjing City can't afford to pay it back, it will be a disgrace to the adults. This gift cannot be accepted under any circumstances. As for avoiding, there is no such word in the dictionary of the rich second generation. Okay, I want to see who your Master Chun is. Seeing that things had come to this point, Jiang Shui had no choice but to give up and plan to go to the next room to accompany the guests drinking. Sister Shui, you can't go. The rich second generation in Nanhai City suddenly became anxious and rushed to dissuade Jiang Shui. It was obvious that Mr. Chun from the Demon City came here for Jiang Shui. If Jiang Shui went there, she would be walking into a tiger's mouth. By then, the best outcome for Jiang Shui would be for her to be taken advantage of. Thinking seriously? Unthinkable. Don't worry, Sister Shui. I've seen a lot of things. I'm just accompanying you for a drink. I'll be back soon. Jiang Shui took a deep breath and forced a smile. But this time, Zhang Chun did not see those two cute little canine teeth. Wait! When Jiang Shui was about to walk out of the private room, Zhang Chun suddenly spoke up. Go back and tell Master Chun that we will accept the wine. Zhang Chun, you can't take it back. Zhang Shui was also getting anxious at this time. Zhang Chun walked to the door, pulled Zhang Shui back, and gave her a look that reassured her. It's a courtesy to return the favor. Mr. Chun has come from afar and brought gifts with him. As the host, we should return the favor. But I don't think Mr. Chun would care about this little gift money. It would be better to offer it to the Buddha and make all the guests in the bar happy. How many tables are there in Hanhai Bar? Zhang Chun was halfway through his speech when he suddenly asked the waiter. Sir, including the private rooms, there are a total of 200 tables. The waiter replied truthfully. How about this, to show that Nanjing welcomes Mr. Chen's arrival? Including the private rooms, there are 200 private tables, each with a bottle of royal salute. The payment will be charged to this card of mine. Zhang Chun calmly handed the bank card to the waiter and spoke without any hesitation. It's like giving away a bunch of worthless cabbages. It's not a big deal. A bottle of royal salute costs 50,000. 200 bottles would cost 10 million. After the amount was calculated, the entire box was filled with gasps of shock. This is a gift worth 20 million. Compared with Zhang Chun, the 2 million given by Mr. Chun was like a child playing house. It's nothing. He just spent 77 million on a car during the day and another 10 million on alcohol at night. In just one day, Zhang Chun achieved a small goal. How much money does Zhang Chun have? Even if you have a bank at home, you can't afford this. For a time, the rich second generation in Nanjing City were speculating about Zhang Chun's identity. Jiang Shui was also looking at Zhang Chun with a touched expression, her eyes full of little stars. Zhang Chun had not said anything before, until she was forced to accompany him drinking. Then Zhang Chun took out 20 million. Zhang Chun was clearly standing up for her. A man will die for his confidant, and a woman will dress up for her confidant. How could Jiang Shui not be moved? Okay, I'll convey your kindness right away. The young man gritted his teeth and turned away, his voice extremely gloomy. Just when Master Chen's mission was about to be completed, a Chung Yaojin appeared at the last moment and instantly hated Zhang Chun. He didn't doubt that there was no money in the card. With such large sums involved, the bar would certainly settle the bill before serving the drinks. At that time, if this card cannot be used to pay out money, Jiang Shui and others will be even more embarrassed. Do your best to see the job through. Go and inform the bar that all the expenses of the bar's guests tonight will be paid from this card. The young man had just taken 2 steps when Zhang Chun stabbed him again. Looking at the young man's embarrassed escape, Zhang Chun sneered. What Zhang Chun is least afraid of is a competition of financial strength. Since obtaining the system, Zhang Chun has been making money even while he is breathing. To Zhang Chun, money is just a string of numbers. It is no exaggeration to say that even if facing the world's richest man, as long as Zhang Chun is given time, he can bankrupt him. 10 million? Isn't it just a day's pocket money? In box 888, the young man who had fled back pushed the door open and walked in. Didn't I ask you to invite Jiang Shui? Where is she? The person who spoke was the Mr. Chun mentioned by the young man, Chen Yuhao. As a disciple of the Chun family, Chen Yuhao is one of the heirs to the Best Incorporated, a leading enterprise in Shanghai, and his status is extremely honorable. Wherever he went, everyone had to bow and respectfully call him Mr. Chun. Yesterday, Chen Yuhao accidentally saw Jiang Shui's photo in someone else's circle of friends. He was instantly attracted by Jiang Shui's beautiful smile and was stunned by her beauty. So today he led a group of friends to Nanhai City. Anything that Chen Yuhao set his eyes on has never escaped from the hands of the country. What's more, the other party is just a woman from a small family. As long as he throws some money at her, she will definitely climb into bed obediently. After asking around, Chen Yuhao learned that Jiang Shui was having a gathering at the Hanhai bar, and then the scene that just happened. Mr. Chun, those country bumpkins don't take you seriously at all. The young man described the incident bitterly. Before he could finish his words, there was a knock on the door and a waiter walked into the box carrying a bottle of Royal Salute. This is a free gift from the gentleman next door. The waiter placed the Royal Salute on the table and then stepped out. Looking at the Royal Salute on the table, Chen Yuhao picked it up without saying a word and smashed it directly to the ground. It seems that people in this small place don't know how powerful I, Chen Yuhao, am. Chen Yuhao's eyes were gloomy and his voice was extremely cold. However, at this moment, the speakers in the bar hall suddenly became quiet. The DJ in control of the scene was standing high on the DJ stage, holding a microphone. Mr. Zhang will pay for all the expenses at the bar tonight. Star. Chapter 54. The Rich Second Generation from Magic City. Damn it, check it out for me. I want to know who this Jiang is. Chen Yuhao looked through the one-way window at the crazy crowd in the hall and felt that he had been greatly insulted. As one of the heirs of the best group, he was flattered wherever he went, but he never expected that he would fall flat on his face in this South City today. Chen Yuhao had just sent out a royal salute worth 1 million, but Zhang Chun returned the favor by sending out a royal salute worth 10 million. Moreover, Zhang Chun directly paid for the entire Hanhai bar tonight, completely cutting off his way to fight back. What's the use of having money? I can make your money go nowhere. Master, I found out that Mr. Zhang's full name is Zhang Chun. He's the one who spent 77 million to buy 2 luxury cars at the Honggu Auto Show today. After making inquiries from many sources, Chen Yuhao's assistant finally found out Jiang Chen's identity. He spent 77 million on the car, plus the more than 10 million he spent at the Hanhai bar today. Jiang spent 90 million in one day. After Chen Yuhao learned about Jiang Chen's daily expenses, he realized how terrifying Jiang Chen's financial resources were. With Chen Yuhao's status, it is not difficult to get 90 million, but the money must be spent on the right things. If he dared to spend 90 million to buy a car and go to a bar like Zhang Chun did, his father would definitely break his legs. Young master, the group asked you to come to Nanhai City this time to give you experience. It's best not to cause any trouble at this critical juncture, otherwise the board of directors will criticize you again. The male assistant was afraid that Chen Yuhao would lose his temper and do something impulsive, so he reminded him in a low voice. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, not to mention that they are now facing a dragon that has crossed the river in their own territory. Go and tell me right now that I, Chen Yuhao, have made note of this account. Chen Yuhao ordered the young man, then left the Hanhai bar angrily. The entire Hanhai bar was booked by Zhang Chun tonight, and if Chen Yuhao continued to stay, it would only add to the joke. The young man broke directly into the box where Zhang Chun was. Why are you back? Is it because you don't have enough wine to drink? Zhang Chun said with a smile. Brother Zhang has already said that all the expenses of Hanhai bar today will be charged to Brother Zhang. Tell your eldest young master Chun not to be afraid to spend money and order whatever you want. Master Chun, do you think you don't know what kind of wine is good to drink? Do you want me to order it for him? The rich second generations around Zhang Chun all made sarcastic remarks. They had just been severely bullied by this young man. Now that they had finally caught the opportunity to fight back, how could they let it go easily? Humph! Master Chun said that he has made a note of this. If you offend Master Chun, you will have offended the Chun group. The young man's face turned black and white due to the ridicule of everyone. After saying something harsh angrily, he slammed the door and left. This Mr. Chun is actually from the Chun group. A rich second generation couldn't help but exclaimed after learning about Chen Yuhao's identity. Do you know that, Mr. Chun? Zhang Chun asked back. The Chun Group is the leader in the real estate development industry in Shanghai. It is said that half of the properties in Shanghai are developed by the Chun Group. Chen Hanxiao, the chairman of the Chun Group, is a big shot who has been on the Hurui rankings for many years. Judging from the other party's tone, this Mr. Chun should be Chen Hanxiao's son, the rich second generation replied. So, he's in real estate. Zhang Chun murmured. In recent years, housing prices have skyrocketed and the real estate industry is booming. As a real estate developer in a super first-tier city like Shanghai, Chun Group's strength is naturally needless to say. At least it cannot be compared with quasi-first-tier cities like Nanjing City. However, Zhang Chun did not take the so-called Mr. Chun seriously at all. So, what if you were so powerful? At worst, I can buy all the properties developed by your Chun Group. Come on, drink. Zhang Chun raised his glass high. After spending half a day together, Zhang Chun had already become friends with these rich second generations. These second-generation rich people simply had some minor bad habits as a result of being pampered in their childhood, but other than that they were quite to Zhang Chun's liking. Brother Zhang, let us toast you. The 8 rich second generations gathered around Zhang Chun and raised their glasses. If Zhang Chun hadn't come to the rescue today, they would have been disgraced. Zhang Chun, I'm so sorry for causing you to spend more than 10 million yuan, but don't worry, I will definitely return the money to you in the future. Zhang Shui looked at Zhang Chun apologetically and promised solemnly. It's just over 10 million, don't worry about it, just think of it as me treating everyone to food and drinks. Zhang Chun waved his hand nonchalantly. 10 million is just a day's income for Zhang Chun. Including Zhang Shui, all the rich second generations were suddenly speechless. If you are so rich, I can't keep up with it at all. Zhang Chun and these second-generation rich people drank until late at night before they dispersed. After Zhang Shui and Zhang Chun added each other on WeChat, they said goodbye at the door of the bar. After the Zhang family's driver picked up Zhang Shui, Zhang Chun took a taxi back home. Zhang Chun opened the car window, letting in the cold wind, and a feeling of drunkenness instantly surged into his head. In a daze, Zhang Chun only felt someone supporting him back home, and then he fell asleep. The next morning, Zhang Chun endured the headache from drinking and opened his eyes with difficulty, only to find himself lying in bed. Boss Zhang, you're awake. Drink the porridge quickly. Drinking on an empty stomach is not good for your health. Just then, Li Wanqing walked in wearing an apron and holding a bowl of rice porridge. I didn't expect a beauty like you could cook. As Zhang Chun spoke, he took the rice porridge and slowly tasted it. It smells quite good. Just when Zhang Chun was drinking porridge, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Zhang Shui. Zhang Chun, check the headlines quickly. The news about the Hanhai bar is going viral. After seeing the message from Zhang Shui, Zhang Chun opened the headlines and found that the entire page was almost dominated by the news that he had booked the Hanhai bar last night. Fortunately, no one knew Zhang Chun's identity at the time, so the news referred to him as the mysterious rich man and Mr. Zhang. There are all kinds of comments online about Zhang Chun's wasteful behavior. There are those who flatter and suck up to him. There are those who are envious, jealous, and hateful, and there are also many self-proclaimed righteous people who stand on the moral high ground and look down on Zhang Chun for his wasteful behavior. In response to this, Zhang Chun just smiled disapprovingly. They are timid in real life, but fierce on the internet. This is the kind of keyboard warrior. Star. Chapter 55. Men must be either tall or have special skills. After breakfast, Zhang Chun first came to the Hanhai bar parking lot to pick up the car, and then drove to the Nanjing Human Resources Market. If it wasn't for his good luck yesterday, Zhang Chun would have almost been unable to get a taxi and would have been freezing outside all night. With yesterday's experience as a lesson, Zhang Chun decided to find a driver no matter what today. Look at those rich second generations. They can get a special car to pick them up with just a phone call. Look at myself again. When I'm drunk, I have to take a taxi, and when I sober up, I have to come back and drive. It seems that in some aspects, there is still a big gap between me and the real rich people. Zhang Chun sighed a few words, then drove into the Nanjing Human Resources Market. As soon as Zhang Chun stepped into the talent market, the marketing manager came to greet him. There was no way. After all, the LaFerrari driven by Zhang Chun was too dazzling, and it was impossible not to attract attention. I wonder what your name is, sir? The marketing manager welcomed Zhang Chun into the office, and his attitude could be described as extremely polite. My surname is Zhang. I want to find a driver. Zhang Chun glanced at the work badge worn by the personnel manager and directly stated his purpose. I wonder what Mr. Zhang's requirements are for the drivers he recruits? The HR manager took a pen and paper and planned to record it. I only have 2 requirements. First, you must drive steadily, and second, you must have good fists and kicks. Zhang Chun stated his requirements. Zhang Chun's requirements are actually not high. It can be said to be extremely simple. There are many wealthy drivers who also work part-time as bodyguards. What's more, some even ask for gender, appearance, etc., all kinds of weird requirements. I wonder how much salary Mr. Zhang plans to pay, the HR manager asked. Well, let's set the monthly salary at 100,000 for now. We'll raise it if the performance improves. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. When it comes to salary, Zhang Chun has never been stingy. A monthly salary of 100,000. Okay, I will. The HR manager stopped writing halfway through and asked again in disbelief. Mr. Zhang, are you talking about a monthly salary of 100,000? If the HR manager had not seen Zhang Chun driving a LaFerrari, he would have even thought that Zhang Chun was deliberately causing trouble. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Even some top overseas returnees cannot possibly get such a high salary. Is there any problem? Zhang Chun asked back. No problem. Since Mr. Zhang offers such a high salary, he must have some requirements regarding gender and appearance. The HR manager thought for a moment, then suddenly realized and acted as if he understood everything. He had met such a wealthy man before, who directly offered a monthly salary of tens of thousands of yuan and specifically asked for a beautiful female driver. As for the reason behind this, it can only be understood. After all, the car seat can be turned into a bed once it is folded down. I'm looking for a decent male driver, Zhang Chun said seriously, enunciating each word. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I overthought it. I'll arrange it for you right away. The HR manager apologized repeatedly, left for a while, and returned to the office with a team of interviewers. Zhang Chun took a quick look and saw no less than 30 people. I don't know if the HR manager didn't understand Zhang Chun's meaning, but there were two female drivers among the 30 people. High heels, fishnet stockings, and big wavy hair. Appearance is 70% and dressing is 90%. Any random action can arouse people's desire to drive. However, Zhang Chun has been in contact with beauties of Chen Yiner and Jiang Shui's level more frequently these days, and his vision has improved a lot. He really has no interest in those women who rely on heavy makeup. Mr. Jiang, these people want to apply for the position of your driver. The HR manager said to Zhang Chun. No one under 1.80 meters tall, no women. Zhang Chun casually stated two requirements and eliminated 2/3 of the applicants. Zhang Chun is 1.8 meters tall. If he finds a driver, he is too short. When the two of them stand together, people who don't understand may think Zhang Chun is the driver. As for why he didn't want a woman, Zhang Chun just wanted to ride in a car, not drive. He continued, anyone among you who has experienced driving luxury cars, please step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 people stood up. Okay, you 6 can go now, Zhang Chun said to the remaining 6 people. Mr. Jiang, can you give me a chance? I can learn anything. I really need this job. Just then, a voice came from the eliminated crowd. Zhang Chun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sturdy man standing there. The sturdy man's clothes had been washed to a pale color, and he didn't even have any accessories like watches that could brighten his image. He looked very poor and shabby. However, what surprised Zhang Chun the most was that he actually felt an inexplicable sense of danger from this strong man, especially those big copper bell eyes, which flashed a fierce light from time to time. What a tough character. This kind of person is born to be a perfect candidate to be a bodyguard. After seeing the fierce light in the sturdy man's eyes, Zhang Chun began to admire his talent. With that fierce look in his eyes and standing still, who would dare to get close to him? Having someone like this as a bodyguard, regardless of his ability, at least he is a face saver. If you have money, you must pay attention to appearance. Tell me, what's your name and what are your specialties? Zhang Chun asked back. If a man wants to stand out in society, he must either be tall or have special skills. Mr. Jiang, my name is Li Hu. As for my special skills, the sturdy man hesitated for a moment, and then replied seriously, Boss, I can operate various cold and hot weapons skillfully, and I can also fly a combat helicopter. Zhang Chun? Other applicants? Where the hell did this god come from? We are recruiting car drivers here. Brother, have you come to the wrong battlefield? Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I've been a mercenary abroad for more than 10 years. Over time, I learned how to fly a combat helicopter. Li Hu was afraid that Zhang Chun would not believe him, so he lifted up his shirt with both hands, revealing the scars on his back. Various knife scars and bullet scars overlap each other, making them particularly creepy and eye-catching. Mr. Jiang, these scars are from the battlefield. Looking at Li Hu's back full of scars, Zhang Chun suddenly realized why he felt danger from him. Perhaps this is what people often say, the murderous spirit honed between life and death. It is even possible that Li Hu had killed people on foreign battlefields. Some things cannot be disguised, nor can they be covered up. Okay, it's you. Monthly salary of 100,000, free food and accommodation, plus extra salary if you perform well. Zhang Chun immediately decided to hire Li Hu. This kind of talent is hard to come by, and it is impossible to find such people in such a stable environment in China. As for driving skills, there is no need to worry about them at all. Even those flying in the sky can do it, let alone those running on the ground. When the other candidates saw that the low-profile Li Hu had such a powerful background, they did not dare to compete with Li Hu for the position even if they were offered a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. If I anger such a person, I will be afraid that I will be paid, but not spend it. Chapter 56 Beauty, Want a Date. Half an hour later, Zhang Chun drove the LaFerrari and slowly entered the Victory Square under the protection of 26 Audi A6s. Li Shouzhong, the person in charge of Victory Plaza, received the news of Zhang Chun's arrival in advance and did not dare to delay at all. He cleared out a special parking space for the convoy early. Make way! Li Shouzhong pointed at a row of empty parking spaces and kept directing passersby. At this time, it was time to get off work, and the office workers in the surrounding office buildings were planning to go downstairs to eat, so it was a crowded time. When these people saw the Audi convoy that looked like a long black dragon, they subconsciously avoided it and all focused their eyes on Rafa in the middle of the Audi convoy. There was a red dot in the black, no need to think too much. The owner of this convoy was in the LaFerrari. The Audi fleet parked neatly in the dedicated parking space, and 26 bodyguards in black suits got out first. The 26 bodyguards stood with their feet shoulder-width apart, their hands behind their backs, and their heads held high. Just going to that station gives people an enormous pressure, as if a mountain is pressing down on their heads. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, not daring to even breathe. A few people who were planning to take pictures quietly put away their phones, fearing that they would attract the attention of these burly men in black. Mr. Jiang, we've arrived at Victory Square. Li Hu trotted to the door of Zhang Chun's LaFerrari, leaned over the window, and said respectfully. Zhang Chun nodded in satisfaction. He had to say that Li Hu was very thoughtful. He drove the LaFerrari all the way. Even if Li Hu didn't say it, Zhang Chun knew that the convoy had reached Victory Square. But after Li Hu did this, the sense of ritual was created and the level of luxury was instantly raised. Increased salary. These employees who understand the boss's mind must be increased in salary. Zhang Chun slowly opened the scissor door, and Li Hu quickly put his hand on the door frame to prevent Zhang Chun from hitting his head. When Li Shouzhong saw Zhang Chun getting out of the car, he hurried over to him, but before he could get within 10 steps of Zhang Chun, he was stopped by 2 bodyguards. "Boss Zhang, it's me, Li Shouzhong." Li Shouzhong looked at the bodyguard who was a head taller than him and as sturdy as a door panel. He didn't dare to force his way in and could only greet him from a distance. Zhang Chun nodded, and the 2 bodyguards let him go. "Boss Zhang, your appearance." Li Shouzhong trotted up to Zhang Chun and looked at the 26 bodyguards with stern expressions. He couldn't figure out how to describe them for a long time, and finally could only give them 2 thumbs up. It's just a small scene." Zhang Chun waved his hand modestly, but his face showed a very proud expression. Including the car and wages, Zhang Chun spent more than 17 million. Judging from this display, it's worth the 17 million. At this time, the green square was already full of people watching the excitement. Without Zhang Chun's specific instructions, the 26 bodyguards took the initiative to split into 2 rows, hand in hand. A 3-meter-wide path was cleared through the crowd, leading directly to the dedicated elevator on the top floor of Greenland Building. If we roll out a red carpet, it will be like reaching heaven. Under the gazes of passersby on both sides, Zhang Chun walked into the elevator slowly. Li Shouzhong, who was following beside him, quickly pressed the elevator button for the 36th floor. Li Hu and 26 other bodyguards watched the elevator stop on the 36th floor, then took the elevator in the lobby to the 35th floor, which had been renovated into a dormitory, to wait. When Li Hu and others left, the people around them breathed a sigh of relief. "Fuck, who was that young man just now? He's so awesome." That's right, with 26 bodyguards standing there, I couldn't even breathe. When I have money, I will do the same thing. It's cool. Come on, you can't even afford an Alto? And you want to buy an Audi? The crowd in the square was talking about it, and soon everyone in the square knew the news. A big shot came to the 36th floor of Greenland Building. Zhang Chen's main purpose of coming to Greenland Building this time was to take a look at the company's decoration. When I walked out of the elevator, the entire floor was filled with decoration materials. Li Wanqing was holding the decoration design drawings and kept gesturing to the workers. "Mr. Zhang, why are you here? It's too messy here. Let's go downstairs and talk." After seeing Zhang Chen coming, Li Wanqing quickly put down the drawings and went to greet him. "It's okay. I just want to see how the decoration is going." Zhang Chen said, "Mr. Zhang, the design drawings have been finalized and the materials and workers are in place. The renovation will be completed in 2 months at most." Li Wanqing estimated and replied, "The top floor of Greenland Building is 3,000 square meters and has no partitions, making it equivalent to a small square. In addition, Zhang Chun had very high requirements for decoration, and he also wanted to renovate several presidential suites, so 2 months was already the fastest speed." "It will take 2 months?" Zhang Chun shook his head somewhat dissatisfiedly. There was less than a month left before the renovation of the number 27 middle school district housing, and the company's facade had to be set up before then. 1 month at most. I want to see the company's facade in 1 month. Zhang Chun ordered Li Wanqing. "Mr. Zhang, this is a fine decoration. If we rush the work, it will definitely affect the decoration effect." Li Wanqing explained with some embarrassment. Decoration is a delicate job, and when the construction period of 2 months is shortened to 1 month, many defects are bound to appear. Then find a few more construction teams. I have divided the company into 4 areas, so I will find 4 construction teams to start work at the same time. Zhang Chun said, "Mr. Zhang, if we add 3 more construction teams, the renovation cost will at least double." Li Wanqing said in shock. The budget for renovation of the 36th floor was 3 million, of which only 1 million was spent on materials, and the bulk of the cost was 2 million for labor. If we follow Zhang Chen's method, we will have to spend at least 2 million more. I'll give you 3 million. Don't be afraid of spending money. What I want is speed. Zhang Chun said nonchalantly. It's just 3 million. It's just a drop in the bucket for Zhang Chun. Faced with Zhang Chen's ruthlessness, Li Wanqing was speechless. The company would not have made so much profit if it had opened a month earlier. Having money, you can do whatever you want. You've been busy all morning. You haven't eaten yet. Let's go have a meal together. After making the arrangements, Zhang Chun invited Li Wanqing. When the boss opens his mouth, the employees run around. "I have to work overtime to find a construction team for you. You can go eat first." Li Wanqing is also dedicated. As soon as Zhang Chun finished making the arrangements, Li Wanqing began to contact the new construction team. "Okay, I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month." Zhang Chun encouraged and then left the Greenland Building. Sitting in the LaFerrari, Zhang Chun thought that he had nothing to do in the afternoon. So he opened his WeChat friend list and swiped casually with his eyes closed. Zhang Chun opened his eyes and saw his finger resting on Chun Ener's WeChat profile picture. He then sent a message directly. "Beauty, want a date? Star." Chapter 57? The School Beauty's Best Friend. Nanhai Art Institute, Girls' Dormitory 306. Chun Ener's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Chun. Beauty, do you want a date? Hey, Ener, something's wrong with you. When Chun Ener was reading the message, her best friend Shu Hui suddenly leaned over. There are 4 girls in dormitory 306. Chun Yin and Li Qiuhong went to accompany their financial sponsors last night. After a day and night of fierce fighting, he hasn't come back yet. The remaining girl is Chun Ener's only best friend, Shu Hui. No way, Zhang Chun and I are just friends. Chun Ener shook her head in denial, but her blushing face betrayed her. Mr. Jiang is too direct. He asked for a date right away, without considering other people's feelings. Ouch, your face is as red as a monkey's, but why don't you tell the truth? As Shu Hui spoke, she used a set of bone claws to push Chun Ener down on the bed and started to touch her all over. Stop itching. Shu Hui, I was wrong. I can't do it. Let me reply to your message first. How could Chun Ener withstand such an attack? She was defeated as her body softened. I'll help you reply to the message. You're the darling of our art school. I have to keep an eye on you. Shu Hui snatched Chun Ener's phone and replied to Zhang Chun directly. Yes, my bestie wants to go out with us too. At Victory Square, after seeing Chun Ener's reply, Zhang Chun directly instructed Li Hu. Ahu, go to the Honggu Auto Show and drive my Rolls-Royce over. Half an hour later, Li Hu came back driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom Tranquility Limited Edition that Zhang Chun had just bought yesterday. The person in charge of the auto show was also thoughtful and specially gave this Rolls-Royce a license plate number of 88,888, which is extremely cool. After Li Hu drove the Rolls-Royce over, Zhang Chun threw the Lafa aside and drove the Rolls-Royce to the Nanjing Art College. As for the driver, it was of course Li Hu. A Rolls-Royce is not bought to be driven. There is a saying that goes, the person who drives a Rolls-Royce is not necessarily the boss, but the person who rides a Rolls-Royce is definitely a rich person. As for why Zhang Chun doesn't drive a high-end supercar, didn't you see that the school beauty brought her best friend with her? A 2-seater supercar can only carry 1 girl. Zhang Chun drove and sat in the back seat, asking Li Hu to turn on the car stereo. The perfect sound insulation facilities keep all noises, including the engine, out of the car, leaving only the natural, primitive, wild, and attractive sound of beyond echoing inside the car. Riding a car is like attending a concert. The life of rich people is about enjoying themselves all the time. Even when they go out and take a car, it is no more than that. After playing the song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies for times, the Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of the gate of South City Art College. Through the car window, Zhang Chun saw Chun Ener standing at the school gate from afar. Chun Ener put her hands on her forehead from time to time and looked around in the sunlight. She must be waiting for him. Next to Chun Ener stood a girl with long hair and a sky blue dress. Judging from appearance alone, this girl may be slightly inferior to Chun Ener, but with a full set of famous brands and various expensive cosmetics, she can generally be compared with Chun Ener. The two of them stood hand in hand at the entrance of Nanjing Art College, like a beautiful landscape, attracting countless students' attention. Birds of a feather flock together. He is so beautiful, and yet he stands with Chun Ener. Zhang Chun guessed that this girl was Chun Ener's best friend. Li Hu got out of the car, walked to the back door, bent over, and opened the door for Zhang Chun. Ener here. Zhang Chun got out of the car and waved to Chun Ener from a distance. Shu Hui, he's Zhang Chun. After seeing Zhang Chun, Chun Ener hurriedly led Shu Hui and ran towards Zhang Chun. Walking closer, Shu Hui secretly glanced at Zhang Chun. So elegant. Shu Hui's eyes lit up when she saw a Rolls-Royce parked behind Zhang Chun, and Li Hu, who was wearing a suit, sunglasses, and white gloves and looked like a driver. Her eyes almost burst into flames. These days, it's kingly for a man to have money. Handsome and rich. This is called a male god. Brother Zhang, this is my best friend Shu Hui. When Chun Ener was introducing Shu Hui, she noticed that Zhang Chun was riding in a Rolls-Royce this time. Chun Ener was very familiar with this car. It was she who sold it to Zhang Chun. Luxury cars and beautiful women are hard for any man to resist. The two beauties, Chun Ener and Shu Hui, stood next to the Rolls-Royce and instantly became the focus of everyone. Soon, a lot of people gathered around the Rolls-Royce. Brother, why does your Rolls-Royce look different? In the crowd, someone who knew cars noticed the unique shape of Zhang Chun's Rolls-Royce and couldn't help but ask about it. Brother Zhang's Rolls-Royce Phantom Limited Edition Tranquility is worth 47 million. Chun Ener deliberately raised her voice and took Zhang Chun's arm. See? The owner of this Rolls-Royce worth 47 million is my Chun Ener's man. From now on, who dares to accuse me, Chun Ener, of pretending to be noble? You can't afford my man. Wow, this car is worth 47 million. Fuck, I took a look at the car news yesterday. 2 luxury cars were sold on the first day of the Honggu Auto Show. One of them was this Rolls-Royce that cost 47 million. My God, are you still in need of someone to run errands? After learning the price of this Rolls-Royce, the crowd around instantly became excited and took out their mobile phones to rush to take pictures. This is a Rolls-Royce worth 47 million, the most luxurious car among all the luxury cars. A great tool for showing off in the circle of friends. There are too many people here. Let's get in the car first. In order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the two girls, Zhang Chun took the two girls directly into the car. There were two girls, one on each side, and Zhang Chun sat in the middle, putting his arms on the shoulders of the two girls. Have the best of both worlds. Zhang Chun suddenly remembered what Chen Einer had said, that the rear seats could be laid flat to serve as beds. Ding ding! Li Hu started the car, honked the horn twice, and pressed the button on the center console. I saw a piece of fog glass rising between the front and rear compartments, and the curtains on the rear windows closed automatically. The back seat of the Rolls-Royce was like a small, enclosed room. No one outside could see what Zhang Chun wanted to do. The people around did not dare to delay, and quickly made way for Zhang Chun. This is a Rolls-Royce worth 47 million. One piece of paint is enough to earn me a year's worth of work. Watching Zhang Chun and the two girls leave, the people around were filled with emotion. Rich people will eventually marry. Poor people can only watch. Star. Chapter 58. Luxury cars packed up. Mr. Zhang, I have 25 brothers returning home with me. Li was about to speak, but stopped talking. Thinking of his brothers who were still suffering at the construction site, he mustered up the courage to continue asking. I wonder if Mr. Zhang is still short of manpower? Are those 25 brothers all the same as you? After Zhang Chun learned that Li Hu had comrades, he had a new idea in his mind. The rich have a fleet of cars when they go out, so I can't fall behind. All of Li Hu's comrades were summoned, 26 ferocious-looking men, each with a car. Then click to the door. That scene, that aura. Next time I meet a rich second generation as domineering as Mr. Chun, I won't need to use money to slap him in the face. 26 big guys, each performing a set of military boxing. I guarantee that they will be beaten so badly that even their mother won't recognize them. Yes, all 26 of us retired at the same time, and our strengths are equal, Li Hu replied. Call them over. I'll take a look first. Zhang Chun ordered. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will contact them right away. Li Hu was not stupid either. He understood Zhang Chun's intention in an instant. After thanking him, he quickly took out his cell phone to make a call. After a while, 25 strong men wearing sweatshirts and safety helmets, looking like migrant workers, came to the job market. These 25 strong men, like Li Hu, exude an inexplicable ruthlessness from head to toe. Mr. Zhang, these are my 25 brothers. Please take a look. Li Hu brought the 25 people in front of Zhang Chun, and then ordered, stand at attention. Crack! The 25 people moved in unison, and just a stomping of their feet revealed a murderous aura. Not bad. The monthly salary is 30,000. Those who want to work here can stay, and those who don't want to work here can leave. Zhang Chun nodded with satisfaction. This kind of movement and momentum cannot be practiced overnight. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Including Li Hu, 26 mercenaries greeted him in unison, and all stayed to sign labor agreements with Zhang Chun. Li Hu, there is 100,000 yuan in this card. The password is 6 sixes. Go buy 2 sets of black suits for the brothers first. Zhang Chun was not worried that Li Hu would run away with the money, so he simply gave him a bank card. If Li Hu can't even tell the difference between a full meal and an empty one, it's better not to have a bodyguard with such an IQ. Mr. Zhang, this is too expensive. Li Hu held the bank card, feeling a little overwhelmed. He didn't expect Zhang Chun to trust him so much. He dared to give him so much money after less than half an hour of getting along. Just take it if I tell you to. I don't have the habit of taking back things I give away. Since you have been soldiers, you should know how to obey orders. Zhang Chun spoke to Li Hu in an imperative tone. Yes. Li Hu immediately saluted Zhang Chun and made up his mind secretly. I must not let Mr. Zhang down in the future. Zhang Chun first called Li Wanqing and asked her to book the first floor of the company as a dormitory for the 26 bodyguards. Then he called Zhang Wenwen. Wenwen, I want to buy a car. After the call was connected, Zhang Chun said directly, Brother Zhang, you just spent more than 70 million yesterday, and you want to buy a car today? Zhang Wenwen said in shock, her voice rising by more than 10 decibels. Let's buy a cheaper car this time, an Audi A6. Zhang Chun thought for a long time and finally decided to equip Li Hu and others with the most businesslike and impressive Audi A6. Zhang Wenwen was speechless. A car worth more than 400,000 yuan is still cheap. Perhaps only Zhang Chun could say this. Brother Zhang, we happen to have a new A6 in our store. You can just come and pick it up. Zhang Wenwen replied. I want to buy them in bulk, 26 at a time, all top of the line. Zhang Chun said. A top-of-the-line Audi A6 costs at least 650,000 yuan. If there are 26 of them, Zhang Wenwen just felt that her brain was not enough, so she took the computer and did some calculations. Looking at the 8-digit numbers on the digital display, she was unable to react for a long time. Brother Zhang, please wait a moment. I will help you contact other 4S stores to see if a few A6S can be transferred over. Zhang Wenwen replied quietly. After hanging up the phone, she began to contact other 4S stores. After a day of preparation, Zhang Wenwen called Zhang Chun in the evening and asked him to pick up the car at the Honor 4S store. When Zhang Chun led Li Hu and other bodyguards to the Ronyao 4S store, 26 black Audi A6S were neatly lined up in a row. Looking around, it looks like a long black dragon, extremely spectacular. Store manager Wu Guohua led all the employees to form a welcoming team. When they saw Zhang Chun coming, they hurried to greet him. That attitude is even more intimate than seeing your own father. For a huge order worth 16 million, he can get at least 500,000 in commission. These days, apart from loan sharks, even your biological father may not be able to give you 500,000. Mr. Jiang, these are 26 new Audi A6s prepared for you. Please take a look. Wu Guohua bowed and accompanied Zhang Chun with a respectful attitude. In Wu Guohua's eyes, Zhang Chun is undoubtedly a god of wealth. The first time he bought a Lamborghini Huracan worth more than 4 million yuan at the Honor 4S store, and this time he wholesaled 26 Audi A6s. Together, these two transactions brought Wu Guohua a commission of nearly 1 million yuan. Must be served well. From now on, these are your assigned cars. Each of you pick one and drive away if there is no problem. Zhang Chun waved his hand and gave orders to Li Hu and others. What the hell? Spending 16 million to buy 26 Audi A6s just to give them to your bodyguards? Wu Guohua looked back at the A, for he had saved up so much money to buy. Well, I worked hard for half my life, but in the end I am not as good as a bodyguard. Under the shocked and envious gazes of all the 4S store employees, Li Hu and others picked one car each, sat in it, and began to inspect the vehicles. 5 minutes later, the vehicle inspection was completed, and 26 bodyguards wearing sunglasses and black suits stood in an orderly manner outside the main driver's door. What momentum! What appearance! It was well worth the 16 million. Zhang Chun nodded with great satisfaction, then handed the bank card to Zhang Wenwen and asked her to pay the bill. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, for winning 26 Audi A6s. After the vehicle delivery ceremony, Wu Guohua took out his mobile phone and ran 20 meters away before taking pictures of all 26 Audi A6s in front of him. Wah! Following Zhang Chen's order, 26 Audi A6s started one after another, with Zhang Chen's LaFerrari in the middle, forming a long black dragon and driving towards the Greenland building. Wu Guohua watched Zhang Chen leave, then took out his mobile phone and sent the photos he had taken to his circle of friends. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang, you got the Audi A6. Rongyao 4S store, one of the top 4S stores in Nanjing. Looking at the last post congratulating Zhang Chun on his Lamborghini Huracan, Wu Guohua always felt that something was missing. After thinking for a long time, he slapped his thigh and added the 4 words 26 cars. Star. Chapter 59 The Cost of Picking Up Girls. Xu Hui sat in the soft seat, looking at the sparkling and dazzling interior, listening to the soul-penetrating car music, and was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. At this moment, Chen Yiner's words kept echoing in Xu Hui's head. This Rolls-Royce is a limited edition Phantom, worth 47 million. She glanced sideways at the handsome Zhang Chun who was sitting next to her. Xu Hui couldn't help but think of her boyfriend who drove an Audi A4, wanted to take her out for $6 spicy hot pot every day, only bought her a rose for Valentine's Day, and was extremely stingy. Xu Hui felt jealous instantly. They are both boyfriends. Why is there such a big difference? People only know how to send flowers during festivals, but why don't you send wine? How would you have a chance if I wasn't drunk? Where are we going to play? Zhang Chun turned his head and asked Chen Yiner. Brother Jiang, it's up to you to decide. I can go anywhere. Chen Yiner replied very reservedly. Zhang Chun wanted to ask Li Hu to drive to the hotel and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But then I thought that doing so was not in line with my temperament, so I gave up for the time being. What's more, it's still daytime, and I can't relax even if I go to the hotel. Just as Chen Yiner was speaking, an extremely discordant gurgling sound was heard. The two looked in the direction of the sound, and Xu Hui rubbed her stomach embarrassedly. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you. Yiner and I haven't had lunch yet. Xu Hui explained, implying that I wanted to eat first. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. I'll take you to eat Western food. Zhang Chun said that he originally planned to take Li Wanqing to eat together, but Li Wanqing didn't have time, so Zhang Chun hasn't eaten until now. Mr. Jiang, how can I let you spend money on this? Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Chen Yiner wanted to be polite, but Xu Hui agreed directly. Xu Hui knows a lot about rich people. Rich people rarely use polite language. When they say they'll treat you to a meal, it really means they'll treat you to a meal, and there's absolutely no intention of being humble. If Chen Yiner was too reserved, it would hurt Zhang Chen's reputation. Zhang Chen looked at Xu Hui meaningfully. He didn't expect that this woman was so scheming. But Zhang Chen didn't care at all. Picking up girls was like farming. You have to invest first before you can reap the rewards. Zhang Chen thought so in his heart, and asked Li Hu to speed up the car and rush to Wang Fujing Commercial Street. At Zhang Chen's instruction, Li Hu drove a Rolls-Royce and stopped in front of a Western restaurant. When the restaurant doorman saw the shining Statue of Liberty on the front of the car, he quickly directed the car to be parked in the most conspicuous parking space. After getting out of the car, Chen Yiner and Xu Hui, one on each side, held Zhang Chen's left and right arms and walked into the Western restaurant. It was noontime, a busy time, and there were quite a few guests in the Western restaurant. When these guests saw Zhang Chun with 2 extremely beautiful girls, they all looked at him with envy. This is the real winner in life. Take us to the box. Looking at the green eyes of the men around him, Zhang Chun said to the waiter. Sir, please come this way. The waiter quickly brought Zhang Chun into the private room. After the three of them sat down, Zhang Chun placed the menu in front of the two women. Mr. Zhang, please order something. The two girls were shocked when they saw the prices on the menu and said in unison. The cheapest item on the menu is a glass of purified water at 10 yuan. In addition, all dish prices start from 3 digits. As for highly symbolic and noble foods such as caviar and foie gras, a serving would cost thousands of yuan, and the two girls dared not even look at them. Okay, let me have some. Zhang Chun didn't know what the two girls liked, so he ordered 10 salads in a row and said, I don't want any of these. I'll give you 3 of the rest. By the way, does your restaurant have Latour red wine? Zhang Chun asked. Sir, yes. The waiter nodded repeatedly in response. Another bottle of the oldest Latour red wine. Zhang Chun continued to order. Most of the red wines on the market are fresh and easy to drink, and the wineries produce them just for consumers to drink them as quickly as possible. The best drinking period for this type of red wine is generally about 5 years. Beyond this period, the taste will gradually decline. However, the red wines produced by world-class wineries such as Latour, Lafite, and O'Brien are all carefully cultivated and meticulously crafted works of art. The purpose of brewing this kind of wine is to be collected and to savor the historical aging of the red wine. Well, this is the way to order food in the style of a super rich person. Mr. Jiang, you ordered so much, we can't finish it. Chen Yiner was instantly impressed by Jiang Chen's handwriting. There are only 2 most famous foods in Western restaurants, steak and red wine. When she was browsing the dishes just now, Chen Yiner noticed that the price of Latour red wine was marked on the first line of the first page of the menu. The 1985 Latour red wine is priced at 18,888 yuan. It's okay. It's a rare opportunity to eat Western food, so let's try them all. Zhang Chun closed the menu and handed it to the waiter. I couldn't afford Western food when I had no money, and I didn't have time to eat it now that I had money. Today is a rare opportunity, so I might as well try them all. As for whether he could finish eating it, that was not within Zhang Chen's consideration at all. Just pay the bill and you're done. After a while, the waiter brought the first dish to the table, which is what people often call an appetizer. Since Zhang Chun ordered the entire menu, the appetizers served included caviar, foie gras, and cream chicken puff pastry. Zhang Chun and the two girls each had 3 plates placed in front of them. Wow, this black pearl is the legendary caviar? This foie gras looks delicious. After seeing the French food on the table, the 2 girls took out their mobile phones at the same time and started taking pictures. Posting on Moments in Weibo, the whole process is as smooth as flowing water. Zhang Chun was not interested in this. While the 2 girls were taking pictures, he had already started eating with his cutlery. If the person sitting opposite him was the world's richest man or some celebrity, Zhang Chun might even take a photo with him to improve his taste. Just 2 girls and a table of delicious food are not worth Zhang Chun's efforts. After finishing the appetizers, the waiters brought up the rest of the dishes and red wine one by one. In the highly ceremonial service, Zhang Chun and the 2 girls tasted all the dishes. After finishing the meal, Zhang Chun paid the bill with his credit card. Xu Hui frequently turned her head to look at Chen Yiner, who looked so happy at first, and felt more and more sour in her heart. If it weren't for Chen Yiner's help today and my stingy boyfriend, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat such delicious food in my next life. How nice it would be if my boyfriend was Zhang Chun. Watching Zhang Chen's smooth card swiping action, Xu Hui's eyes became a little dazed. Star. Chapter 60. Don't buy the right thing, just buy the expensive one. We ordered so many dishes, it must have cost a lot of money. Xu Hui couldn't help but sigh. Except for the expensive red wine, which cost 18,888 per bottle, the total cost of these dishes was less than 20,000 yuan. Zhang Chun glanced at the UnionPay receipt in his hand and saw the consumption amount was 38,600 yuan. Western restaurants emphasize refinement. Although Zhang Chun ordered a lot of dishes, the portions were not that big. Just less than 20,000? Chen Yiner had gotten used to Zhang Chen's answer after so many experiences, but Xu Hui was shocked and astonished. Including the wine, the meal cost 30,000 yuan, and that's not too much. We don't understand the consumption concept of rich people. After paying the bill, Zhang Chun walked out of the Western restaurant with the 2 girls. During this time, Xu Hui kept looking down at her phone. While she was eating, her circle of friends had already exploded, with the number of comments from friends exceeding 99. Wow, Xu Hui, your lunch is so sumptuous. This table of Western food must cost a lot of money, right? Isn't this a Western restaurant on Wang Fujing Commercial Street? I heard a meal here costs several thousand. My sister and I went to this restaurant with our boyfriends for a meal, and we kept bragging about it for half a year after we came back. Looking at the various comments left by her fake sisters, Xu Hui's vanity instantly exploded. She tried to imitate Zhang Chen's tone of voice and replied in unison. It's just SOSO. The cost of this restaurant is acceptable. Apart from a bottle of Latour red wine that cost 18,888 yuan, these dishes cost less than 20,000 yuan. Xu Hui's answers naturally aroused the envy of many people. All kinds of compliments fell on her like snowflakes, and Xu Hui was instantly flattered. I really envy Chen Yiner, who can enjoy this kind of life every day in the future. Just when Xu Hui was about to be praised to the sky by her friends, The ringing of the phone brought her back to reality. Shu Hui, I looked at your circle of friends. Where do you get the money to eat in such a luxurious place? The person who called was Shu Hui's boyfriend Sun Xing, and his tone was aggressive. Shu Hui then remembered that she was too excited just now and replied to all the friends' messages, which was seen by Sun Xing. What's it to you? You don't bring me to a place like this to eat, and you don't allow others to eat here. Shu Hui got furious after hearing Sun Xing's tone. Look at Zhang Chun. He is so rich, yet so gentle to Chen. Then she looks at her boyfriend, who takes advantage of his wealthy family and bosses her around every day. Shu Hui compared Sun Xing and Zhang Chun in her mind and found that her boyfriend was worse than a pig. Bitches are just pretentious. To outsiders, it seemed that Sun Xing had been pursuing her. But Shu Hui knew that Sun Xing just wanted to get some free sex. It is precisely because she saw this clearly that Shu Hui has not been pursued by Sun Xing for a long time. You just wait in the Western restaurant now. I'll be there soon. I want to see who dares to touch my girlfriend, Sun Xing. On the other end of the phone, Sun Xing instantly got furious when he learned that Shu Hui was actually having dinner with other people. Who would go back to a Western restaurant for dinner? Not to mention a meal. Sun Xing, don't come to me. We won't get any results. Shu Hui was also irritated by Sun Xing's words girlfriend. She yelled angrily into the phone and then hung up. After hanging up the phone, Shu Hui glanced at Zhang Chun, who had a strange look in his eyes, and then realized that she had lost her composure. She explained awkwardly, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Someone always calls to harass me. A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. I understand. Zhang Chun replied. Everyone loves beauty, but if you want to pursue a beauty like Shu Hui, it's not enough to just have the desire. Your wallet must be full. Brother Zhang, where are we going this afternoon? Chen turned on her cell phone and asked as the time had just reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since we've come to Wang Fujing, we can't leave empty-handed. The reason why Zhang Chun came to Wang Fujing was naturally not just to have a Western meal. His main purpose was to choose a few gifts for Chen. When a man goes out, his success depends mainly on two things. One is the car, the other is the woman. The more elegant the woman around him is, the more face a man will have. It is for this reason that some celebrities always bring a glamorous female companion when attending large occasions. Not for anything else, just to save face. Chen didn't have money before, and all she wore were fake brand names, and she even wore a high-end imitation watch. The reason why she was voted as the school belle is entirely because she has a good foundation and is very beautiful. But if Zhang Chun took Chen out with this image every day, he would definitely be laughed at. How much money can you have if even the women around you are wearing fake brand names? Burberry, a traditional British luxury store, was founded in 1856 and is one of the brands used by the British royal family. Compared with world-renowned luxury brands such as LV, Hermes, and Dior, Burberry is like an aristocrat. Low-key, yet luxurious. Welcome to Burberry. May I ask what this gentleman and two ladies may need? Zhang Chun walked into the store with the two girls, and the shopping guide came up to them. Take them both to have a look, and if they like anything, just pack it up, Zhang Chun said, and then sat on the leather sofa beside him to play with his mobile phone. Zhang Chun was not interested in these famous brands. Since he became rich, he had only bought clothes once. After a while, Chen and Shu Hui came to Zhang Chun hand in hand. Didn't I ask you to pick out clothes? Why did you come back empty-handed? Zhang Chun looked at the two girls with empty hands and asked curiously. Brother Zhang, the clothes here are too expensive. Why don't we go somewhere else? Mr. Zhang, I'm just here to accompany Iner for a stroll. You don't have to buy anything for me. Chen and Shu Hui explained at the same time. As a traditional luxury store, Burberry's prices are naturally high. The two girls walked around and didn't see any items priced below 4 figures. The cheapest item is a knitted scarf, which costs 3,999 yuan. Chen had just known Zhang Chun for 2 days, and she was too embarrassed to ask for such an expensive item. As for Shu Hui, even Chen was embarrassed to let Zhang Chun spend money, so she couldn't accept it even more. Forget it, I'll choose it. Zhang Chun saw that the two girls' eyes were always lingering on those exquisite clothes. He immediately understood what they meant, and then said to the salesgirl, bring over the most expensive items in your store. The super rich never pick and choose when buying things. Don't buy the right one, just buy the expensive one. Star. Chapter 61, Girlfriend's Little Secret. The salesgirl was stunned at first, and then her face was filled with joy. After visually estimating the body sizes of Chen and Shu Hui, the salesgirl left for 3 minutes and returned with 2 sets of clothes. These 2 sets of clothes include a hat, a scarf, a top, pants, women's leather shoes, and a handbag, which is just a complete outfit. Hello, sir. These 2 sets of clothing are the treasures of our store. From the color to the style, they are all designed and matched by the internationally renowned stylist Mr. Stevenson. They perfectly match the noble temperament of your 2 friends. The salesgirl introduced with a smile, and there was a hint of expectation in her eyes as she looked at Zhang Chun. Among these 2 sets of clothing, the cheapest scarf costs 13,888 yuan, and the total value of the 2 sets of clothing is as high as 300,000 yuan. If she can sign this big deal, she can get at least 20,000 yuan in commission. Zhang Chun looked at the two sets of clothes. One of the outfits adopts a simple solid color matching style. A sweater with a pleated skirt, white leather crystal-soled high heels with a simple style handbag without any decoration. Although it does not look very luxurious, it can perfectly set off Chun Yiner's pure temperament. The other set uses a seductive red matching style, a hot strapless, backless red pleated dress, paired with a black lace hollow jacket and polished red high heels, revealing an indescribable temptation. This set of clothes is designed specially for Xu Hui, who has an open personality. I have to say that Burberry is so professional that even its clothing can be matched so closely to the customer style. Yiner, try this one. Zhang Chun handed the white clothes to Chun Yiner. Oh my, this shirt costs 58,000. Chun Yiner took the clothes, and her eyes inadvertently glanced at the price tag of the sweater. The next second, he was so scared that he almost threw the clothes away. A shirt costs 58,000 yuan, so this whole set of clothes must cost more than 100,000 yuan. Mr. Jiang, this is too expensive. Chun Yiner put the clothes back in panic. Even though she liked the clothes very much, she could only shake her head and refuse. Although she had originally planned to cling to Zhang Chun's thigh, she did not expect that Zhang Chun would give her a set of clothes worth more than 100,000 yuan as soon as they just started dating. This gift is really too precious for Chun Yiner. She doesn't dare to accept it. I've never taken back something I gave away, so hurry up. Zhang Chun deliberately put on a stern face and ordered Chun Yiner. Oh, Yiner, this is Mr. Jiang's kindness. If you don't accept it, Mr. Jiang will be angry. Xu Hui knew very well that rich people were very controlling and didn't like others to go against their will. So she walked over to Chun Yiner and persuaded her to take the clothes. To be precise, Xu Hui has her own little plan, and the other set of clothes is very close to her style. If Zhang Chun bought it, given his generous personality, he might have given this red dress to her. Madam, your boyfriend has really good taste. This dress perfectly matches your noble and pure temperament. The salesgirl also understood the relationship between the three people at this time and stepped forward to persuade them. The salesgirl called Chun Yiner girlfriend, and her face instantly turned red. Chun Yiner secretly glanced at Zhang Chun and found that Zhang Chun did not give any explanation about his girlfriend's identity. It seemed that he tacitly acknowledged her identity. Brother Zhang, then I'll go and try? Chun Yiner asked timidly with her head down. Go and try quickly. Zhang Chun urged Chun Yiner. Please come with me over here. I'll take you to the fitting room. The salesgirl was afraid that Chun Yiner would go back on her word, so she quickly walked into the fitting room holding the white dress. Brother Zhang, thank you. Chun Yiner kissed Zhang Chun excitedly, then ran into the fitting room with a blushing face. After Chun Yiner and the salesgirl walked into the fitting room, only Zhang Chun and Xu Hui were left. Zhang Chun glanced at Xu Hui and found that the woman's eyes were always on the red dress. However, Zhang Chun did not say much about this. Although he was rich, he was not a sucker. The reason why he gave Chun Yiner a gift was because their relationship was just missing this final spark. A set of clothes worth more than 100,000 yuan in exchange for a top-notch girl? This deal is very worthwhile for Zhang Chun. But you, Xu Hui, are just Chun Yiner's best friend and have nothing to do with me. Why should I give you clothes? To put it bluntly, even the ladies in hair salons know how to exchange their bodies for money. You are a college student, and you still want to dream of pie falling from the sky? If you want clothes, you have to show sincerity. We are all adults, there is no need to play so many tricks. At this moment, Zhang Chun was waiting for Xu Hui to take the initiative. From the time they met until now, Xu Hui had only said a few words, and every time she spoke, she was encouraging Chun Yiner to accept the benefits given by Zhang Chun. His materialistic nature is clearly revealed. This set of clothes worth more than $100,000 is an irresistible temptation for any woman. For a gold digger like Xu Hui, this set of clothes plays a more obvious role. Didn't you see that Xu Hui's eyes were wide open at this moment? Mr. Jiang, this suit is really nice. As Zhang Chun expected, after being reserved for a long time, Xu Hui sat down beside him without saying a word. Burberry is a big brand after all, but unfortunately, this dress is too bright and doesn't match Yiner's temperament. Zhang Chun shook his head in disappointment. Mr. Jiang, don't you realize that this set of clothes really suits my personality? Xu Hui responded in a coquettish voice. While speaking, she deliberately lifted up her scattered hair and accidentally knocked off the shoulder strap of her dress. Her shoulders were half exposed, showing an extremely seductive whiteness to Zhang Chun. Can't you bear it? Zhang Chun curled his lips, thinking that he had underestimated the power of luxury goods. He didn't expect Xu Hui to be unable to help herself. You are Yiner's best friend. If I give you something, Yiner might be jealous. Zhang Chun acted very embarrassed and kept looking at Xu Hui's body. This kind of woman has a delicate appearance and is good at calculating, so she is not suitable to be a girlfriend. He is a sex partner suitable for money for sex transactions. Brother Jiang, don't worry. I won't let Yiner know. I'll wear it in private for you to see alone. Seeing Zhang Chun hesitant, Xu Hui was secretly happy, thinking that this might be a possibility. Xu Hui excitedly moved her body closer to Zhang Chun, holding Zhang Chun's arms and shaking them in front of her chest, and even changed the way she addressed him. To be honest with you, Brother Zhang, I have always been chaste, and I am still a virgin. Shu Hui whispered her little secret to Zhang Chun in his ear with a shy face. Zhang Chun looked at Shu Hui in surprise, then cast a workplace eye and found that the other party was not lying. Star. Chapter 62. Love grows over time. If it weren't for his professional acumen, Zhang Chun would never have believed that Shu Hui was still a novice. Sun Xing, that stingy guy, relied on his handsomeness to chase me without spending a penny. I'm not that stupid. I haven't even let him touch my hand. Shu Hui seemed to understand the doubts in Zhang Chun's mind and quickly explained. After hearing Shu Hui's explanation, Zhang Chun suddenly understood. People call her a gold digger, so naturally she has to kneel down to money. Since it won't affect the relationship between you and Einer, I'll give you this dress. Zhang Chun promised. It was just a piece of clothing worth over 100,000 yuan, and it would only take a few breaths for Zhang Chun. Thank you, Brother Zhang, Shu Hui said, and then she leaned against Zhang Chun's face and gave him a kiss. Shu Hui is not Chen Einer. Zhang Chun doesn't have time to play any romantic games with her. Before Shu Hui could stand up, Zhang Chun reached back and hugged her directly into his arms. Then he kissed those fiery lips, green, clumsy, and a little sweet. It's obvious that he has never experienced such a thing. Zhang Chun felt the sensation between his lips and teeth, and completely believed Shu Hui's words. This gold digger is quite unique. Seeing this, Zhang Chun knew that Shu Hui was suffocating, so he let her go. Brother Zhang, she's a girl. You should at least wait until you're familiar with her. Shu Hui fixed her makeup and gave Zhang Chun a resentful look. If you get to know each other more, you will become familiar with each other. There is an old saying that goes, when you spend a long time together, you will develop feelings for each other. Zhang Chun asked in a puzzled manner. Brother Zhang, that's called love growing over time, Shu Hui replied quickly. Yes, love grows over time. Zhang Chun laughed happily. At this moment, Shu Hui finally realized that she had been tricked by Zhang Chun, and she couldn't help but give Zhang Chun a cold look. Women don't love bad men. Men who are both bad and rich are women's favorites. After a while, the door of the fitting room was pushed open from the inside, and Chen Einer walked out in new clothes, looking shy. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. This set of white clothes seemed to be specially made for Chen Einer, bringing out her pure temperament to the fullest. At this moment, Chen Einer looked like a princess from a fairy tale. Zhang Chun was instantly very impressed by Chen Einer's beauty and this outfit. Previously, Chen Einer could only score 9 points, and the remaining 1 point was due to her dress. Wow, Einer, you are so beautiful. After seeing Chen Einer's outfit, Shu Hui's eyes instantly turned cold, and she was secretly glad of her decision. The other red outfit is no worse than the one Chen Einer is wearing. If I wear it, I will definitely look beautiful. Snap, snap. Zhang Chun clapped his hands and couldn't help but praise. Not bad. This dress really suits you. As long as Zhang thinks it looks good. Chen Einer said this very shyly, her whole body like a bud about to bloom, waiting for Zhang Chun to develop her. Pack up both sets. I want them all. Zhang Chun said to the salesgirl. Brother Zhang, why do you want this set? Chen Einer asked involuntarily. She knew that the red dress did not match her temperament and image. You have a best friend here, so consider this red set as a gift from me to your best friend. Zhang Chun said truthfully. Oh, thank you, Brother Zhang. Shu Hui looked at Chen Einer with a guilty conscience, her eyes somewhat evasive. Einer, I am really blessed by you today. Otherwise, with Sun Xing's stingy look, I would never be able to wear such expensive clothes in my life. After all, Zhang Chun is Chen Einer's man now. As Chen Einer's best friend, it is indeed not kind of her to take the initiative to seduce Zhang Chun. But Shu Hui also has her own ideas. She and Zhang Chun are just getting what they want. Zhang Chun needed her beauty, and she was greedy for Zhang Chun's money. Well, if you only care about the body and not the heart, you must not interfere in the relationship between Einer and Zhang Chun. Shu Hui comforted herself in her heart. Chen Einer had long been accustomed to Zhang Chun's generosity, so she didn't think much about it and thanked Zhang Chun. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for the gift for Shu Hui. Hello, sir. Since you spent more than 300,000 yuan in my store, you can come to my store to dry clean your clothes for free in the next year. Besides that, I'll give you a 10% discount on this purchase, so the total charge is 320,600. At this time, the shopping guide came over with the UnionPay receipt and asked Zhang Chun to sign. While Zhang Chun was signing, Chen Einer and Shu Hui were stunned. After the discount, it still cost 326,000. Luckily, Burberry offers a year's worth of free dry cleaning. Otherwise, I wouldn't even want to wear it. After Zhang Chun signed, he asked Shu Hui to change into a red suit. Although Shu Hui felt inferior to Chen Einer overall after changing her clothes, Zhang Chun didn't care at all. After all, their styles are different. Chen Einer goes for the pure route, while Shu Hui goes for the sexy route. Chen Einer should be carefully cared for like a greenhouse flower. For a sexy gold digger like Shu Hui, a man's vanity can only be satisfied by completely conquering her with the most wild and primitive means. The salesgirl carefully packed the clothes that the two girls had taken off, then bowed and watched the three of them leave the store. Shu Hui, I didn't expect you to have an affair with another man behind my back. As Zhang Chun walked out of the store with Chen Yiner and Shu Hui, he heard a man's roar. Following the sound, he saw a man in a suit standing at the front of an Audi A4, looking at him angrily. This person is Shu Hui's boyfriend-to-be, Sun Xing. After learning that Shu Hui was having dinner at the Wang Fujing Western restaurant, Sun Xing immediately drove here, but Shu Hui had already left. Sun Xing looked around but couldn't find anyone, so he decided to leave. However, when Sun Xing was about to drive away, he saw Shu Hui walking out of the Burberry store next to the Western restaurant, holding a packaging bag with the Burberry logo in her hand. The most important thing is that Sun Xing saw that there was a man next to Shu Hui. She dressed so sexily and went out with a man. Eat Western food and buy luxury goods. Even a fool can see that there is something going on here. Under the rage, Sun Xing couldn't help but roar out loud. In an instant, all the pedestrians on the pedestrian street stopped and looked at Sun Xing. Some curious people even took out their mobile phones and started filming. Catch your woman flirting with a man in public. This is so fucking exciting. Star. Chapter 63. An extremely stingy boyfriend. Shu Hui has big wavy hair and wears a sexy strapless backless dress, paired with a pair of bright red high heels. This image gives people a sense of a scumbag woman. Then look at Zhang Chun, who is standing aside with fair skin and handsome appearance. This is clearly a typical gigolo. The bad girl cheated on her boyfriend with a gigolo and was caught red-handed by her boyfriend. The onlookers who thought they had figured out the truth of the matter looked at Shu Hui with disdain and kept pointing fingers. You already have a boyfriend, yet you dress so seductively and go shopping with other men. Bah! A scumbag with a pretty boy. It's disgusting just thinking about it. This woman doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Listening to the dirty and messy noises around her, Shu Hui's pretty face turned pale. All women care about their reputation, even the gold digger Shu Hui. What's more, Zhang Chun is still by her side. If it affects the impression Zhang Chun leaves on her, then it will be all over. Sun Xing, what do you mean? Shu Hui didn't expect Sun Xing to really come. Looking at the dress she had just put on, she felt a little uneasy. However, Shu Hui, as a gold digger, was not a pushover either. She immediately turned from passive to active and fought back. Mr. Jiang is Yiner's boyfriend, and I'm Yiner's best friend. Is there anything wrong with me hanging out with her? I never thought that in your mind. I was just a scumbag who hooked up with my best friend's boyfriend. Sun Xing was excited just now, and only after Shu Hui reminded him did he notice that Chen Yiner was also next to him. When Sun Xing saw Chen Yiner, a lustful look flashed across his eyes. Zhang Chun, who is also a man, was very sensitive to Sun Xing's abnormality, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This Sun Xing is not a good person. What about your clothes? Sun Xing reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Chen Yiner, pointed at the Burberry dress Shu Hui was wearing, and questioned her in dissatisfaction. This is a gift from Mr. Jiang. Why don't you give me a gift and not allow me to accept a gift from others? Shu Hui was not willing to give in. She became more and more assertive as she spoke. The dress Mr. Jiang gave me is worth 158,000 after the discount. Don't you want me to accept other people's gifts? Return the 158,000 to Mr. Jiang now, and it will be considered as if you bought the dress. Shu Hui, that's not what I meant. When Sun Xing heard that Shu Hui wanted him to pay, his momentum instantly softened. Sun Xing was simply attracted by Shu Hui's beauty and wanted to have some free sex. Moreover, he was a stingy person to begin with. He had only spent more than 1,000 yuan in the 2 years they were dating Shu Hui. How could he be willing to spend more than 100,000 yuan to buy clothes for Shu Hui at this time? Tisk, if you don't want to pay, just leave now and don't disturb me and Yiner while we're shopping. Shu Hui urged impatiently, feeling more and more disgusted with the stingy Sun Xing. His woman is wearing clothes given by other men, but he doesn't even fart. Not a man at all. Mr. Jiang, right? Shu Hui is my girlfriend. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few bucks. Sun Xing was speechless after being scolded by Shu Hui and could only direct his criticism at Zhang Chun, who was standing next to him. Zhang Chun was slightly stunned when he heard this. Is this considered picking on the weak? Originally, Zhang Chun had no intention of interfering in the affairs of Shu Hui and Sun Xing. After all, these two people are neither husband and wife in name nor in reality. It all depends on Shu Hui's own choice. However, now that he was being threatened in person, Zhang Chun naturally would no longer stand idly by. However, before Zhang Chun could say anything, Shu Hui stood up first, pointed at Sun Xing, and angrily said, Sun Xing, we have been dating for 2 years. Apart from roses worth dozens of dollars, have you ever given me any other gifts? It's fine if we go out to eat and split the bill, but why do you ask me to pay in cash while you use a 50% discount coupon? After Shu Hui said this, the onlookers realized that they had misunderstood Shu Hui. Put yourself in his shoes. If you had a boyfriend who was so stingy, you would have broken up with him long ago. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Sun Xing with extreme disdain. When I take my girlfriend out to eat, I have to go Dutch and ask her to pay in cash while I use a 50% off coupon. This stingy operation is really too saucy. Beauty, if you have such a stingy boyfriend, why don't you break up with him? and keep him for the new year. Sister, I've been through this before. This kind of man is unreliable. Break up with him right away. To put it bluntly, it costs hundreds of dollars to find a prostitute these days, but you're getting both food and sex for free. It is better to demolish 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. However, when the crowd around who were watching the fun learned that Sun Xing was so stingy, they couldn't stand it anymore and started to persuade the two to break up. What does it have to do with you? Get out of here. Sun Xing angrily waved his hands and cursed at the people around him. Zhang Chun sneered and shook Li Hu's phone. After a while, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of Zhang Chun. The bright silver Statue of Liberty on the front of the car sparkled brightly under the sunlight, extremely dazzling. Then, Li Hu, wearing sunglasses, a suit, and white gloves, got out of the car, opened the back door, and bowed to Zhang Chun. "Mr. Zhang, please." The crowd went wild when they saw the iconic limited edition Rolls-Royce. Fuck, isn't this the limited edition Rolls-Royce that was sold at the Honggu Auto Show a few days ago? I heard the transaction price was 45 million. I heard that the mysterious owner also bought a LaFerrari before purchasing this car. It seems that he spent more than 70 million in total. Could it be that this young man is the mysterious car owner? I spent more than 70 million to buy a car. Sun Xing was completely dumbfounded. At first, he just thought Zhang Chun was a rich second generation with a little money. Who would have thought that Zhang Chun would spend 77 million just on buying a car? You know, the 10th richest person in Nanjing City has a net worth of only 100 million. Thinking of this, Sun Xing couldn't help but begin to regret. I just threatened Zhang Chun not to think he could do whatever he wanted just because he had a few bucks. Compared with Zhang Chun, I'm not even as good as a beggar. I spent more than 77 million just on buying cars. Xu Hui, the gold digger, had a gleam in her eyes instantly. Others may not know, but Xu Hui knows it very well. Zhang Chun is the owner of this car. Zhang Chun spent 77 million just on buying cars, so how much is his net worth? If I could become Zhang Chun's mistress, wouldn't I never have to worry about anything in my life? With Zhang Chun's looks and financial resources, he must have a lot of women around him. I must perform well. Xu Hui kept telling herself in her heart. Star. Chapter 64 Renovation completed. Brother Zhang, where are we going next? Chun Yiner asked in a low voice, holding Zhang Chun's arm. Get in the car first. I'll take you to a good place later. Zhang Chun said. Chun Yiner and Xu Hui nodded repeatedly and got into the Rolls-Royce very obediently. After the two girls got in the car, Zhang Chun walked to Sun Xing and said with a smile, "Sorry, money really can do anything you want. I'll take your girlfriend away first." After saying that, Zhang Chun turned around and got into the Rolls-Royce. You! Sun Xing was so angry that his body was shaking like a sieve, and he subconsciously wanted to step forward to stop the car. Roll! Li Hu gently closed the car door for Zhang Chun, then suddenly turned around and glared at Sun Xing, his murderous intent clearly revealed. Sun Xing had never seen Li Hu in such a state before. He was so frightened after being glared at by him that he could not even walk. Waste! Li Hu looked at Sun Xing with disdain, then started the car and slowly drove away. Only Sun Xing was left standing there in a mess. When the people around saw this scene, instead of having any sympathy, they looked at it coldly and laughed at it. If I could meet such a beautiful wife, I would definitely treat her to delicious food and drinks. The girl gave you a chance, but it's a pity you didn't use it. Inside the car, Chun Yiner and Xu Hui sat on either side of Zhang Chun. Chun Yiner is Zhang Chun's girlfriend now, so she can snuggle up to him openly. But Xu Hui was not like that. Zhang Chun didn't know what drug this gold digger had taken. She had never behaved herself since getting in the car. She always secretly held his hand and touched him up and down. Before Zhang Chun could react, Xu Hui's face turned red. Xu Hui, what's wrong with you? Chun Yiner saw Xu Hui and asked with concern. Nothing, just a little carsick. Just open the window and let in some fresh air. Xu Hui lowered her head, making a mosquito-like buzzing sound. Do you get carsick when riding in this kind of car? Chun Yiner stroked the cotton-soft seat and muttered something with a puzzled look on her face. People who get carsick will get carsick whenever they ride in a car. It has nothing to do with the quality of the car. Zhang Chun explained and wiped the water stains off Xu Hui's dress. This woman is really too crazy. I'm afraid it will be difficult to subdue her. In the following time, Zhang Chun took the two girls to a watch shop and bought a Longines watch worth 200,000 yuan for Chun Yiner. At the same time, he also gave Xu Hui a niche watch worth 50,000 yuan on the pretext of giving her a meeting gift. After buying clothes, Zhang Chun sent Chun Yiner and Xu Hui back to the art academy. Under the reluctant gazes of the two girls, Zhang Chun got into the Rolls-Royce and left in style. Zhang Chun spent less than 700,000 yuan on Chun Yiner and Xu Hui that day, and the result was that he won their hearts. 700,000 in exchange for two girls. This deal is very worthwhile for Zhang Chun. Whether it is Chun Yiner or Xu Hui, they are both rare beauties, goddesses that ordinary people can only admire all their lives. And now, Zhang Chun owns two. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this month, Zhang Chun's daily job is to take Chun Yiner and Xu Hui to travel around the southern city. After a month of development, To be exact, the two girls surrendered instantly to Zhang Chun's crazy money offensive. Even Xu Hui, who has a strong, gold-worshipping nature, now behaves like a loyal heroine and is loyal to Zhang Chun. Looking at Xu Hui's various changes, Zhang Chun couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Money is the driving force behind human progress. The company has been renovated, right? I'll be right there. Just when Zhang Chun was enjoying himself in his comfortable nest, Li Wanqing called. After Zhang Chun received an extra 3 million, Li Wanqing found 3 construction teams, including the original construction team. For construction teams started work at the same time, and the 2-month construction period was shortened by more than half. After hanging up the call with Li Wanqing, Zhang Chun drove a Rolls-Royce to Greenland Building. Li Wanqing had already been standing downstairs of the Greenland Building, waiting for Zhang Chun to arrive. Tiancheng Real Estate Company welcomes the chairman to visit and provide guidance. Li Wanqing clapped her hands, welcoming Zhang Chun's arrival. Now that everything is ready, it's time to recruit troops. Zhang Chun looked at Li Wanqing, who was all alone, so he took out his cell phone and sent a message to the manager of the South City Human Resources Market, asking him to send some people over. Last time, after Zhang Chun recruited bodyguard Li Hu in the job market, he gave a tip of 10,000 yuan to the marketing manager. After the marketing manager received the tip, his mouth was split with laughter, and he licked Zhang Chun in a hurry. He said that as long as Zhang Chun said a word, he would not frown no matter how difficult it was. Because of this, Zhang Chun simply added the prestige of the Human Resources Market Manager, and it really worked today. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Just tell me what type of employee you need. I guarantee you'll get the job done. Before Zhang Chun turned off his phone, the marketing manager sent him a message in seconds. No matter the type or salary, I want to be the elite. After Zhang Chun sent the message, he transferred another 10,000 yuan as a tip. Zhang Chun is not a stingy person, especially after he became rich. You help me find someone and I give you a tip, so we don't owe each other anything. In another scene, after seeing the 10,000 yuan that Zhang Chun transferred over, the marketing manager took it without saying a word, and the corners of his mouth were cracked all the way to his neck. This 10,000 yuan is equivalent to his 2-month salary. It's so refreshing to work for rich people. Having said that, Boss Zhang didn't mention the type of recruitment, but directly said he was recruiting elites, and he even transferred a red envelope of 10,000 yuan to me. There is something wrong here. After thinking for a while, the marketing manager couldn't help but let out a smile that only men could understand. If Zhang Chun knew what the marketing manager was thinking, he would definitely be so angry that he would take back the 10,000 yuan tip. I swear to God, he really just wanted to find some workers to put on a show. Zhang Chun took into consideration that Tiancheng real estate would develop in a diversified way in the future, so he planned to recruit elites from all walks of life into the company to build up human resources in advance. After Zhang Chun gave instructions about recruiting, he and Li Wanqing went up to the 36th floor together. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Zhang Chun saw the entrance wall made of white marble. There are 4 big characters, Tiancheng Real Estate, engraved on the wall. The handwriting is so vigorous that it is obvious that it was written by a famous family. Going around the entrance wall is the company lobby. In the center of the lobby is a swimming pool, which is divided into 6 rooms. Boss Zhang, these 6 rooms include 4 presidential suites, a game room, and an SP hall. They are completely decorated according to your original design. Looking at the office that has been turned into a leisure and entertainment center, Li Wanqing introduced it with a smile. Star. Chapter 65, Recruiting Employees. Li Wanqing followed Zhang Chun's instructions and built the 4 presidential suites one-to-one based on the executive-level presidential suites of the Binu Hotel. Mr. Zhang, why don't we just rent out these 4 presidential suites? Li Wanqing couldn't help but suggest. You should know that the price of the executive presidential suite at Binu Hotel is 15,800 per night. If rented out at this price, the 4 presidential suites would bring Tiancheng Real Estate a net income of more than 23 million every year. We run a real estate company, not a hotel. This presidential suite is exclusively for employees. Zhang Chun replied speechlessly. From a work perspective, Li Wanqing is indeed a rare good employee who is always thinking about maximizing benefits for her boss. But in Zhang Chun's opinion, Li Wanqing was a typical example of having a small vision. 20 million was nothing more than 2 days system income for Zhang Chun. If Tiancheng Real Estate can maximize the operation of the official documents on school district housing renovation it received from the system, the revenue generated will be hundreds of millions. As he was talking, Zhang Chun saw that there was a small private room inside the presidential suite. When he opened the door, he saw a bowling alley and indoor golf course inside. Well done! Zhang Chun's eyes lit up, and he praised. When Zhang Chun first looked at the 4 presidential suites, he always felt that something was missing, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But when Zhang Chun saw the bowling and golf, he immediately remembered them. What Tiancheng Real Estate lacks is this temperament. Just because of the addition of this set of golf and bowling, the style instantly becomes more upscale. Aren't the rich people in TV dramas all fond of this? They set up an indoor golf course in the office, and then listen to reports from their subordinates while playing golf. Zhang Chun picked up the golf club and made an irregular swing. Wanqing, please make a report now. What report? Just report something, such as the general situation of the company. Li Wanqing. I'm the only one in the company. What could possibly happen? What's more, I live and eat at your house. The only thing missing is that I sleep in the same bed with you. Don't you know what's going on with me? Unable to experience the feeling of being a boss with Li Wanqing, Zhang Chun had to put the golf club back in disappointment and continue to visit other parts of the company. After Zhang Chun had toured the company, his cell phone rang. The human resources manager sent a message saying that all the people had been found and he wanted the address for the job. Zhang Chun directly sent the company location of Tianqing Real Estate. Half an hour later, more than 30 well-dressed applicants arrived at Tianqing Real Estate. These people include both men and women, young and old, and they are all elites from all walks of life. When these people walked out of the elevator and saw the entrance wall carved from white marble, they were extremely shocked. No one expected that Tianqing Real Estate would be so grand. The front wall alone was made of white marble. The 4 large gold-plated characters, Tianqing Real Estate, on the jade gave people an indescribable feeling of luxury. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of this front wall alone far exceeds the market value of those small companies. You are here to apply for the job, right? The chairman is waiting for you. Li Wanqing smiled after seeing these people. Led by Li Wanqing, everyone walked around the white marble entrance wall and saw the company's layout. Beauty, isn't our company a real estate company? How did it become a leisure company? Some of the applicants had checked the nature of Tianqing Real Estate in advance and found out that it was in the real estate development industry. However, the company has a swimming pool, a SP, a presidential suite, and all the facilities for eating, drinking, and entertainment, but there are no office facilities. This is not a real estate business. It's clearly an entertainment and leisure business. This is the design style of our company. It makes work a pleasure for all employees. All employees who join Tianqing Real Estate can enjoy all entertainment facilities within the company for free. Li Wanqing explained to everyone with a professional smile. Wow, I can get free beauty treatments while working here. I'd be willing to work here even if I don't get paid. This isn't work. This is clearly a place for enjoyment. There's even an internet cafe. From now on, I'll be living in the company. When these interviewees learned that as long as they became employees of Tianqing Real Estate, they could enjoy these entertainment facilities for free, they became excited instantly. If you want to join Tianqing Real Estate, you need to go through an interview with the chairman. Please follow me, Li Wanqing said, and then led these people into the presidential suite marked as the chairman's office. As soon as they entered the door, the applicants saw a scene that they would never forget. Inside the presidential suite, a young man in casual sportswear was holding a golf club and swinging it hard. The strong back shows elegance and nobility. Look, this is a real rich man. Chairman, the applicant has been brought here. Li Wanqing reported to Zhang Chun with a slight bow towards his back. Please take a seat and introduce yourselves one by one. Zhang Chun said without turning his head and swung out a club while speaking, which was very cool. Zhang Chun now possessed the career eye awarded by the system. Even if these applicants lied, Zhang Chun could still see through their backgrounds. Fortunately, the presidential room is large enough. There are more than 10 sofas of different sizes. 30 job seekers can sit separately, and it doesn't seem crowded. Hello, Chairman. My name is Hu Haitian. I am a programmer. My specialty is conducting various network attacks and defenses. A fat boy wearing a plaid shirt and large round-frame glasses stood up and respectfully introduced himself to Zhang Chun from behind. Not every otaku is a programmer, but every programmer is definitely an otaku, and Hu Haitian is no exception. Hu Haitian, who was focused on writing code, was not good at communicating with others, so he devoted all his spare time to playing video games. When Hu Haitian entered and saw that the game room of Tianqing Real Estate was equipped with the most advanced VR gaming equipment on the market, he made up his mind that he must stay in Tianqing Real Estate no matter what. Hello, Chairman. My name is Chun Li. I have a PhD from MIT and am a legal consultant. My specialty is my expertise in law. As soon as Hu Haitian sat down, a young woman in her early 30s, dressed in a business uniform, stood up. At first, Chun Li had only heard that Tianqing Real Estate had very high salaries, with the average bodyguard earning a starting monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. So she came to take a look out of curiosity. But when she saw that Tianqing Real Estate had actually prepared a SP beauty salon for its employees, she was stunned instantly. Chun Li's mind automatically filled with a scene of herself working as an SP while signing various legal documents, and she was filled with joy. The picture is so beautiful, I envy you just thinking about it. Star. Chapter 66, My Leg Specialty. Zhang Chun looked slightly surprised after hearing Chun Li's self-introduction. He didn't expect that the human resources market manager would find such a treasure. A JD who graduated from MIT is always in high demand no matter where he is. As a real estate development company, Tianqing Real Estate requires signing contracts at every stage, whether it is acquiring land or building properties. Even if a number or punctuation mark is missing in the contract, it may cause immeasurable losses to Tianqing Real Estate. In order to avoid this from happening, Tianqing Real Estate must form a legal team led by a top lawyer. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun put down his golf club turned around and cast a career eye at Chun-Li, and found that the other party did not lie about her resume. Character: Chun-Li. Gender: female, virgin. Suitable career: lawyer. Career potential: 5 stars, 5 stars is full. Evaluation: PhD from MIT, has been working as a lawyer for 5 years with no record of losing a case. It is recommended to recruit him as an employee. Compared with Chun-Li's PhD from MIT, her record of not losing a single case in 5 years of practice and her career potential rated full marks by the system are more worthy of Zhang Chun's attention. Even the system suggested that Zhang Chun recruit him as an employee. If we can recruit talents like Chun-Li into the company, we can just send a lawyer's letter to someone we don't like in the future, and we will sue that person so badly that even his mother won't know him. The only thing that surprised Zhang Chun was that according to the system assessment, Chun-Li was still a virgin. Chun-Li must be very good at keeping men. Although she is in her early 30s, her skin is whiter than that of a young girl. Her pretty face reveals the aura of an intellectual beauty. Pair it with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a professional outfit. Even a wave of her hand exudes a scent of female hormones that makes all men protest and resist. Such a beautiful lady must have many suitors. So why is she still a virgin? For a moment, Zhang Chun couldn't help but become curious about this woman's private life. Go on, next one. Li Wanqing stepped forward and lit a Cohiba cigar for Zhang Chun, signaling the interviewer behind to continue. Hello, Chairman. My name is Guameli. I'm a masseuse. My specialties are my long legs and my long tongue. Just as Zhang Chun was about to take a puff of his cigar, a timid voice came over and almost choked him. Long legs? Tongue specialty? Where did this god come from? Tiancheng Real Estate is a legitimate real estate company. Zhang Chun looked back, and when he saw Guameli's appearance, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Think about it again. Holy shit, isn't this the dabbling who applied for the job when we were recruiting bodyguards last time? After learning about Guameli's occupation, the job seekers around her split into 2 groups. One group of women, led by Chun-Li, quietly moved away. The other group was the men who came to apply for the job, and they all smiled knowingly, a smile that all men understand. It's good to have a long tongue. In addition to these 2 groups of people, there is also a programmer named Hu Haitian who doesn't understand romance. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa, supporting his chin with his hands, his mind full of various codes and game strategies. Miss, we are a formal company, Zhang Chun said helplessly. Chairman, he is also a regular masseur. All the irregular ones have been put in jail. Guameli quickly explained. Guameli was already used to Zhang Chun's misunderstandings, and there was no strange expression on her face. Whenever people talk about masseurs, they always have a tinted lens. 9 out of 10 men want to find an informal masseur, and the remaining 1 does not have enough money. However, Guameli has remained unemployed since she insisted on not going into the adult entertainment industry. The reason why I came to Tiancheng Real Estate to apply for a job was because I thought that the last time I saw Zhang Chun recruiting bodyguards, he promised a high salary. Even bodyguards can get a salary of 30,000 yuan, so even if I work in a clerical position, my salary won't be much lower. Zhang Chun looked at Guameli, who was dressed in big waves, and threw her a workplace look with some disbelief. Character: Guameli. Gender: female, virgin. Suitable occupation: masseur. Career potential: 3 stars, 5 stars is full. Evaluation: an ordinary woman with a little bit of looks can barely be recruited as an employee. As for the system evaluation, Zhang Chun could understand that Guameli was just a vase and was not very useful. The company is still short of a receptionist, so you can stay. Seeing that Guameli was not lying, Zhang Chun agreed. Anyway, Tiancheng Real Estate is a large company with a lot of assets, so it doesn't need a pair of chopsticks like Guameli. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the opportunity. I will work hard. Guameli was overjoyed. Although the position arranged by Zhang Chun did not match her expertise, she still bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude. It was a farce, but the subsequent applicants were much more well-behaved, and there weren't any major problems. After more than 30 job seekers had finished introducing themselves, Zhang Chun recruited 20 of them into the company based on their occupations. Since these 20 people are elites in their respective industries and Tiancheng Real Estate has just started, it does not need the skills that these people are good at. Zhang Chun simply divided it into 5 departments. Department of Commerce. General Manager Li Wanqing will serve as the part-time director, responsible for the overall coordination and future development planning of Tiancheng Real Estate. Legal Department. Chun-Li is the director, responsible for the review and signing of all the company's contracts and legal documents. Sales Department. Wang Fujing is the director and is responsible for the company's real estate sales and other sales businesses. Technology Department. Hu Haitian is the director, responsible for the company's network security and providing various after-sales services to the sales department. Finance Department. Zhao Wenwan is the director and is responsible for the salaries of all employees and various taxes of the company. The rest of the people are temporarily assigned to these 5-person departments based on their respective specialties. Wang Fujing and Zhao Wenwan were temporarily promoted by Zhang Chun. Wang Fujing is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He attracted Zhang Chun's attention after only saying less than 5 sentences when introducing himself. This shows how terrifying his eloquence is. Zhao Yuan is a big name in the accounting field who has obtained both CPA and ACCA accounting certificates. I have to say that although the human resources market manager's thinking is rather eccentric, his efficiency is impeccable. If Zhang Chun were asked to look for them, it would take at least a month to find all these talents. Zhang Chun left 5 directors behind, and then asked the others to go back first and come to the company tomorrow to officially start work. After everyone else left, Zhang Chun knocked on the table to attract the attention of the 5 people. You 5 are the first group of management of Tianqing Real Estate. First of all, as the chairman, I welcome you all to join the big family of Tianqing Real Estate. Voila! As soon as Zhang Chun finished speaking, the 5 ministers applauded. Let me make it short and talk about your treatment first. Zhang Chun waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. In an instant, the 5 ministers stopped applauding and focused their attention on Zhang Chun. Salary and benefits, this is what they care about most. Chapter 67? 10 million is just a small amount of money. Except for Li Wanqing, the other 4 ministers did not know about the salary and benefits of Tianqing Real Estate. The reason why they came to Tianqing Real Estate for an interview was entirely because of a word from the human resources market manager. The boss of Tianqing Real Estate is very generous. He pays his bodyguards a salary of 30,000 yuan, and the bodyguard captain's salary is as high as 100,000 yuan. I'm now the director of the company. No matter how low my salary is, it will not be lower than that of an ordinary bodyguard. Under the expectant eyes of the 4 ministers, Zhang Chun slowly spoke. Since Tianqing Real Estate has just started, everyone's salary is temporarily the same, 100,000 yuan per month. In the future, we will make different increases based on each person's ability and work content. The 4 ministers were stunned instantly. This is a real annual salary of 1 million. Even for lawyer Chen Li and accounting expert Zhao Wenwan, their highest salary in their previous job was less than 100,000. $1 million annual salary is already the salary ceiling that most practitioners can reach. If you want to make more money, you have to start your own business. However, according to Zhang Chun, $1 million annual salary is just their starting stage, and it will only continue to increase in the future, not decrease. Among these 4 people, the happiest one is sales director Wang Fujing. The sales salary is divided into 2 parts, base salary and commission. For Wang Fujing, Zhang Chun actually gave him a base salary of 100,000. By the way, you all have cars, right? Zhang Chun asked casually as he looked at his subordinates whose faces were about to burst into laughter. Mercedes-Benz C-Class, BMW 3 Series, Audi A4. No. The 4 ministers responded quickly. No need to ask, the one without a car must be the tech geek who Haitian. How about this? Let's set a standard in the future. Every employee above the department head level in the company will be equipped with an Audi A8. As for you, Wanqing, you can drive my Lamborghini Huracan first. Even his own bodyguards drive an Audi A6, so the cars driven by the company's managers must be at least higher end than the Audi A6. Ever since Zhang Chun bought the LaFerrari and the Rolls-Royce, the Lamborghini Huracan has been placed in the garage waiting to be covered in dust. It is just right for Li Wanqing to drive it. When these words were spoken, the 5 ministers, including Li Wanqing, were immediately shocked. The lowest equipped Audi A8 costs more than 800,000 yuan, and the landing price is at least 900,000 yuan. As for the Huracan given to Li Wanqing, it was a luxury car worth nearly 5 million. 4 Audi A8s plus a Lamborghini, that's nearly 10 million. How can this boss be said to be generous? He is clearly rich and inhumane. Boss Zhang, you are too. Li Wanqing wanted to dissuade Zhang Chun. The business hadn't even officially opened yet, and Zhang Chun had spent nearly 10 million just to say a few simple words. What will happen if the company becomes bigger in the future? Just focus on implementing it. If you need money, just tell us directly. Our Tianqing Real Estate is a large real estate development company after all. There's no need to waste meeting time over such a small amount of money. Zhang Chun interrupted Li Wanqing and said nonchalantly, if we have that much time, we might as well implement the plan to purchase the housing in the number 27 middle school district as soon as possible. If you buy 20 more houses, you can earn the 10 million. The 5 ministers naturally didn't know Zhang Chun's plan and could only look at Zhang Chun in silence. 10 million is a small amount of money. If you're being so pretentious, how should I continue? This is how your benefits are roughly determined for now. As for things like Social Security, they will be taken care of. Do you have any objections? Zhang Chun asked. No. The 5 ministers shook their heads repeatedly to indicate that they had no objection. With $1 million annual salary and $1 million luxury car, wouldn't it be crazy to have any objections? Chairman, rest assured, I will work hard for the company and will not let you down. Wang Fujing from the sales department stood up first and expressed his opinion in a very serious manner. Zhang Chun couldn't help but look at Wang Fujing twice more and nodded with satisfaction. Just look at his awareness and his ability to flatter. He is born to be a salesperson. With Wang Fujing taking the lead, the other 3 ministers also expressed their opinions. Chairman, rest assured, I will do my best to create benefits for the company. The person who said this was Finance Minister Zhao Wan. With her knowledge, it is not difficult for her to exploit legal loopholes and legally avoid taxes. Chairman, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will be able to take over Tianqing real estate. Chun-Li also expressed her opinion immediately. Chairman, from now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. The person who said this was Hu Haitian. Well, for a tech geek, being able to flatter is good enough, but don't expect him to flatter loudly. Zhang Chun nodded repeatedly with great satisfaction, his face flushed. It's worth spending 10 million. If you want your employees to work wholeheartedly for the company, you must provide corresponding benefits. As for those companies that use the wolf culture as an excuse to exploit their employees every day, Zhang Chun has always felt disgusted by them. We are all adults. Why use the chicken soup for the sole trick? Everyone, please be quiet. Let me first talk about the company's next development goals. Zhang Chun cleared his throat, and the 5 ministers instantly became quiet, looking at Zhang Chun without saying a word, like good children. In half a month, the relevant departments will announce to the public the plan to relocate number 27 Middle School in Nanjing City to World Trade Road. By then, housing prices around World Trade Road will also rise sharply, at least 3 times. What Zhang Chun needs to do is to take advantage of this time difference and acquire as many old residential areas on World Trade Road as possible. Of course, this secret belonging to Zhang Chun must be told to the 5 ministers in a different way. Except for the legal department who will stay in the company to draft the house transaction contract, the rest of the people will go to Shermao Road and buy up the properties there. We will buy as many as we can. Even a slight premium won't matter. Zhang Chun ordered the 5 ministers. Chairman, my home is on World Trade Road. There are many old residential areas over there. The housing prices have been falling in the past 2 years. I will definitely lose money if I acquire the real estate there. As soon as Zhang Chun finished speaking, Chun-Li stood up to dissuade him. In the past 2 years, South City has been interested in developing northwards. World Trade Road is almost at the South Ring Road, so there is no value in acquisition. A friend of mine works for the construction committee. When I was drinking with him a while ago, he told me that the higher-ups are planning to build a new development zone in the North Ring Road. We can definitely make money if we invest in the North Ring Road. Li Wenwan and Wang Jiaming also echoed this. Only Hu Haitian remained silent. It was not because he did not want to speak, but because he usually dealt with codes and was not familiar with these realities of people's livelihood. I can't get a word in even if I want to. From now on, the development of the company will be under my control. You just need to find a way to implement it. That's it. Zhang Chun also knew that there was no way to explain it, so he could only act like a dictator and make the decision on the spot, not giving the 5 ministers any chance to raise objections. Chapter 68 Rivals. Chairman, rest assured, we will definitely implement this matter as soon as possible. Li Wanqing, who had been silent, suddenly stood up and expressed her opinion. She suddenly remembered one thing. The last time Zhang Chun acquired Hengyuan Road, he was not favored by others. As a result, Nanjing No. 10 Middle School moved to Hengyuan Road not long after. The properties on Hengyuan Road suddenly became popular school district housing, and the housing prices nearly tripled. And because she chose to believe Zhang Chun, she gritted her teeth and bought 2 houses on Hengyuan Road in installments, and ended up making 2 million for free. What if Zhang Chun got the news in advance again this time? With this idea in mind, Li Wanqing secretly made up her mind that this time she would follow Zhang Chun's footsteps and buy a few houses on World Trade Road. Even if I lose money, it's the money I earned from buying a house with Zhang Chun last time. The chairman made the final decision, and the general manager expressed his support, so the minister had no say in the matter. In response, the 4 ministers could only nod and agree. Chun-Li said on the spot that she would sell her house to the company at the market price of 6,100 yuan per square meter, and then add a little money to buy another house around Victory Square. If someone gives money to Zhang Chun, he will definitely be willing to accept it. The next morning, after completing the onboarding procedures for 20 employees, Chun-Li took the staff from the legal department to draft a house transaction contract. Less than half an hour after the first house transaction contract was printed out, it was signed by Chun-Li. Afterwards, except for 5 legal department employees who stayed in the company to work, the rest of the staff took their contracts and integrated into the various communities on World Trade Road. There are more than 20 residential communities on World Trade Road, with at least 2,000 properties. The 15 employees of Tianqing Real Estate are simply not enough. Before Zhang Chun had even acquired a few houses, the news of the relocation of number 27 Middle School to World Trade Road was announced. By then, even a fool wouldn't sell his house. What's more, there will be a foreign language school with a bigger project in a month. Recruiting people. We must recruit people. Thinking of this, Zhang Chun once again sent a message to the Human Resources Marketing Manager, asking him to find another 100 people. By the way, Zhang Chun transferred another 10,000 yuan tip. Brother Zhang, rest assured, I will complete the task. Salute.jpg. Look, this is the power of money. Not only did he reply immediately, but he also added an emoticon. After a day of running around, the 5 ministers gathered at the company with their work reports for the day. Chairman, our sales department has negotiated the sale of 10 properties today, and we will transfer the ownership tomorrow. The technical department has agreed on 8 sets. The finance department has negotiated 12 sets. Wang Fujing, Hu Haitian, and Li Wenwan reported today's results in turn. 30 sets a day is far from enough. Zhang Chun frowned slightly. It would not take 10 days for the higher-ups to start the relocation of number 27 middle school. This means that Zhang Chun only has 10 days to use it. According to the current progress, he can purchase a maximum of 300 sets in 10 days. Wan Qing, how much did you collect at World Trade Center North Street today? Zhang Chun noticed that Li Wanqing had not reported yet and asked directly. World Trade Road is a north-south road, and World Trade North Street is more prosperous, so house prices vary. Because of this, Zhang Chun was afraid that the other 3 ministers would not be able to decide on a price. So he sent Li Wanqing to the North World Trade Center Street to buy the house. Mr. Zhang, today I went to World Trade Center North Street to purchase real estate. However, when I led my men to World Trade Center North Street, all the properties listed for sale on North Street had already been bought up. The remaining properties were either sold because the owners did not want to sell them or because the asking price was too high. Li Wanqing reported with a puzzled look on her face. How come a street that was almost designated as a suburb of Nanjing City has become so popular now that people are rushing to buy it? Listening to Li Wanqing's report, Zhang Chun frowned. A competitor has emerged. The system gave Zhang Chun a red-headed document as a reward 2 months ago. Now, with less than 10 days left before the relocation of number 27 Middle School in South City, the red-headed document has probably begun to circulate in various units. The mysterious person who purchased the properties on World Trade Center North Street must have known the news in advance, which is why he purchased the properties on World Trade Center Road at a price higher than the market price. I believe that it won't be long before more people will get this news. By then, it will not be so easy to acquire real estate on World Trade Road. Ignore him for now. From today on, you will focus on acquiring properties on South World Trade Center Street. If you encounter someone rushing to buy them, notify me immediately. Zhang Chun gave some instructions to the 4 ministers, then took out his mobile phone and opened a small group of the rich second generation in Nanjing City. Ever since Zhang Chun stood up for Jiang Shui last time, he has completely integrated into the circle of the rich second generation in Nanjing City and was subsequently pulled into this group. Apart from sending out red envelopes worth tens of thousands of yuan when he joined the group, Zhang Chun has not spoken a word. Who's in the group? Zhang Chun sent a message. Jiang Shui. Brother Jiang, I'm here, what's up? Fang Yugong. Fuck, Brother Jiang actually came out. Brothers, hurry out to receive the guests. The originally quiet group instantly became lively due to Zhang Chun's appearance. Has your family acquired any real estate on World Trade Road? Zhang Chun asked straight to the point. Although the housing prices in World Trade Road are cheap, they're still at least 6,000 yuan per square meter. Most people do not have the financial resources to purchase properties in World Trade Road. When Zhang Chun was listening to Li Wanqing's report, the first thing he thought of was that the wealthy people in Nanjing City were secretly acquiring the company. Jiang Shui. My family has never been involved in real estate. Fang Yugong. World Trade Road is about to be relocated to the suburbs. Only a fool would buy a house in a place like that. Zhou Qingyang. Brother Jiang, the entertainment club I run has been closed down. Can you find someone? After reading everyone's speeches, Zhang Chun frowned even more tightly. The people who bought the real estate on World Trade Road had nothing to do with the local wealthy people in Nanjing City. Most of these second-generation rich are the only sons in their families, and they must know that their families have mobilized large amounts of assets to purchase real estate. Who could it be? Zhang Chun thought for a long time and decided not to think about it anymore. No matter who he is, if he dares to steal my business, I promise to make him lose everything. At the same time, Binu Hotel. Ayu, how much money do we have left? Chen Yuhao stood in front of the French window, holding a glass of red wine, looking at the hustle and bustle of Nanjing City, feeling extremely happy. In just 2 days, he acquired 100 properties on World Trade Road. 10 days later, when the news spreads, the value of these dilapidated houses will at least triple. Young master, we still have 50 million in funds left. The assistant stood beside Chen Yuhao and bowed to answer. Keep collecting and spend all the 50 million. Buy as many properties as you can on World Trade Road. Chen Yuhao said heavily. I will settle accounts with you after I complete the group's mission. Star. Chapter 69. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Chen Yuhao came to Nanjing City with 2 main tasks this time. The first task is to get Jiang Shui. The second task was because of Chen Shikong, chairman of Best Incorporated, who is also Chen Yuhao's father. Not long ago, we received news that the land nature of South City will undergo large-scale changes. In order to allow Chen Yuhao to better take over the Best Group in the future, Chen Yuhao was sent to Nanjing City for training with 100 million yuan of working funds. It's called experience, but in fact it's just gilding the lily. Chen Yuhao only needs to purchase those old properties that are about to be planned as school district housing according to the document planning. This is a deal that is sure to make a profit. The next day, Zhang Chun appeared in front of a community called Yuan Xinju on Shimao Road, followed by Wang Fujing. Old Wang, where is Boss Li now? Zhang Chun looked up at the 10-story building in front of him and asked without turning his head. Boss Lee is the owner of this building. As the capital chain of his other industries has problems, he plans to convert this building from renting to selling in order to generate cash flow. The building area of each floor of this building is 280 square meters, with a total of 10 floors, which is 2,800 square meters. Based on the average property price of 6,100 yuan per square meter on World Trade Road, this building is worth more than 16 million yuan. It was precisely because the amount was too large that Wang Fujing couldn't make up his mind, so he invited Zhang Chun over. Wang Fujing quickly took out his cell phone to contact Boss Liu. After asking him a few questions, he hung up the phone and said, "Chairman, Boss Lee is on his way and will be here in 5 minutes." "Well, the deal is done. I'll give you a bonus." Zhang Chun nodded with satisfaction. 10 days later, when the school district housing planning is announced, the housing prices here will triple. In other words, this building, which is currently worth 16 million, will appreciate to 50 million in 10 days. Zhang Chun didn't need to do anything, just reselling it left and right, and made a net profit of more than 30 million. "Chairman, you are too polite. This is my job and I should do it," Wang Fujing said modestly. Wang Fujing simply saw the information about Boss Liu selling a property through the agency and then passed it on to Zhang Chun. Doing this kind of work, getting a basic salary of 100,000 is already heaven-shattering. So how can you dare to ask for commission? While the two were talking, a middle-aged man with a big belly, a bald head, and a briefcase under his arm walked over. "Manager Wang, sorry to have kept you waiting." The middle-aged man greeted Wang Fujing with a smile. He was the Liu Kai who Wang Fujing mentioned wanted to sell the whole building. "Boss Liu, let me introduce you. This is the chairman of our Tianqing Real Estate, Zhang Chun, Mr. Zhang." Wang Fujing pointed at Zhang Chun and introduced him to Liu Kai. The latter couldn't help but be slightly stunned, then quickly took out a pack of Zhonghua, handed it to Zhang Chun, and greeted with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Chun looked to be no more than 20 years old, but it was really surprising that he could come up with 16 million. What's more, he spent 16 million to buy these old houses on World Trade Road, which are becoming less and less valuable. "Chairman, this is the Boss Liu I told you about," Wang Fujing introduced. Zhang Chun took the cigarette, and Wang Fujing beside him quickly took out a lighter and lit it. Zhang Chun took a puff of cigarette and said slowly, "Boss Liu, the average price of houses on World Trade Road is 6,100 yuan per square meter. This building is worth 16.8 million yuan. I have prepared the money. When are we going to sign the contract?" So fast. Liu Kai was stunned at first. Then he was delighted and kept rubbing his hands, saying, "Boss Zhang is really straightforward. I will go and prepare the transfer procedures and sign it today." For a transaction of such a large amount, they didn't even discuss the price and just signed the contract with full payment. Rich second generation. This person is definitely a rich second generation, and the kind that is both stupid and rich. Anyway, anyone with a little bit of common sense wouldn't buy a house in a place like this. Wait! Just when Liu Kai was about to prepare the contract, a voice came at an inopportune time. Zhang Chun looked in the direction of the voice and saw two young men in luxurious clothes rushing towards him. Behind the two men was a man in a suit and holding a briefcase, who should be an assistant. When Zhang Chun saw the appearance of one of the young men, his eyes tightened. This guy is none other than the rich second-generation guy who was slapped in the face by him for money in the bar some time ago. Fate is truly indescribable. Zhang Chun didn't expect to meet an enemy here. "I heard that this young man came to South City with Chen Yuhao. It seems that Best Incorporated must have received the news, so it sent Chen Yuhao to World Trade Road to acquire real estate." After a little thought, Zhang Chun figured out the matter. The person who came was Chen Yuhao, who rushed over after hearing the news. After hearing that someone on World Trade Road was planning to sell the entire building, Chen Yuhao hurried over with his men. However, he was still a step too late and was beaten to it by Zhang Chun. The young man following Chen Yuhao's face instantly darkened when he saw Zhang Chun. "Mr. Chun, this man is Mr. Zhang who opposed you in the Hanhai bar that day," the young man said, gritting his teeth. After Chen Yuhao heard this, his eyes turned gloomy when he looked at Zhang Chun. "Boss Liu, I also want to buy this building." Chen Yuhao suppressed his anger and said to Liu Kai. After learning that Zhang Chun was the person who opposed him in the bar that day, Chen Yuhao had a plan in mind. No matter what, Zhang Chun cannot be allowed to buy the building as he wishes. "Sir, Mr. Zhang, and I have already agreed on the price." Liu Kai refused politely. 6,500 per square meter, full payment. Chen Yuhao stared at Zhang Chun and said in a deep voice, "This?" Liu Kai hesitated. 500 more per square meter. So overall, the price offered by Chen Yuhao was 1.4 million more than Zhang Chun's. He had not signed a contract with Zhang Chun at this time, so it would be okay even if he regretted it. "Sir, our CEO Zhang has already negotiated the price with Boss Liu. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this?" Wang Fujing had a furious look on his face. Once the deal was done, his status in Zhang Chun's heart would rise. Who would have expected that just when it was about to be accomplished, a Cheng Yaojin would appear out of nowhere? "You haven't signed a contract, and you don't allow us to buy it? If you are a country bumpkin who is reluctant to pay, then get out of here and don't embarrass yourself here." The young man next to Chen Yuhao sneered at Wang Fujing. "I'll fuck you. Even though Wang Jiaming was a shrewd man, he was furious at the ridicule and rolled up his sleeves to step forward. Old Wang, talking about business is not a fight. Zhang Chun sneered and pulled Wang Jiaming back. Interesting, you want to play malicious competition with me? The housing prices on Shirmao Road fluctuate around 6,000, but Qin Yuhao raised the price by 500, which clearly shows that he wants to compete with him. Star. Chapter 70. I don't buy it. I'll offer 7,005. Zhang Chun and Qin Yuhao looked at each other and casually added 500 yuan. At this time, Lu Kaiyi was confused. How could an old building attract two rich second generations to fight over it? But in a flash, the shrewd Lu Kaiyi reacted. The more fiercely these two rich second generations fight, the more he earns. In just 2 sentences, the house price rose from 6,000 to 7,000, and Lu Kaiyi made an extra 2,800,000 for no reason. Sir, Mr. Zhang's asking price is 7,000 per square meter. Lu Kaiyi said to Qin Yuhao. The implication is very clear. It's your turn to bid. If you don't raise your price, I will sign a contract with Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, my father is the chairman of the best group. You better think about it. Qin Yuhao didn't expect that Zhang Chun would actually compete with him for it. However, Lu Yuhao did not act on impulse. He intended to use the influence of the best group to make Zhang Chun withdraw voluntarily. He brought a total of 100 million yuan with him when he came to Nanjing this time. After purchasing some real estate, he still had 50 million yuan left. What does your father being the chairman have to do with me? If your father were the president, wouldn't Boss Lu give you the building for free? If you don't want to pay, then get out of here and don't embarrass yourself here. Zhang Chun said with disdain, returning the young man's words intact. 7,500 per square meter. Qin Yuhao raised his eyebrows and said through gritted teeth. 500 at a time is too little. If you want to increase it, just add more. Zhang Chun smiled and then said disapprovingly, 15,000 per square meter. After number 27 middle school moves to World Trade Road, the housing price here will rise to 18,000 yuan per square meter. Even if Qin Yuhao didn't raise the price at this time, Zhang Chun would not lose money if he bought it for 15,000 yuan, and he could even make a small profit. At this time, the people around also gathered around after hearing the news. When they found out that 2 people were competing for an old building and bidding 15,000 yuan per square meter, they instantly went wild. Fuck, a house in the city center is only 21,000 yuan per square meter. Rich people are so willful. My 2 brothers, my home is in this neighborhood. If any of you want to buy it, I won't ask for much. 13,000 per square meter. Qin Yuhao didn't expect Zhang Chun to ask for such a high price. He was about to raise the price, but stopped. If he continues to raise the price, even if he manages to buy it, he won't make much money, but a lot of his funds will be occupied. Since you can come here to buy a house, you must know the value of the houses here. 15,000 is not high. Zhang Chun smiled slightly and continued to stimulate Qin Yuhao. Fuck it, I won't pay you anyway. Qin Yuhao made up his mind and continued to raise the price. I'll offer 17,000 per square meter. 18,000. Zhang Chun immediately raised the price. 10,000. Qin Yuhao wanted to raise the price, but in the end he didn't say it out loud. Even if these houses are planned as school district houses, the maximum price is 18,000 yuan per square meter. If the price is increased, you will lose money. Mr. Chun, did you not bring enough money? It doesn't matter. I can lend it to you. Just remember to ask your father to return it to me later. Zhang Chun continued. What a joke. I have the best group behind me. How can I be short of this little money? I'll pay 21,000 per square meter. Qin Yuhao was so irritated that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He gritted his teeth and added another 2,000. For rich second generations like Qin Yuhao, face is the most important thing. Saying he has no money is a slap in his face. Damn it, 21,000 per square meter. The people around were stunned for a moment. Their breathing became rapid, and their eyes turned red when they looked at Lu Kaiyi. The price of a house in the city center is only 21,000 yuan per square meter. Houses in the suburbs are selling for city center prices. Lu Kaiyi made a fortune this time. Come on, keep adding if you have the guts. If I get scared today, I'll change my surname to Zhang. Qin Yuhao pointed at Zhang Chun and said angrily. Everyone looked at Zhang Chun, wanting to see how much more money Zhang Chun could add. However, under everyone's gaze, Zhang Chun smiled and waved his hands, clasped his fist towards Qin Yuhao, and said, Mr. Chun is indeed very wealthy. He bought a house in the suburbs for 20,000 yuan per square meter. I am ashamed of myself. Even if World Trade Road is included in the scope of school district housing renovation, the housing price will be at most 18,000 renminbi per square meter. If you pay more, you will definitely lose money. Mr. Zhang, you're not raising the price? Lu Kaiyi said with some disappointment, still unsatisfied. Judging from Qin Yuhao's condition, if Zhang Chun continues to raise the price, the house price will definitely increase a lot. Boss Lu, do you think we are all fools? We buy an old house in the suburbs for 20,000 yuan per square meter. Wang Jiaming laughed proudly. The crowd nodded in agreement and subconsciously looked at Qin Yuhao. Only a fool would spend 21,000 yuan per square meter to buy a house in the suburbs. Isn't there a ready-made fool here? Boss Liu, congratulations on purchasing a building in the city center. Zhang Chun bowed to Liu Kaiyi. The price of a house in the city center is about 21,000 yuan per square meter. After Liu Kaiyi sells this house, he can use the money to buy another one in the city center. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Liu Kaiyi bowed in return, his mouth almost grinning to his ears. The reason why his house could be sold at a sky-high price of 21,000 yuan per square meter was entirely because of Zhang Chun. If it weren't for Zhang Chun's provocation, that idiot Chen Yuhao would definitely not fall for it. Chen Yuhao, who was standing aside, knew that he had been tricked by Zhang Chun, and his face suddenly turned dark. I spent money to buy your house. Why are you thanking Zhang Chun? Mr. Jiang, you'd better not go to the Magic City. Otherwise, I will make sure you are so bad that even your mother won't recognize you. Chen Yuhao looked at Zhang Chen's graceful back as he left, and he completely hated him in his heart. Just because of Zhang Chen's interference, Chen Yuhao spent more than 30 million for no reason. Boss, we also have a house in this neighborhood. We'll sell it to you for 15,000 per square meter. My house is only 13,000. Boss, by mine, it only costs 10,000. People around wanted to take the opportunity to sell their properties. Get out! I'm only buying one. Chen Yuhao yelled at the crowd in frustration. Even if he purchased the property on World Trade Road at a price of 11,000 renminbi per square meter, Chen Yuhao could still make half of the profit. But he only had 50 million left at the moment, which was not enough to buy this building. So how could he have the money to acquire other properties? After Chen Yuhao signed the house transaction contract with Liu Kaiyi with a gloomy face, he fled the community in a very embarrassed manner amid the ridicule of everyone. Zhang Chun did not expect that his unintentional action would actually cut off Chen Yuhao's cash flow. Without Chen Yuhao's intervention, Tianqing Real Estate's plan to acquire real estate on World Trade Road went exceptionally smoothly, and 500 properties were acquired in just 3 days. After spending nearly 400 million yuan and draining Zhang Chen's family assets, Tianqing Real Estate stopped purchasing real estate. Star. Chapter 71 Rich Club. In order to celebrate the successful completion of the plan, Zhang Chun specially held a celebration banquet at the Binhai Hotel and invited all the employees of Tianqing Real Estate to have a meal. As the toasts flowed, Zhang Chun, as the chairman of the board, naturally became the target of everyone's toasts. The celebration banquet had not even started for half an hour when Zhang Chun, reeking of alcohol, escaped from the private room under an excuse. Chairman, can you give me a ride? Just when Zhang Chun was about to leave first, Chun-Li appeared at the door of the hotel. At the party, Chun-Li also drank a lot of red wine. Under the influence of alcohol, her pretty face turned red enough to look like water was dripping out of it. Chun Libin, who is nearly 30 years old, is like a ripe peach, exuding a mature aura all over her body. At this moment, this peach is covered with morning dew, and just one look at it makes people drool. Zhang Chun was also full of curiosity about this woman. Li Hu drove a Rolls-Royce and stopped in front of Zhang Chun and opened the back door. Get in the car? Zhang Chun slightly stepped aside and motioned for Chun-Li to get in first. Thank you, Chairman. Chun-Li nodded slightly and passed by Zhang Chun, bringing a gust of fragrant wind. Zhang Chun got in the car. Li Hu closed the door and started the car. Boss Zhang, where are we going? Li Hu asked. Where is your home? Zhang Chun turned and asked Chun-Li. Boss Zhang, you forgot I sold my home to the company a long time ago. Chun-Li sat next to Zhang Chun, slightly tipsy, and spoke slowly to him. Forehead. Zhang Chun looked helpless, and then said to Li Hu, go home first. After all, Chun-Li is an employee of Tianqing Real Estate. Zhang Chun can't just abandon her on the roadside. The car started. Zhang Chun and Chun-Li sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. In the enclosed space, the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Actually, I feel like you're my teacher. Zhang Chun spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. No matter who you are, you will meet a female teacher with the same temperament as Chun-Li during your studies. Her long hair was slightly curled. She wore a pair of glasses and a work suit, and she exuded an intellectual aura. Although they know that age is an insurmountable gap, some students still have those unexplainable fantasies. Teacher? Maybe it was because she was drunk. Chun-Li couldn't help but ask back. Are you referring to the teacher from Country R, or the teacher who teaches the class? Teacher from Country R? Zhang Chun was stunned at first, but then he reacted instantly. Don't those perverts in Country R like to play this kind of tune? That's not right. Since Chun-Li knows all this, and yet she says it so boldly, is she hinting at something? I'm talking about a serious teacher. I didn't expect you to understand these things, Sister Chun. Zhang Chun looked at Chun-Li with interest. It was obvious that she was another master of talking nonsense. If Chun-Li was really proficient in these things, how did she remain a virgin for 30 years? Just by relying on her beauty and charm, she can charm a group of young men with just one move. Your teacher must be very happy to have a young and promising student like Mr. Jiang among his disciples. Chun-Li realized that she had made a slip of the tongue and quickly changed the subject. It's just so. Zhang Chun waved his hand casually. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two of them had eased a lot, he asked the question in his mind. I saw that Sister Chin's resume said she was already 30 years old. Why haven't I seen Sister Chin's boyfriend? Boyfriend. Chun Li's face suddenly turned cold, and she said in an extremely cold tone, "Men are not good people." Forehead. It seems like this is another woman who has been hurt by love. But does this mean that I am just an innocent victim? Seeing Zhang Chun's embarrassed expression, Chun Li realized that she had made a slip of the tongue and quickly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Jiang. A young and promising man like you is the dream lover of many women." While the two were talking, the Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the neighborhood where Zhang Chun lived. Chun Li then moved into Zhang Chun's house. According to the development of the plot, the next night to greet Zhang Chun should be a night of beautiful flowers and a full moon. But before Zhang Chun could show off his masculine waist, a white sports car stopped at the door. Li Wanqing is back too. Giving Hurricane to Li Wanqing was such a wrong decision. Zhang Chun regretted it so much that he could only return to his room helplessly. Nothing happened that night, and the next day, Zhang Chun brought Chun Li to Tianqing Real Estate. After acquiring the property on World Trade Road, the employees of Tianqing Real Estate had no tasks to do and were all in the company. When they saw Zhang Chun and Chun Li walk into the company at the same time, they all nodded in sudden realization. Only the tech geek, Hu Haitian, was left. He walked out of the game room wearing big glasses, scratching his bird's nest-like head with a confused look on his face. Zhang Chun has nothing to do now. He is just waiting for the news of number 27 Middle School moving to World Trade Road to be announced. He will then sell the school district house at a high price. Just wait and count the money. Just when Zhang Chun was in the chairman's office, learning how to play golf, Li Wanqing walked in, holding a beautifully wrapped, gilded invitation in her hand. "Boss Zhang, this is the invitation letter sent by the Magic City Supercar Club." Li Wanqing placed the invitation on the desk, and Zhang Chun picked it up curiously and took a look. Wow, gold and silver with diamonds. After flipping through it, he saw that the content was a sincere invitation to Zhang Chun to join the Supercar Club, as well as the club's location and contact information. What is the origin of this Supercar Club, and why did they send me an invitation? Zhang Chun looked through the invitation and couldn't help asking. Ever since he became rich, he has been developing in Nanjing City and has never been to Shanghai. As for this Supercar Club, this is the first time I've heard of it. Boss Zhang, I just checked. The Magic City Supercar Club is actually a rich club made up of some wealthy people. It is an invitation-based membership system. Only those who own a super luxury car worth more than 10 million yuan will be invited to join this club. I think it may be because these people know that you bought a LaFerrari worth more than 30 million and a Rolls-Royce worth more than 40 million. So they sent you an invitation. As Zhang Chun's part-time secretary, Li Wanqing immediately used various channels to inquire about the invitation after receiving it. Oh, the bar is set so high. Zhang Chun began to feel curious about this club. There are countless wealthy people in China who can afford luxury cars worth tens of millions. But being able to afford one does not mean they will definitely buy it. Looking across the country, there are only a handful of wealthy people who can actually spend 10 million to buy a car. As for wealthy people like Zhang Chun who spent more than 70 million to buy 2 luxury cars at one time, they can be counted on one hand. This shows how high the entry threshold of this so-called rich club is. With curiosity in mind, Zhang Chun dialed the contact number on the invitation letter. Star. Chapter 72, 600 million in hand. A girl answered the phone and claimed to be the club's operator. After learning about Zhang Chun's identity, the girl specifically explained the significance of the club to Zhang Chun. Generally speaking, the Rich Club is a platform for a group of wealthy people to gather and communicate offline. Members invited to join the club are required to pay an annual membership fee of 880,000 yuan to cover the club's daily expenses. With the purpose of expanding his network, Zhang Chun directly paid 880,000 yuan in membership fees and became a member of the Supercar Club. It's only 880,000, just a drizzle. Those who can join the club are at least wealthy people with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. By then, any deal concluded in the club will bring Zhang Chun tens of millions of wealth. The richer you are, the less important you take money. A few months ago, when Zhang Chun heard that a real estate tycoon had set a small goal of 100 million yuan, his first reaction was that he was showing off. However, after he became rich, Zhang Chun finally understood. 100 million is indeed a small goal. At least for Zhang Chun, if the system distributes 10 million every day, that means he would have 100 million in 10 days. Take real estate speculation as an example. You can earn 3 or 400 million in one operation. After paying the membership fee, the operator added Zhang Chun's prestige and pulled him into a prestige group named Nothing Club. After entering the group, the operator noted Zhang Chun's reputation as Zhang Chun from Nanjing City. Place names plus names, extremely real. After joining the Weixin group, several group members greeted Zhang Chun one after another. Jincheng Zhang Jun. Welcome new members. Wang Shi from Shanghai. Welcome with flowers. GIF. Sichuan Province Sunkyaheo. When you come to Sichuan, at me and I'll host you. Zhang Chun replied one by one, and after a conversation, he became familiar with several wealthy people and agreed to meet them when he went to the Magic City in the future. After a brief exchange of greetings, Zhang Chun opened the WeChat group members with some curiosity. Jack Ma from Zhejiang Province? King Jianlin from Sichuan Province? Looking at the familiar comments and WeChat profile pictures of the group members, Zhang Chun was stunned. Those who can join this prestigious group are all wealthy people with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, so they naturally will not use other people's names. In other words, these two people are really Jack Ma and Wang Jianlin. Continue scrolling down. Ding Sanshur from Zhejiang Province, Manhwa Tung from Guangdong Province. Well, you two are sworn enemies, so why don't you fight when you meet? When Zhang Chun found a group member with a note, Chen Shikong from Mo Du, Zhang Chun fell silent. Do you want to give me a heads up in advance? I gave your son a beating in Nanjing City. There were less than 200 members in the prestige group, and Zhang Chun knew most of them. To be more precise, he had seen them on TV. It can be said that all the big names in various industries in the country have gathered in this prestigious group. It's worth spending 880,000. Mr. Zhang, what are you laughing at? Li Wanqing asked curiously as she looked at Zhang Chun laughing foolishly at his phone. Nothing. You go and do your work first. Zhang Chun lowered his head and looked at his phone, saying without raising his head. At this moment, the club customer service who had just added Zhang Chun as a friend sent a message. On September 15th, the club will hold an offline event. Members who are interested in participating, please contact customer service. The club will arrange a special car to pick you up at the airport. September 15th? It's next month. Zhang Chun thought that he had nothing to do next month, so he contacted customer service and signed up. I just don't know whether the gods in the group will go. Bring your wine glass when the time comes. Come on, Lao Ma, let's go for a walk. Lao Wang, come over here. Just when Zhang Chun was imagining himself hugging Lao Ma on the left and Lao Wang on the right, and they were about to become sworn brothers, Li Wanqing came back and rushed in with her cell phone, staring at Zhang Chun with a look as if she had seen a ghost. Wanqing, what are you looking at? Are you going to eat me? Zhang Chun asked.